Good morning, guys. This dude is crazy. This man is insane. Good morning, people. What's happening with my camera? Let's start this video, you guys. Let's start this. I'm gonna start the video because what is this? I'm gonna start the video. Let's do this. I wanted to do a video today again on Officer Tatum because this man has a problem. Brandon has a problem. So let's watch this video real quick. Hold on. Where's the video? Where's the video? Where am I? I don't know. Oh, right here. Okay. So it seems as though on his page, on his channel, all his Carmelo videos get the most views. Interesting. So 800,000 views, 200,000 views, 432,000 views. We're going to talk about this video here, but let's watch this video. Hold on. What is he talking about?
Black people literally use the N-word more than any human being ever in the history of existence in America. And yet when a white person writes the word down on a whiteboard, they offended.
He's going to make a video as to why it's okay for white people to write the N-word. This is insanity.
This video is brought to you by TatumStore.com. TatumStore.com makes you go on Tatum Store and get your merch.
Why does he always have to sell stuff? Like, he doesn't get enough views. Like, what is going on? He's always selling stuff with a coupon code. Why don't they pay full price? For all the work you do, like, why don't they pay full price? This is crazy.
Today, and also Synergy, it's on its way. They just gave me the videos of them packing all of our energy drinks and all of our night drinks, and I'm so excited I could cry a little bit. 3 years in the making. Producing zero effect on my life.
Nobody cares.
Y'all already know what to do. Let's get into this. Teacher writing the N-word on the whiteboard. I got so much to say about this. The first thing is, who cares? As a black man in America, born and raised in Texas, traveling all over the world, who cares? If somebody says the N-word, to me, it has zero power. It has zero effect on my life. It's just like somebody saying the R word or the F word. It's just a word. It didn't.
But if this is just so damn stupid. If words are just words, then why are Ashkenazi Jews like so uptight about anti-Semitism? Like, this is crazy. I'm like, when you signed to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, is this what you have to do? Why don't the white teacher, like, why doesn't he write a racial slur for the Jews? What doesn't he do it? And when I'm like, this is where sometimes I will have to say this. So I give a lot of respect to like the Ashkenazi Jew community because you're not about to just say whatever about them. Like, words, if words are just words, then why do we even have why do we have definition for slander and defamation? Right? If words are just words, why can some people get sued for defamation or slander? Like, are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? I'm like, what is this? What kind of video is this? This dude is insane.
Describe me. It doesn't describe nobody I know. It's not impactful in my life whatsoever. I couldn't care less. So if a teacher, and it looks like the class is encouraging him to do it.
Is he the adult in the classroom or is he the child in the classroom? Like, make it make sense. So we are in a school. We're inside of a school. We're in a classroom in the school. And the teacher writes the N-word on the whiteboard. For what reason? That's what he was hired for. Oh, and the kids are encouraging it. Okay, so who's the adult in the room now? He's a clown? Like, what the heck? I'm so crazy. Like, this is so crazy. This is crazy.
It looked like it's a game that they're all playing. And
writing the N-word. So at any point, did they write a slur for the Ashkenazi Jews? Or the game is just about playing with black people? I'm confused.
I don't know how many black kids are in that class. Clearly, in this part of, I think, Georgia somewhere, it's majority white. But
okay, so in a majority white classroom, a white teacher is writing the N-word on the board. And you thought it would be brilliant to sit there and defend that. Like, this is crazy. I would love to see their contract with Charlie Kirk. I really would.
Second group outside of white people are black people.
Okay.
And I'm gonna almost put my life on it. that there's black kids in that classroom, egging him on to do it. But for some reason, some people in the melanated community are outraged about everything. It's the same thing in the Jewish community. And I think it's even worse in the black community because it was so much longer ago. But like, everything ain't about you. Let me show you the video before I get too deep into this so you can see what I'm talking about. Roll a video.
Hard.
I got 5 seconds. Hard. 3.
He said hard.
The video is pretty disturbing right from the beginning. It shows a staff member at Walnut Grove High School write out the N-word with one letter missing. Then in the video, you hear a student off camera shout out the final letter.
Hard.
The person at the front of the classroom then completes writing the racial slur, while some of the students whose faces we blurred cheer and laugh. The video then abruptly ends. There was a lot of laughter in the video. Why do you think some of the kids thought it was funny?
Because they knew that it was probably embarrassing. There was black kids in the classroom.
Tuesday, we spoke with Adriana Wyatt by phone. She says the daughter of a family friend recorded the incident last week. Both Adriana and her mother reposted the video.
People need to be held accountable for that. It is not okay to make these students feel a certain type of way while they're in your classroom.
We reached out to the Walton County School District. In a statement, a district spokesperson wrote, quote, Walton County School District is aware of the video that is circulating and we are investigating. The individual involved is no longer employed with the Walton County School District.
He probably got these students thinking it's cool to say that. They probably saying it now.
People who shared the video with me named the person seen writing the word in the video, but we have not been able to independently confirm that information. Still, parents here in the area tell me they're both shocked and disappointed.
People actually lost their lives behind that word. People went to jail behind that word. It's nothing to joke about.
All right, you watched it. You can watch it twice. I give you some time. Watch it twice. And you tell me, is this so egregious that a teacher should lose their job? Couldn't a teacher?
This is what I'm like. This turning, because this is Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk, this dude, he is really diabolical. I said a white man with a Bible and none good. And nothing good's gonna come out of this. Okay. So this is Charlie Kirk. So he has this business called Turning Point USA, where he claims to be about like being white, conservative, having Christian values, and fighting for his family. You know how they are. Okay, so he has signed all these people on. Like Candace is signed to him. I don't know if she still has a contract with him. I don't know. He has Officer Tatum. He has, let me see, how can you see who's there? How do you see who's there? Oh, Blexit. Okay. Let me see. How do you find the people though? Like, I don't know. Okay, you see, like they got Candace right there. Okay. I guess Candace is gonna be at this one. I don't know. But I don't know how you would find the people though. Like, donate. Yeah, right. Oh, Candace is all over this website. That's crazy. Okay, here's Officer Tatum. Here's Brandon. Here is Candace. Even the guy, John, the Nigerian preacher, like he's also there. But how do you find all the people that are signed up to this stuff? Education and courses. These people are crazy. They are really, really crazy. These people are crazy. Or the black conservatives signed to Turning Point USA. Let me see. So you see, so it's allegedly a non-for-profit that he founded in 2012. And I'm like, who are the people though? Like, hold on. They have Candace. They have a lot of. How do you find the people though? Like, it's hard. Like, Candace is there. Of course, Brandon is there. Who's this guy? Okay, there's this guy, Stephen Davis. Okay. But my issue is, if you're a Black conservative, like, oh, sorry, you guys. You can't see what? What can you see? Oh, sorry, I wasn't moving the stuff. Oh, my bad. Yeah, but my thing is, like, if you're a Black conservative, why can't you be a conservative by yourself? Like, why do you have to go sign up with a white man? Like, so these Black people, they can never do anything on their own. Like, they always need a Black daddy, a white daddy. And, you know, sorry, my voice. Hey, Rocket, what's up, everyone? Sorry. One thing that is so bizarre, I'm noticing a trend, right? Whether you're talking about Black Democrats or you are talking about Black conservatives, right? Everybody has a white master. It is so crazy. Like, none of these people think for themselves. Like Jasmine Crockett and stuff, you know, she answers to Nancy Pelosi, right? And Chuck Schumer. You come over here, Black conservative also, they most likely answer to Charlie Kirk. It's like, what is it in America that Black people, especially influential Black people or rich Black people, always need to have a white handler? Like, they can't start anything on their own. Like, you can't have a non-for-profit for Black conservatives that is started by Black conservatives, that is ran by Black conservatives. Like, no. You have to wait for a white man to create a non-for-profit. Then you get recruited by the white man to be a Black conservative. And then every single one of y'all says the same thing. And that's the thing. And that's like, what's his name again? Where's his name again? Where's he at? I can't even spell this man's name. Okay. So if you guys don't know, like, this is who he is. His name is Charlie Kirk, right? And he's obviously racist. Because I'm like, to me, if you are not a racist, if you're not a white racist, okay, if you sign Black people who are Black conservatives to you, they will be able to have their own minds. They could speak their own thoughts, you know? And usually people disagree, right? What world do you see? Even if people agree, like, oh, we're all under the umbrella of being conservatives, okay. But are you going to agree on every single thing? Are you going to repeat your talking points verbatim from one channel to another channel to another channel? Make it make sense, though. Make it make sense. And I'm like, you know, I was really thinking about this yesterday, you guys. I was really thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, you think about it, like, America really is an apartheid state. You know, America really is an apartheid state. Not just that. Like, I'm like, between America, what goes on here between whites and Blacks, how is that any different than what goes on between Israel and Palestine? You know what I mean? It's like, I guess, like with the Palestinians, like, you see it more because they're being bombed and things like that. Hold on. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes, can you see it now? Can you see that? Can you see my screen? I feel like when it comes to Palestinians in Gaza, right? You see it more because, like, it's very obvious, right? That they're being abused, mistreated, bombed, tortured, lied upon, the fame, hate the needs, right? But I think in America, because Black people in America have, like, jobs, they have cars, they go to school. One time they voted for Barack Obama, right? You don't really realize that you are really living in a concentration camp. I'm like, this country right here is an apartheid state. America is an apartheid state. What does that mean? Hold on. What is? Okay. Okay. An apartheid state is a political regime characterized by institutionalized racial segregation and discrimination, where one racial group systemically oppressed and one racial group is systemically oppressed and dominated by another. This oppression is often enforced through laws, policies that deprive the minority racial group of political, civil, and economic rights. Okay, so it's like America is an apartheid state because notice every Black person that is influential, rich, or both influential and rich, they're owned by a white person. Right? Like, it does, like, I'm telling you, like, conservative side, liberal side, it doesn't matter. Right? Like, take the George Floyd situation, for example, right? Did these people, BLM, did they actually march because they wanted to march? Or were they told to make it an issue? Right? Was it like they're actual, like, oh, this is my independent thought, like, this is my own initiative, like, I really want to walk, like, I want to march, I feel like this is wrong, I want to march. No, they got money for George Soros, right? You look at Black conservatives also in America, like, if they telling you, oh, Carmelo this, Carmelo that, you got to ask yourself, are these your actual thoughts? Or is somebody telling you what to think that you can mold the minds of Black people? Hopefully you get what I'm trying to say. Right? It's like, so where if you look at Black Democrats, they have nothing good to offer you, right? They make it seem like they care about you, but everything they say is to mold your mind, that you can see your plight, your situation and this, like that in a certain way. You go to Black conservatives, you think, okay, they're going to offer me a different way of thinking. Then you start to realize that everybody says the same thing. Everybody repeats the same thing. No, there's no nuance here. Like, there's no, oh, well, I kind of see it this way. I don't know. Everybody repeats the same talking points. You go from one Black conservative channel on YouTube to the next. I mean, besides ABL, but he's not signed to Turning Point USA. Oh, think about it. He's not signed to Turning Point USA. He has never been, right? He's never been signed to Charlie Kirk. But I'm like, everybody who's in contact or signed to Charlie Kirk, I'm even surprised Candace is not doing a video about this. But I guess she's too busy looking for the penis of the French First Lady. Who knows, right? But I'm like, this is crazy. So my thing is, if you are a Black conservative and you want to regroup all kinds of Black conservatives together, why don't you do it by yourself? Why do you need a white person to build something for you? Like, why do you have to be a Black conservative under a white conservative institution? Like, why can't you do your own thing? You know, like even yesterday, not yesterday, but early this morning, I was sending out a lot of emails, you guys. Oh, yes. I'm like trying to email people to see like who can do a video for Carmelo. But then I'm like, you know, the problem is so many rich Black people answer to white people. You know what I'm saying? So many Black people. Because I was like, you know, because it hates for me. Because I was thinking to myself, you know, since Carmelo played football and Austin didn't play football, it would make a lot of sense for a lot of Black football players to talk about this, because in football, as a football player, what is the good behavior, right? If a student from a different school needs to sit under your tent during the rain, what do? Do you let him sit here, or do you kick him out under the rain, right? And so let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. Let me see. Is she even here? Let me see. What is her name again? Hold on. I'm going to find her name. Give me 1 second so I can show that to you. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me do this, okay? Well, I need to also subscribe from his channel. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay. Let me show you. Okay.
For me. Right.
Okay.
I'm
because I was like, you know, I would love for Cam to talk about this, right? I mean, after all, he's had Charleston White on his show. I mean, what the heck, right? But so look right here. Do you see that? So, oh, now he's putting their names, right? Okay, cool. Let me see. Hold on. Let me check out this girl. Give me a second. Hold on. Because they didn't have their names early on. Okay. So do you see this lady here? Hold on. Okay. You see this white woman? Like, everybody is attached to a white person, y'all. It is unbelievable. Then you start to understand like why they don't speak up. They have to wait for it to be publicly acceptable to speak up, and then they speak up, because they're all muzzled. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's being muzzled. Everybody is muzzled. Like, these Black people are not free. They're not free. They have all this money, allegedly, right? And even their money, I don't even think they have access to their money. I think when you're rich in America, like especially if you're an athlete or you are an entertainer, I think the white people hold the money for you and they give you like a monthly allowance. I really do, because it's not possible. Like, imagine me. You think if I had $75 million, I'd be afraid to speak my mind? Like, seriously. Okay. Like, even Elon, I mean, you'd be like, okay, he's worth like 500 billion. But I'm just saying, like, you know, Elon, he's rich AF, so he speaks his mind. Hey, queen, right? But look how scared these black people are of speaking up. They're so scared. Like, they need to wait for like the trial. They're gonna wait for Carmelo to be acquitted. Then they're gonna be like, they're gonna feel, oh yeah, we always knew he was innocent, right? Because they all have white handlers. Like this lady here, Mara Davis, right? She probably Jewish, right? Look, you know, she's responsible for picking where are all the pictures? Hold on. She's responsible for you see, she picks out the guests. Like, she decides who gets to go on. Like, she's the casting person. She decides who gets to go on Cam's show. Like, she's the casting person. I'm like, oh my gosh, right? Look, you see this? That's Ice Cube, right? Look, white people. But then they'll talk about, oh, white, oh, black people love gangster music. Black people love drill music. Black people love violence. But it's always white people who want black people to be attached to this foolishness. Unbelievable. Like, everybody has a white person. Like I said, they all have white handlers. Look, you recognize the set. Look, Cam is right there. Look at his dreadlocks. Cam is right there. And his goofy hat. Look at the hat. Right? She decides to get, look, that's her too with Killer Mike. I'm like, why is a white woman responsible for choosing who gets to go on a show that caters to black people? Here she is in Yana Van Zandt. Here she is with Cheyenne. You recognize the set. Look. You see? She decides who gets to go on. She probably even chose this picture too, huh? Like, this is insanity. Look. Look who's this. This is crazy. This is so crazy, y'all. This is crazy, y'all. You see? She's the casting director. Now this one, Kristen, she's like the producer or something like that. But I'm like, why are they here? You know, like, because that's crazy. So, because I'm like, Cam should talk about it. I'm not even saying, of course, Davis, she's Jewish. Like, she's so Jewish. She's Ashkenazi. Like, she's so Jewish. Or her husband is, right? Because I'm like, it's a football. Like, these are football players. So I'm like, if anybody should talk about it, that black football player should. Even the pivot, Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark said, oh, I got to protect black women from a joke from Andrew Schultz. I'm like, fam, it's a joke. Because he said, oh, when you're white and you date a black woman, you grow your beard and then you lose your hair. Something stupid like this. I'm like, whatever, who cares, right? But I'm like, now this young black boy, he's fighting for his life. Recently, when they were on the pivot, they had Captain America on the pivot. Hold on. I don't know his name. Anthony Mackie, there you go, right? Okay, so they had Anthony Mackie on the pivot, right? These people are so, like, they're just so fake. These people are just so fraudulent. This is unbelievable. Okay, so they had Anthony Mackie on the pivot, right? So if you don't know this, hold on, where am I? Sorry. Where am I? I don't even know. I have so many tabs open. Child, I don't know. Where am I? I don't know. Y'all, sorry. I can't. I lost myself. Okay. Here we are, right? Cool. Sorry. Okay. So they have Anthony Mackie, which is Carmelo, and Captain America, right? Anthony Mackie, he's from New Orleans, right? He's from New Orleans, right? Then, then you have Ryan Clark, right? You have Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark is also, he's from New Orleans, but he's from the West Bank, right? Right? Here's Ryan Clark, the man who feels like he has to help black women. He has to protect black women from a joke. Like, what? There's a 17-year-old black boy football player just like you. When you were 17, you were in his shoes. Oh, now he's quiet. Like, what the freak? Like, are you actually okay? Right? But he's from Marrero. Like, if you're from New Orleans, you know, they're out, like, they're in the back. Like, it's on the West Bank. right? So I feel like Mackie, he's more like from like downtown, like Clarence, I don't know, like Claiborne or something. I don't know. Maybe like more like towards Claiborne. I don't know. But he's from Marrero. Ryan Clark is from Marrero. Okay? Carmelo, his family, they're from Baton Rouge. Even Kevin Gates. All his music, oh, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, wumpty wump wump. Okay, then say something. No, he got time to be out here. I'm going to eat your behind. Oh, what's her name? Brittany Renner. Like, do you see how cowardly these people are? Like, that's not even a joke, you guys. Right? Because my thing is, even if you feel like, oh, Marlene, I don't know enough, so I don't want to speak about it because what if he did what if he did mean harm? I get that. But at least you should say, let this boy have a fair trial. And if he's guilty, he's guilty. No, they're all quiet. The family's getting threatened. The judge is getting threatened. Everybody's getting doxxed. People's lives are at risk. Ryan is quiet because he probably has a Jewish handler too. So what I did this morning, no, you guys, this is real, y'all. This is real. I messaged Fred. Okay, I messaged him. You know, sorry, I can't even type today. Okay, I messaged him. Fred Taylor from the pivot. I messaged him because I'm like, big brother Fred, you got to talk about this. Like, even if you don't want to be like, oh, he's innocent, I'm not even asking you to do all that. I'm just saying, as a football player, what do you think should have happened? But then I also said, I don't know if you guys even own the pivot or if you are working with some Jewish people, because I have come to realize that the vast majority of Black Americans are not free. America is a plantation. Because how can you be so rich and you're afraid to speak your mind? How can you be so rich and you are, even if you're wrong, why are you scared to be wrong? Why are you afraid to stand up for a Black boy? Because they all work for white people. Everybody is owned by a white person. And also because they attract white people, and that's like they make money from white people, they don't want to offend white people. This is crazy. Like, I'm like, this is so crazy. This is crazy. Even Jay-Z, he was out here talking about prison reform. Carmelo was giving a $1 million bond. Doesn't that fit under the purview of like prison reform? Right? His lawyer, let me show you something, because he think he's slick. Jay-Z think he's slick. He think he is so slick. Me, Marlon, I see everything. Okay, I see everything. People think they're slick. People are not slick out here, child. I see it all. Okay, this is Spiro, right? This is Alex Spiro, right? This is Jay-Z's attorney. How in the world does Jay-Z's attorney end up doing legal defense for freaking Mayor Eric Adams? He charges like $5,000 an hour. So who do you think is paying for this? Like, we are not stupid. Like, Eric Adams is a mayor. Do you know how much he makes a year? Oh my Lord, I cannot do this. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Okay. So Eric Adams makes how much? Let me show you how much he makes. Okay. Eric Adams makes let's say $260 a year. How can he afford someone like Alex Spiro? How can he afford him? Because most likely Jay-Z's paying for it. Most likely Jay-Z's paying for it. And why would Jay-Z pay for that? Because when Trump gets elected, this is y'all gotta pay attention. We are not stupid. We're not stupid. Okay? You gotta pay attention. Like, you cannot allow anything to slip by you because it's happening right in front of you. They're just hoping that you're dumb enough not to see it, right? Eric Adams said, oh, I have a jail cell waiting for Trump, wumpty wump wump, until this whole migrant crisis gets to be ridiculous. Then he says to Joe Biden, I need money. I can't take care of these people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, he starts having all these legal troubles. When Trump gets elected, Eric Adams says, oh yeah, I'm going to work with Tom Homan. I'm going to work with ICE, blah, 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 right? So then all of a sudden, all his charges disappear, right? The Department of Justice, what's that white girl's name? I forgot her name. The one that Trump elected, right? All of a sudden, nobody wants to prosecute him. Charges disappear. Alex Spiro, who costs like $6,000, $20,000 per hour, shows up to be the attorney of a mayor that only makes $260 a year. At the same time, Jay-Z is getting sued, right? For the 14-year-old stuff, whatever, the girl that's 14, okay. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Alex Spiro comes in there to all of a sudden be legal representation for Eric Adams? For what reason? Think about that. You gotta think. Because behind the scenes, people are selling their voice. People are selling their influence behind the scene. Right? Since the Democrats are no longer in power, well, they can't protect me now. So let me find a way to go sell my services to the Republicans, to Trump. So what does he do? He sends a lawyer to represent Eric Adams because Eric is a connect to Trump and Department of Justice. Right? And a few days after this happens, what happens? The cases, the charges, whatever, the lawsuit against Jay-Z gets dropped. We are not stupid. We are really not stupid. Right? Do you see how this stuff works? Do you see how this stuff works? And so you start to realize that rich black people, influential black people in America are not independent people. They're owned. And not only are they owned, they are afraid. They are seriously afraid. So why are you afraid? Where is the money? Who has your money? Who has your money? Right? Who has your money? Even Kanye. Kanye has to wait to have a psychotic episode to lose it all, to really, really speak his mind. Why didn't you say all this before? Right? Because everybody out here is owned. They're all controlled. Even when they get married to white people, it's a form of control. I don't care what nobody says. Because you're in America, you cannot be black and just be by yourself. You're going to be black, you're going to be rich, you're going to be influential, have all kinds of followers, and then nobody's going to control you. No, because black people have to be controlled. Black people have to be sedated. Black people have to be radicalized. Black people have to be manipulated. Everybody out here is for sale. Because do you not find this weird, y'all? Do you not find this weird? I'm a regular person. I'm a regular stay-at-home mom who was like, okay, what is going on with this Carmelo situation? I mean, maybe I'm smart, but I'm not that smart. So ask yourself, people that have way more money than me, people that have way more resources than me, people that have access to the world's best criminal defense attorneys, right? You don't think they can make a phone call, but okay, what do you think about this case? What do you think? How do you think I can help out with this case? Right? But it goes to show you everybody has to wait for orders. Because these people are not independent. And Fumi called me yesterday. And she was like, Marlene, I realized the thing is that when you're black in America, you're really on your own. This black community stuff is not real, y'all. It really isn't. Even the fact that there were people who, myself included, but people who gave $400,000 to Carmelo, that's so impressive. But I'm telling you, there is no such thing as a community. Because if there was a real community, whether the boy is actually wrong, or in my case, the way I see it, he did the right thing, everybody will come to an agreement that because we have a constitution that does say that you are innocent until proven guilty, let's at least ask for him to have a fair trial. Boom. You don't even have to say, oh, he's innocent, he's not innocent. You don't even have to say that. But at least you can say, per the Constitution, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. The district attorney has to prove that you did this. If they say it's first-degree murder, they have to prove that it's first-degree murder. But the way so many African Americans, especially those that have so much money and so much fame, are so scared. They are so scared. They're oh my gosh, they're so scared to stand up for one of their own children. It's bewildering to me. What's the point of having all this money and being a coward? What is, I don't know, because for me, the way I see it, the whole point of having money is to have freedom, right? Maybe, I don't know if they're doing one. The whole point, when are they, I don't know, are they doing one? I don't know. If they are, I will watch it, right? The whole point of having money is being free. And we see it, we see it, we see it with, what's that man's name? Okay. We see it with Elon. Elon has money, so he does whatever he wants. Because he has money. I'm like, yeah, that's what having money looks like. Oh, where? On what channel? I don't know. I'm gonna play it in the background until I hear it. Because I don't think they're on yet. But I'm like, to me, it's like, if you have money, stand up. Like, stand up for something. No, he can be there. That's fine. Why would they can be there? He wants a moment. Let him be there, right? But it's like, you should be able to stand up for yourself. Like, you should stand up for something. You should be able to say, you know what? I don't know how this is going to play, but I just want to say the way the family's being treated and it's like that's excessive. Okay, that's really excessive. You know, these are three big ass football players. They've played football all of their lives. If I don't know, when y'all played in high school, did y'all you never sat under somebody else's tent? I don't know, right? But my point is, when you're a multi-millionaire, when you are the whole point of having money is to speak your mind. No, they'll speak their mind about foolishness, especially Cam. Multiple baby mamas. I can't be faithful. I want to have sex with all these people. I need to protect Black women from a joke. Like they always, I guess, do their activism, right? For the most stupid stuff. The most stupid stuff. Like nobody cares. Like no one cares. Debauchery, foolishness, gender wars, jokes. But I'm like, when it comes down to talk about real serious issues, they're nowhere to be found. Right? And I'm like, I don't know. And that's why I feel like America really is an apartheid state. I don't care what anybody says. America really is an apartheid state because Black people here always have to be juvenile. Black people always have to make everything a joke. Black people always have to have the most silliest conversations, like conversations that lead nowhere. And sometimes they cause even more divide. But when it comes to something serious, right? When it comes to something serious, do you have to wait for the boy to be acquitted before you say, okay, people need to calm down? Because at the end of the day, we were not there. Let the police do their job. Let the investigators do their job. Let the district attorney do their job. And even let the defense attorney do their jobs. No, everybody's quiet. Because, oh, a Black boy stabbed a white boy, so I don't want to say anything. I don't want to offend white people. I don't want to offend white people. But then people want to tell you that America is not racist. That if America is not racist, why are rich Black people, why are influential Black people scared to offend white people? Why are you scared of them? Right? Because if you didn't fear offending white people and maybe like losing a contract, losing money, losing sales, right? You will speak your mind, which lets you know the Black person is still for sale. The Black person is still being sold. And when you can't even own your own voice, when you don't even have the right to your own mind, unless you're talking about drugs, debauchery, multiple baby moms, high functioning, low functioning, going to prison, the goofy stuff they do in prison, right? It's crazy. Yeah, exactly, love. She said the Black community can't monetize off Carmelo's death because he's alive, so we can't make money off of him. They would rather see him die in order to take to the streets, ambulance chasers included. Yeah, it's really crazy. I'm like, people are being threatened. You have a family of like six, right? Carmelo's 17. Oh, like his little sister, his two little brothers, they're probably still elementary school. Look at how they have to live now. And you don't even say things like, okay, calm down. Let him have his day in court. No, they're all afraid. Even Brandon Marshall. I tried to reach out to Brandon Marshall also. Let me show you. Where is he? Even Brandon Marshall, another football player, right? You can't find his email anywhere. I don't know. I'm like, how do you get in contact with him? Right? And there's no way that these Black athletes who have these ginormous platforms, these ginormous podcasts, are not talking about something that happened to a young Black football player. Are you kidding me? It's like this is crazy. Like, even that's what yo. When I tell you, I have come to realize that even white supremacy, it doesn't even have a face to it. It's not just, oh, a white person, only a white person can be a white supremacist. No, you can be Black and be a white supremacist, because white supremacy is how you look at things. And if every time you look at a Black person, you see a guilty person, you see someone who's actually guilty first and then innocent, okay? You see a Black person as he's up to no good, he's this, and that. Even with a 3.7 GPA, it's not good enough. Even with 2 jobs, it's not good enough. Even being like the captain of your track team, the captain of your football team, it's not good enough. Like, how much do you have to do as a young Black teen to be good enough for people to give you the benefit of the doubt? You don't even have tattoos on your body. You're still not good enough. What does it take? This is crazy. Because part of me, I'm like, every day I feel like maybe I need to move my children out of this country, because it is crazy. Because it doesn't matter what you do. It's like you're a horrible Black student. Oh, well, you're an amazing Black student. You're both going to be treated the same way, right? You have 2 jobs and you have a 3.7 GPA. Not good enough. You have a 3.7 GPA. You have 2 jobs. You are captain of 2 different teams, track and football. It is still not good enough. You don't have a criminal record. It is still not good enough. No, I haven't. It's still not good enough. What do you have to do? You don't have tattoos on your body? Not good enough. You are from a 2-parent household? Not good enough. Like, it is never good enough. Like, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? Even for the vast majority of Black people to say, we have to give this child a chance because we were not there. No, everybody has a white master. Everybody's own. Even Charlemagne, he's also owned by the Ashkenazis, because of iHeartRadio. Hey, even the fact that he has a show with Andrew Schultz, who's also Ashkenazi, right? He's owned too. Like, everybody has a handler. Nobody is free. Nobody can speak for themselves, think for themselves. They have to wait for their white daddy to say, okay, you have the right to speak about this. You cannot speak about that. I want you to speak like this. I want you to say this. And I'm like, then how are you free? How are Black people in America actually free? How are you free when you have to wait for a white person to give you permission to talk? And when you talk, you have to talk the way that they tell you to talk. They even give you the talking points. So even what you're saying, they're not even your thoughts. These are orders. These are orders. They're just orders. You're not even speaking out of your own mind. You know? What's her name? Who's always like the one that's always going off? Tamika Mallory. Where is she? Where is she? Right? Like, where is she now? Where is Tamika Mallory to say, okay, at least let this young man have a fair trial. Let him have a day of court. My goodness. Right? Where is she now? She's nowhere to be found. Andrew is Irish. But when people say Ashkenazi, like Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews, these are European Jews, right? His name is Schultz, right? Yeah. There used to be a Schultz, like, way back in the 1920s. They used to, like, kidnap and kill Black people. That's why I remember that name. Because, like, Bumpy Johnson had to fight him because he just kept kidnapping and killing Black people. Oh, yeah, I saw it. I did. It's in my history. Hold on. It's in my history. I have it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see something. It's in my history. You're right. I have it. Oh my gosh, where is it? Now, this is just so crazy. This is so crazy. Oh, so I guess this is the father, like he wants to be seen. So this is him right there. So this is Jeffrey Metcalf, like he's doing this so he wants to be seen. So he wants a moment. That's fine. You can stay there, sir. Look at the man moving the camera. Okay. But I'm like, even this is a form of intimidation. You guys, I'm not trying to be funny, huh? But I really, I don't know. I don't have much faith. Like in the next like 25 years to come, I don't have much faith for the Black community. I really don't. I think like it's gonna be really, really bad. Like that, it really is everybody for themselves. Like, cause me, I couldn't imagine. I don't know. That's why I say like these people, maybe they don't have. Yeah, it's like it's a form of intimidation. Like, why is he there? Standing like, what? Like, is he? What is like? Has he talked to the parents before? He's like, he wants to make it so I'm taking a stand for my son. I'm like, it's giving Ku Klux Klan behavior, right? But you see, he can do all of this, and I feel like for the media and all these Black conservatives and the things they have said, right? It's a way of neutralizing Black people from being afraid to speak. Oh, Black people are racist. How can they even be racist? Maybe bigoted, sure, whatever. But I'm like, you don't have to like white people. Nobody has to like white people. Like, who can read? It's like asking Palestinians to like Israeli. Like, seriously? Seriously? Like, I'm like, the level of gaslighting from these people. The level of gaslighting from these people.
I know you're usually out.
This is a form of intimidation.
East Texas.
This is a form of intimidation. Okay, and I even feel like, and for me, I don't know, this guy, the family, I don't know. Oh Lord, it's just so much. Because that guy also, like Dominique Alexander, because I messaged him on Facebook and I told him, like, the way he talks also, his voice is always very shaky like this. It's like, you got to really practice how you talk because you don't give a fuck.
It's not the bidding at 5.
Robinhood Gold members get an IRA transfer boost of 2%.
But I don't think that this is the right way to go about this. Their first press conference should not look like this, but hey, we'll see, right? But I'm like, the family has to make sure that they are surrounded by people who understand how to do PR. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Yeah, like you cannot trust anybody. You know what I mean? You cannot trust anybody. Like, Black people are really on their own, y'all. Like, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's like the media, like and even the media belongs to someone, like conservative media, liberal media, whatever. They're owned by, every media is owned by white people. So whether it's if you see one narrative on the media, it's because some white person decided that was.
I'd like to introduce you to him if I can, because you're
right. This is what they do. Then they're gonna gaslight and say, "Oh, America's not racist." How is America not racist when white people run everything, especially the media? Because off of what the media said, millions of people made up an image in their head of Karmelo Anthony, right? Because of what the media said. Even though the media is not a lawyer, the media is not the courts. Hold on. The media is not the courts. The media has, like, these are just random ass journalists, right? Who just run narratives. You understand? But it's all those, I heard on the news. Okay, but what did you hear in court? I don't know, because you haven't been to court yet. And that's why I find it so despicable that you can have so many wealthy, affluent Black Americans, and the people are afraid to speak. You even know I even emailed Master P. Like, I really did. Like, I emailed Master P. I'm like, you have to speak up for this boy. But the problem is that who owns you? Like, who's the handler? Who are these people? This is sad. I'm like, this is really sad. Yeah, like it's really, really crazy. Like, to me, it's really, really crazy. It's really crazy. But let me play, because I came here for this fool. Oh no, the white boy who stabbed the person. That's what I was looking for. Hold on. Here it is.
Part of the highly anticipated trial for Kason Allison, who is charged with murder in the stabbing of Joe Ramirez at Belton High School back in May of 2022.
News 10's Isabella Quintanilla.
So this white boy stabbed a Latino. Is his family receiving death threats? Was his bond set at $1 million? Oh, this is so crazy. This is crazy.
In the courtroom all day today. She joins us now outside the Bell County Justice Center with more from the first day of the trial. Isabella.
Yes, that's right, Lauren and Gordon. The 156th District Court was packed today with families, friends, witnesses, and others, all who have been waiting nearly 3 years to learn the fate of now 21-year-old Kaysen Allison. We first heard from the state prosecutors who are charging Kaysen Allison with murder, saying he was intentionally cutting and stabbing Joe Ramirez, to which Allison pleaded not guilty. His defense attorneys then gave their opening statement implying it was self-defense. Defense attorney Zachary Boyd told the jury, quote, Kaysen was in the fight for his life, where he was jumped by 5 friends, end quote. We heard from 5 state witnesses today, including a 911 record custodian, the Belton ISD Director of Safety and Security, 2 teachers who saw the aftermath of the stabbing, and the school nurse. At the start of the trial, they played 5 911 calls from 2 staff members, 2 students, and a parent. In one of those calls,
so this white boy, you see, they're gonna tell America's not racist. So he stabbed the white Hispanic several times, right? And his bond was reduced to 174,000, but Carmelo's bond went from $1 million to $250,000. And these whites are mad about it. You got goofy people like Brandon. Even Brandon, I wonder if he can be sued. I truly do wonder. Like, I'm like, there has to be legal arguments to sue Officer Tatum. There's no way he can't be sued. I'm like, I refuse to believe he cannot be sued. Like, he needs to be sued for what he's doing. This is so reckless. This is so reckless.
A girl identified Kaysen, claiming she saw him running through the parking lot with a bloody nose. They then played security footage from several cameras showing Joe and 3 others walking into a bathroom. Kaysen and another boy walking in shortly after. 5 boys, including Joe, then ran out of the bathroom and split up, with Kaysen once again running out shortly after. We also saw footage of Joe running down the main hallway, bleeding onto the floor, and then collapsed as teachers and staff quickly surrounded him. Many of Joe's family and friends were in tears as they watched this all.
So their son stabbed somebody multiple times and they're crying. So this white boy, he can have empathy.
The first to get to Joe said, quote, his breathing was rapid and shallow. It appeared to me as if he had a punctured lung. Another witness, the school nurse, said they gasped when they cut open Joe's shirt, finding a gaping wound across his left chest. She also shared that a student
Why don't people make videos about this kid? I don't get it.
I'm Meredith Haas, live in the newsroom. It's been 1 year since Joe Ramirez lost his life after he was stabbed at Belton High School. Now, Kaysen Allison is accused of murdering him 1 year ago today, and he will be back on trial come July 7th of this year. Now, the family of Joe Ramirez says that this has been eating away at them, having him out on bond for the past year. But today they're deciding to celebrate Joe Ramirez's life with a memorial.
But why don't we have more people making content about this? I am so confused. Why are there more people covering this? This, if you see, and they're gonna tell you it's not racism. Like, even the media, why don't the media have a bunch of videos about this? I don't get this. I really do not get this. And it seems like now they're talking to the white man. Like, what is going on here? What is this dude doing? You know, I swear, this is a form of intimidation. This is a form of intimidation. Hold on. Sorry, let me stop this. Can y'all see? Is it still yellow for you guys? Why is it doing this? I can't see my. It's yellow, right? Yeah. What's going on? What's going on with StreamYard? Okay, here it is. So why is he putting himself there at the entrance? I don't get this. Y'all see it now too, right? You see it? The image is back on. Why is he positioning himself right there? I don't get that part. All of this is a way of intimidating people. He wants to intimidate these people because look where he's standing. So if you bump into him, you're gonna be like, oh, you touch me. That's how you know his sons were bullies. That's how you know his sons were bullies. Like, what is he doing? What is he doing? Like, seriously, what is he doing? What is he doing? So they can't speak. Only he can talk to the media. Like, only him and his family can talk to the media. Yeah, he's a bully. This is bully behavior. This is absolutely bully behavior. Like, why is he there? Why is he there? So that's the case. Then when they have the funeral, can Carmelo come to the funeral? Can his family go to the funeral? Like, this is crazy. This is a way of intimidating people. KKK behavior. This is a way of intimidating people. So I'm like, you should just cancel this. Like, because he doesn't want you to talk. He doesn't want you to speak. Because why is he doing all this? And he's being asked to leave. He doesn't want to leave. Like, why is he there? And my thing is, how did they even let anybody just get in there like that also? They're not doing their job. That NGN, what's it called? NGAN people, like, I don't know. I truly hope that they're not looking for a moment. Because, you know, everybody wants to use a cause to build their name. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to use a cause to build their name. I hope. Yeah, bunch of bullies. So your son, and you know what's so funny about this? When it came to his son, he was like, oh, he said what? What did Hunter say? That Carmelo can't sit under their tent because he doesn't go to their school. Now, their dad, he's not invited to the event, but he's going to be there. So when it's y'all, people got to respect your property or your tent. But when it's you guys, you can't respect people. You can't respect people's spaces. You see how they are? It's one measure for them. It's another measure for everybody else. Did you know those twins there that's getting their life together? You can stop people from going where they want, just like you also. I don't understand what you're saying. I have a hard time. I don't understand your statement. I'm sorry, it's a lie. I mean, to me, honestly, I think they should be able to speak. Like, at least speak on how they raised Carmelo, like, because the narrative out there is just so awful, right? But I just feel like if you're going to have an event also, you should have proper security. And also,
let's start the bidding at 5.
Robinhood Gold members get an IRA transfer boost of 2%. When you transfer in an IRA or old for
what I feel is that for me is like, if you're going to have an event like that, right? If you're going to have, you're just doing what you folks do. You said, I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't understand your gibberish. Like, speak proper English. Like, I don't get it. But anyways, what I'm saying is, if you're going to have an event like that, you should have security. Does that mean like you should have passes? Like, people should have proper passes. People should sign up. And then when they come at the door, you check people and their passes. And if you don't have a pass, you can't get in. That's it. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you should also have police there too, right? If you're not invited, if you don't have a proper press pass, you cannot come in. So that's why I'm saying, like, the NGAN people, I don't even think they know what they're doing. I'm like, are you looking for a civil rights moment? Like, you're trying to build your name? Because you see, why is he even walking there? Okay, now the police has to come. He's doing too much. Why is he doing all of
Hello,
this?
everyone.
All this
We
is attention-seeking behavior.
About to approach and get started in a few minutes.
This guy Dominique, he has to
Testing,
work
1, 2,
on his
3,
like.
testing, 1, 2, 3.
He has to work on his confidence. Like, oh, he's not a good orator. He's like, his voice is always shaky. Like, you'll have to be organized when you do stuff like this. Like, they're not organized. Like, this is very serious. I don't know. Because I'm like, if you want to do a press event, right? Sir, if you don't know how to talk, I'm going to ban you from my channel. I don't have time for this. Okay? I'm going to ban you from that.
We can put some house rules.
Okay? Because when it came to Hunter and Carmelo sitting under their tent, it got physical. They put their hands on people. Their father came to an event where he's not invited. Nobody touched him. And even to remove him, they called the police. Proper procedure. So learn, right? So right, you people, one more time, I'm gonna have a slew of barbarian words coming out of my mouth. Play with me. You got one more chance. You're gonna be banned. Play with me, right? When Carmelo sat under their tent, it got violent for sitting there. Their father is coming to an event where he's not invited. Nobody's touching him. People are communicating with him. And because he doesn't want to leave, they're calling the police. They're not grabbing him. Are they grabbing him the way Austin grabbed Carmelo? But you people do whatever you want. Yes, white people, you do whatever you want. You think you can put your hands on people. Foolishness. Go wait for your Chinese job to come back to America. Foolishness. Did you see anybody touch that man? Did you see anybody put their hands on that man? No, you did not. But when Carmelo sat under their tent, their school tent, what happened? He got threatened. They put their hands on him, even though it was raining. So who has civility here? Who can actually follow the law? You don't touch people. If you want someone removed, you call the police, which is what the black people did. Okay? So write your foolishness one more time. See what happens. You will be banned. Out of order. Out of order. Such a bunch of hypocrites. This white man is in there in an event meant for black people. Nobody is touching him. He was not invited. He doesn't belong there. But still, nobody is touching him. People try to reason with him. He doesn't want to hear it. Okay, cool. They call the police. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. Banned. Gotta go. You'll be banned before that happens. Go somewhere. Banned. People think it's a joke. They think it's a joke. I banned with the quickness. Do you even know, like last night, I also I blocked Dumb Told You. He got blocked last night. Oh Lord, it was like early this morning. He tried me one last time. I was like, oh no, I've had it up to here with you. I was like, this morning, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Dumb Told You tried me. He got blocked. Blocked, hide user from my channel, you name it. Yeah. They're insane. No, because it was like, because you know how like on the community page, I had posted like the student code of conduct from the school. And he's like, oh, page 7, it talks about not bringing a knife to school. I'm like, you're such a racist, right? So you're going to go straight to the knife. What about you can't force somebody to act? What about everything else that's written? What about all the bullying stuff? What about asking somebody to move? What about them knowing jiu-jitsu, right? You don't bring that up. You want to talk about the knife. Like the knife was just out there just being brandished in people's faces. He got blocked. I told him, you know what? I said, you know what? It's my fault because Dumb Told You for so long, I have allowed you to be disrespectful, make your goofy ass joke because I was feared for your mental health because I think you're lonely in England. You ain't got no friend because what kind of white person has so much time to be consumed by black issues living in Europe? Make it make sense. I thought, okay, maybe you might delete yourself. So I entertained you. But even that's my fault also. So I'm like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. He got blocked last time. I don't want to see you again. And if he comes back with his other account, I will block that one too. I even told Lacey, she's like, yeah, Marlene, you told him on Thursday that if he tried you, he's going to be blocked for 3 months. I'm like, yeah, he thinks it's a joke. Because they think, oh, we're white. Nobody's going to enforce the rules. I blocked them this morning and I slept so peacefully. Tired of this. I'm like, you don't know when to stop playing. You don't know when to stop making your stupid, dry ass jokes. No, they're not even funny. You pest. They're not even funny. I don't find your goofy jokes funny. Right? But you know what, though? It's my fault. It really is my fault because for far too long, I've entertained your foolishness. So he got blocked this morning. Go somewhere. I wish I knew his other account. I would block that one too. I don't want to see him again. Out of order. Why would he take a plea deal? Why? And my thing is, and I think maybe that's what they also want. Like, let's put so much pressure on the family. Let's put so much pressure, like fear of their lives, that they'll just give in and take a plea deal, whatever. Like, that's what they want. No, why would they take a plea deal? For what reason? For what reason? You got to stand for something in this life. If you believe in self-defense, you fight for your life. Why take a plea deal? He just got out yesterday. What plea deal? Let these goofy-ass white people put as much pressure as they want. They're not God. They are not God. You got to be just like China, okay? Even Iran. Iran is still standing. Yeah. But Marlene, where I stand with this NGAN people, I don't think the family is well surrounded. Like, these people, to me, don't come off as professionals. I don't even know how they got a hold of the family. But I don't think they're structured people who know how to get things done. Because anybody who heard that defense attorney say, "Why were you chosen?" Well, I don't know why I was chosen. He should have been fired. And when I messaged Dominique, I told him that. I'm like, y'all need to fire that lawyer. You have to fire him. Because how can he say he doesn't know why he was chosen? How can he say that? That they don't seem like serious people. And I'm like, the dad also has to wake up. Like, wake up. And you have to pray. Anybody that comes near you to try to help you, just because they have black skin, doesn't mean they're qualified to help you. You have to wake up. You got to wake up. And why is it even taking so long to start like this? Like, all this is so disorganized. This is ridiculous. I'm like, block. I'm going to ban people so quickly. I think it's a joke. Yeah, but that, like, even me is like, that just shows you, like, they didn't plan the event accordingly. Like, the event was not properly planned. They didn't plan it properly because they should have known, okay, who is coming, issue passes, have someone at the door, and make sure you check ID and you check a press pass. You don't have one, you're not coming in. What's the rush of doing things if you're not going to do things the right way?
All right, guys and girls, about a minute.
Look at how he's walking. Look at him. Like this. Why is he so big like that? Look at how he's walking. Like, you have to be serious. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Look at this. Wearing tennis shoes, wearing Nike shoes, like wear dress shoes, like wear suits, look like serious people. Oh my gosh. This is insanity. This is insanity. I mean, I even think the daddy should talk. I think the father should talk. And he should talk about the son he raised. Talk about the son you raised. Like, because people have to see them as human beings. And also, like, yeah, like, always like so unserious. Like, this is a very serious matter. Right? I'm like, dress accordingly. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How can you walk around in tennis shoes, Nike shoes on? Like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Like, it's just insane. Now, look, now there's somebody here with the card, like the person with the card. Like, what is this? There's a whiteboard. There's no design behind. Like, there's no, like, I mean, do a proper step and repeat. Do a proper step and repeat. Like, what is this? Oh, my Lord. Hey, Chelsea, what's up? Look at them wearing tennis shoes. Like, what are they wearing? Like, is this like a Def Jam party? I don't even know who's about to speak, girl. This is a hot mess. I just feel like these are people who just want to be famous. They're using this to have clout for their name. Like, oh my gosh, like, they can't do the work. I need to be in charge of this. Like, I don't know who's giving them advice. Like, this is horrible. This is horrible. How do you reach out to the family? Out here wearing tennis shoes, what with the track shoes, the cowboy, like what is this? Wear a proper suit, dress in a proper suit. Oh Lord, Jesus Christ, y'all, this is a lot. He said the cameraman is messy. Yeah, they're very messy. Even that too, there's no control. Where should the camera be? Then turn the cameras off until you're ready. Turn the cameras off until you're ready. Why are we filming all of this? Because they didn't plan this properly. Oh, we have to speak. We have to speak. Okay, how are you going to speak? When are you going to speak? Where are you going to speak? What are you going to say? Who is going to be there? How's it going to be recorded? My goodness, this is so disorganized. I mean, if they're out here listening to this Dominique person, who knows what they are? Like, it's just so crazy. It's just so crazy.
Robinhood Gold members get an IRA transfer boost of 2%.
What is this?
Check, test 1 2, mic check, test 1 2.
Oh my Lord.
Thank you.
You should tell the people to turn off the cameras until you're ready to go. Like, even when the Metcalf father was there, turn off the cameras. Turn off the cameras. Because he's looking for a moment. And you know he wanted people to put hands on him. Oh, look, they're touching me. They're touching me. You guys, make sure you like the live, please. Make sure you like the live. Make sure you like the live. So they can come to your space when they're not invited, but you can't sit under their tent. Can you make sense? Do you see that? That's why I said it's racism. So he can't sit under your tent, but you can come to their event uninvited. That makes perfect sense to you. Oh, I'm not invited, but I'm going to go there anyways, right? I'm going to make a scene. But when it comes to y'all, nobody can sit under your school's tent, but you can come to people's event uninvited to cause a scene. This brother needs to wear a suit. Carmelo looks like his dad. Come on, family, I gotta be strong. You like the bow ties, and his dad likes these whole bow ties and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna spread this across y'all before I get started.
He's not a great speaker, but he keeps wanting to speak. Brother Anthony, what's your first name? Oh, I feel so sad for them. Oh,
if any one of your cameras are.
You see, he's not organized. They're so young. I think he looks like daddy. I think he looks like his dad.
1 2 3 1 2 3. Testing, testing, testing. We all good? We all good? Okay. All right. I want to start off this press conference to say something as a deep note that I can tell America. What we've seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, these are my words. Don't quote anybody.
Why is he even talking about the father's
disrespect to the dignity of his son?
Why are you even talking about this? Oh, Lord, shut up.
Their work from the beginning has respected the loss of life. No matter our opinion of it, we have kept our opinion close. We have not attacked. We have not shared the information that was shared with us about Austin Metcalf, because we respect the dignity of life and loss. And as a minister,
what minister?
I would not attack a grieving family, even if I disagree with them.
What?
When I have stood before this podium,
You see, oh gosh, you want to be a Team MLK. What is this?
I ask for that same manner of respect. And even when the shoe is on the other foot, I will not do that.
Oh my gosh.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it.
Well, that he has a point.
So I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing,
sir, stop
a
talking about
political
this. Make
thing
here for
of
the
hate, yet bigotry and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. It is outright disrespectful.
But do that on your own
We haven't
time.
been doing it.
Do that on your
The
own
Next
time.
Generation Action Network has been here, popular and unpopular.
What?
So regardless of what going on, that was disrespectful. Disrespectful.
Okay.
And I will leave it to y'all to define it. But of course, we want to.
Let's start the bidding at 5. Robinhood Gold members get an IRA transfer boost of 2% when you transfer in an IRA or old 401k by April 30th.
Determined in spirit, not just as an advocate, but as a Black man, as a father, as a protector, community, and children. There are 4 critical points I must address today, and I want to make sure that the public and the media and everyone who believes in truth and justice. First, the misinformation about the fund. From the very beginning, there was an intentional disinformation surrounding the fund created in the support of the Anthony family. The Karmelo Anthony Fund, hosted by Give, Send, Go. Let's be clear. The family has not received one dime. Any of the media could have verified this, but we saw on Twitter, we saw on Facebook, and so many different things of the false, lavish life of this family. $800,000 home, purchase Escalade, and private security. Let me make this very clear. The Next Generation Action Network has always had its security detail. Many of you that know us in the Dallas and Fort Worth media know that we have our own security detail. One of the individuals that escorted Karmelo Anthony out of jail is here present with us now. They are a part of the Next Generation Action Network security team. The family hasn't hired any private contractors or whatever, or splurged or whatever. But if they have the audacity to spend money for their safety and security, that's their prerogative. The family has not withdrawn, and just until recently, just yesterday, they were officially notified by Give, Send, Go that they could start the withdrawal process. But if anybody know about this process, they know that that takes about 2 to 3 days to withdraw from that and actually hit any account. But this blatant propaganda wasn't just about It wasn't just about the fund. It was to discourage the public from giving to the fund. That's what this was about. Because just like TMZ was able to call, give, send, go, everybody in the media, in these news outlets that I've never heard before, could have did the same thing. When I first called Give, Send, Go, they gave me every information that I needed. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say on regards to that. Let me make this very clear. This family never authorized a single fund on the GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraudulent.
Oh my gosh. This dude. Like, why are you talking about money? Talk about Carmelo's character first. Then you talk about money. It's about what is this? Now he gonna knock the mic over. Doing too much. What is all this? Oh.
All of the funds that was raised on that platform were fraud. Okay? The family was the first to report these funds. One of the funds we identified raised up to 11,000. So a post about anything that stated that GoFundMe took everything down regarding Karmelo Anthony, that was at the request of the family and their supporters. This family never tried to create an account on GoFundMe. The Next Generation Action Network is very well aware of the company's policy regarding raising funds for legal defense. Okay? Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety. People have sat outside their house, sent objects delivered to their door, publicly harassed, online and in person. This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dare to stand and demand justice in a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. But let me say this loud and clear. We are not scared. We are not moving.
What are you talking about?
We will not be silent.
What are you talking about? What did you say? Amina, what did you say? Please slow down. Let the people express themselves. This is their first time making an appearance. Exactly. They're just girl. Amina, I'm not. Don't play with me. Okay. Don't be slow. When I say don't address it, what we are saying is things have to be sequential. If people are out here making Carmelo to be a child who went to the track meet with a butcher knife in his book bag, seeking which white boy to stab in the heart, with a psychopath or whatever, the first thing is talk about Carmelo first. That is the most important thing. Don't talk about the dad or the money. Who cares? They can think whatever they want to think. It doesn't matter. The most important thing here is to say Carmelo is just not that kind of kid. The child we raise would never intentionally do this to a person. My child's not going to come to school with a knife to stab somebody. We gave them this knife because he works at the mall. He works there at night. So the staff was always for his protection. It had nothing to do with the track meet. Why would a child go to the track meet with a knife? He works at the mall. He works at Foot Locker. Like, this is so crazy. He works at Foot Locker. He drives a luxury vehicle. So you just never know. Because if you work night shift at the Foot Locker, when you have to walk to the car, somebody might stab your ass. You understand? The most important thing is to talk about Carmelo. You think a lot of people are going to wait for 2 hours for him to eventually talk about Carmelo? No. White people have their mind made up about this money. And they know damn well you can't buy a house with $400,000. You can't buy a house and an Escalade and private security and a lawyer with $400,000. It's not $40 million. Like, you just allow people to distract you. We're not satisfied because you have to be strategic. That's the problem. Black people always want to be so damn lazy. You got to do things the right way. That's why when you give a speech, everything got to be sequential. What is the most important thing? Is it the GoFundMe or Carmelo's character? People have a short attention span. They can barely watch a TikTok that's 1 minute long. They're goofy as hell. People haven't learned anything from Trump. Trump, he says everything he has to say like off the bat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs, right? Oh, she wants to use your money for sex surgeries. Get to the point, because American people, the vast majority of American people, they have the attention span of a 5-year-old. They have the reading comprehension level of a 3-year-old. They're not going to go sit through this. They're very lazy. So don't talk about the money. Talk about the boy. Talk about his character. Say he will never do this. If this happened, he was really afraid. Talk about how he saved somebody when he was 14 years old and he jumped in a pool to save a drowning boy. Talk about his character. This money thing, who cares? If they really think that you can buy a house, a Mercedes, an Escalade, and security with $400,000, so be it. I didn't know that home prices were like $5 today in America. I didn't know that. People are going to believe what they want to believe. You have to make a message to those who want to believe in Carmelo so they can keep giving money. Stop trying to get people who don't care for you. So yes, he's not organized. So yes, I am not satisfied. This is very serious. We're talking about first-degree murder. Someone is dead. Somebody might go to prison for life. And you over here talking about a GoFundMe. Who gives a fuck? Let them think whatever they want to think. They don't like you. They will never like you. But for the people who are still undecided, like, should I defend Carmelo? Should I not defend Carmelo? Let them know. If you put your money on Carmelo, you will not lose. If you want to bet on Carmelo, you will not be shamed. Because the boy that I raised will never do this. If he took out the knife, he was scared. My God. He works at the mall. He has a, who cares exactly? So who is he? Who am I? Then why are you here? Why are you on my live? Right? Exactly. So why are you here? So obviously I'm good enough for you to watch, right? So that's who I am. You can leave. You can leave. Or you want me to ban you? You don't have to be here. Right? You knew I was a nobody when you clicked on my live. Did you not? Am I Beyonce? Do I look like Kelly Rowland? Do I even look like Viola Davis? Do I look like Viola Davis? Do I look famous to you? Have you ever seen me on TV? You knew I was a nobody. You knew I was a nobody when you clicked on this live, right? Exactly. I was a nobody. I'm a complete stranger to you. I'm a nobody. I'm a stay-at-home mom of 3. I was a nobody when you clicked on this live. Do I look like Beyonce? Do I look like Kelly Rowland? Do I look like Viola Davis? Of course I'm a nobody, but you clicked on it too, right? So don't ask me who I am now. You should have asked that first, right? Go find somebody famous or bigger to go listen to. Why are you here? Why are you here? You people are so nonsensical. It's like you always want black people to be exactly, be impressed with a bare minimum. Who cares about the GoFundMe? It's so inconsequential. They're out here making this boy to be a heinous murderer who just kills white people for fun. Foolishness. But you're free to go. Like exactly, we're here to people who don't know Carmelo. Let them know who Carmelo is. Yeah, I have 3 boys. I'm not acting like I'm Viola Davis. Like, what the freak? Like, do I look like Kelly Rowland? Do I even look like, a little bit like Little Kim when she was darker, but I'm not Little Kim. Like, what the heck? I'm not famous. I was never famous. And when you clicked on this live, you knew I wasn't famous. I'm a nobody. I have like 40 people in my live. Why are you here? Yeah, if you leave, it makes it 39. The heck? Make it make sense.
What I've always said as the president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor.
Let's start the bidding at 5.
Robin Hood Gold members get an IRA transfer boost of 2%.
Ask for permission to stand up for the rights of our children. The Next Generation Action Network has stood on.
He's promoting his business. He's promoting his business
and ensuring that justice is served.
This is not promoting his business.
Now, getting to the information that the Next Generation Action Network wanted to share with the public today, and I will go ahead and pass it over to the mother. And once I make this statement, okay?
Man.
All right.
Like he thinks we're the black church.
There's 2 more final. For the last week and a half, the Next Generation Action Network has engaged in communications with Frisco ISD to ensure that Karmelo Anthony's due process is not violated. We know that in the state of Texas, there are things that are discretionary things and decisions by the leadership of Frisco ISD, right? There are clear guidance in the state and education code regarding expulsion of a student. We have asked several times. We didn't just rush. We have had these conversations over the last several days. And we have stated that it is just outright wrong to get involved in this. Carmelo Anthony doesn't have to walk. He doesn't have to involve in any senior activities. But Carmelo Anthony is a 3.7 GPA student. And if he doesn't even go to class for the remainder of the year, he would graduate, okay? We've asked that Frisco do not make a decision in this situation. But Frisco ISD has notified of their intent to expel Carmelo Anthony from school 1 month before his high school graduation. That just shows me that Frisco ISD is trying to push off the blame. And what I have not heard the media say, as many media outlets have asked us what went on, I'm trying to find how many of y'all have asked the superintendent or one single board of trustee, why didn't you cancel or postpone? With weather in that magnitude, you couldn't have a track meet in rain or thunderstorm
What
or
are we
clouds.
talking about?
Y'all are the media. Ask your journalists, your weather journalists, how the weather was that day and that time. Y'all do that research. Because as a person who is the administrator of your children, you are responsible for the safety of the children.
He's not a lawyer.
And
He's
so
a
it seems
protocol
as
minister.
if Frisco ISD
What
is
are
trying to
we
push
talking
this off
Oh, Jesus Christ.
by making this decision that they do not have to make. So the Next Generation Action Network, outside of the legal process, will be going through different avenues regarding to ensure that we fight for the rights of Carmelo Anthony, okay? So in the next coming days, we will be announcing to the public.
Exactly. Call Dr. Umar.
We will do direct action.
I don't know
outside
why
of
people
Frisco
think they have to
ISD
talk. He
administration
wants to be seen. He wants press.
because this is outright
This
wrong.
is insane. This is
You are getting involved in a process that even the legal process has asked us to respect.
Then
And
get
we're
a
asking
lawyer.
you to do that same thing.
Get a lawyer.
You do not have to get involved in this situation. But it seems that even with us going and meeting or having conversations, they have made their mind up. And we want to make sure that the records, that we talk truth to power in regards. I wanted to lay this out to ensure, because of the sensitivity of this case, there are so many moving factors that I have to explain so that this family does not have to explain. Let me say this about
He's not the lawyer.
and let me
He's
repeat
an activist. And then let him do all of this.
Guys can
Wow.
go to the Frisco Police Department.
Oh my.
The reason why the family or me or anybody with direct knowledge of this cannot talk about the particulars of what happened in that tent, I know you know this is all law, is because if anybody tell you there was an adult near or inside or whatever, this current investigation knows nothing about that. Everybody involved at this point of our knowledge are minors. In the state of Texas, you know we cannot release or talk about minors. So stop asking us the question. Stop. It's no. We can't even do it if we wanted to. Okay? We can't talk about it. So don't ask. There is a court of law that will express everything, will lay out everything.
They really
we
do.
can't
They
talk
really
about
do.
it if we wanted to.
They really do.
Okay? So make it clear. Go back, confirm with Frisco
Sir,
Police
you
Department.
talk too damn
Go
much.
back,
Shut
confirm
up.
with the district
Shut
attorney.
up. Oh my gosh, just be quiet.
Even in the bond hearing,
Why does he
you
talk so
didn't
much
see
like that?
a single thing said about people that was indirect.
Don't write
They're
that.
minors.
Don't write that. Don't write that. Don't write that. Don't write that.
Okay? So stop. The social media, stop. I haven't saw not one person single-handedly get this right.
They're not gonna stop. You're so
They're
slow.
minors, y'all.
You get used
Just
to it.
stop. We can't. Don't send another inquiry to NGAN inbox. Do this, all of that. That's the reason why we felt like it was important to do this press conference today. We can't talk about it. So if you ask me, I'm just going to look at you, okay? So I'm telling the world, everybody know the state law. I'm not creating it. We can't talk about it. This family can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Nobody, unless you want to be sued. You release one of those 16-year-olds or 15-year-olds or 17-year-olds, the law of
talk about Carmelo. I wish I had like a tomato.
So don't ask that question.
You talk too much.
Finally, in regards to this judge, I do not know Judge Angela Tucker. I've never met her, never known her.
It's all about him.
Nowhere near.
He wants to be famous. He's looking for his personality moment. His Ben Crump moment.
She was going to hear the riff.
He wants to be famous.
But the ugly attacks
he wants to be. This is
just shows Black America that no matter what you pick in the ballot box, and that is your constitutional right.
Oh, jeez.
It's people out here reminding us of the Black struggle in America.
Oh my God.
This woman is a registered Republican, has been for years. She put herself through school, she raised her family, she did everything. I'm a registered Democrat, proud.
It shows.
I'm the chair of the Dallas County Democrat Resolutions Committee. I don't know that woman. And to call her leftist is just downright.
Right here, we are here for Carmelo.
The bond that was given is according to law and consistency with practice. If Aaron Dean can get a $300,000 bond when he killed a Tatiana Jefferson, Karmelo Anthony can get a $250,000. If Amber Geiger can get a $200,000 bond when she kills Botham Judge in his own home, he can get a $250,000. If Roy Oliver can get a $250,000 bond after he kills Jordan Edwards, all white officers, why couldn't Karmelo Anthony be entitled? A child with no background, no criminal background, no endangerment to the community, none whatsoever, be placed on a ELM in.
And then this girl here, why is she dressed like this? Why is she dressed like this? Like she out here like she just brought in her pajamas. Why is she dressed like this? But these Black people can be so unserious at times. Why is she dressed like this? If you're part of the team, you can't wear a suit, like a proper dress or something. Look at her, like she just rolled out of bed, pajamas, like a shirt pajama, legs showing, white socks. Like oh my gosh, this is unbelievable.
Please help me understand.
This is crazy.
Make this make sense.
This is crazy.
It's consistency. It's consistent with practice.
This is crazy.
After this, y'all, so that we'll know, this will be our final press conference until this trial. We will not speak to the media again after this, okay? Don't ask for comment, question, or whatever it is. The actions that the Next Generation Action Network take on Frisco ISD will be as separate from the legal process because we want to make sure that Karmelo Anthony's due process, this is going to be a jury case. And then let me make this very clear. This is a case that has not even been indicted. So under the guise of Texas law, it's not even really proceeding to a trial yet because it has not even went through a grand jury to be indicted. We don't know if a grand jury will indict or not. We don't know. That's in the district attorney's hands, okay? And their legal team is preparing a packet for those things, and we will not be talking about the legal process regarding this case, okay? So after today, I just want the media to know, and I want the public to know, I don't care what you say about me. I've been in this thing for
over 30
years.
minutes talking about himself.
Tried, tested, and
We're gonna put up with this? You're gonna put up with this? Oh crap.
I'm gonna just say, I'm from Oak Cliff. Worser things have been said about me, baby. You ain't gotta inbox me, you ain't gotta tell me. I am the first person to tell my testimony. I don't have to.
Look how he's scratching his face.
To nobody.
This is about him. He's a narcissist.
I am a proven testimony standing.
Sir, it is not about you.
That God, even when you make mistakes,
Jesus.
God is not finished with your story. I'm gonna bring this mother.
You said that 20 minutes ago.
And it has taken her a lot of strength, y'all,
to
come and do this today. And I want you guys to respect her as she read this and giving her the respect that she deserves, y'all.
Oh my. Finally.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Karmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband worked hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved,
amen,
nurtured,
amen,
and supported every step of the way. In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family. His mental health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her. And let me be clear, the claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly. In reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to. He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, we will not speak publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day.
Rainy day.
There's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair. We believe in the legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family,
we got you, sis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
From the bottom of our hearts.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We ask for your continued support.
I will. I'll be out.
Patience.
I'll be out.
And prayers
sure.
as we navigate this difficult process. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got you, sis. Don't cry. Don't cry. Oh, not him again. Oh, vraiment.
I'm going to show something up.
Why isn't the father talking?
Of a post. You come for me, I come for you. Sarah Fields. Never heard of this woman. This is the kind of despicable things that led to the father being here. Political operatives motivating this family with hate.
America is racist.
Karmelo Anthony posted on something that shows, posted here. These are the type of lies that are threatening this family. Posting the family's picture. These are the type of lies. She's getting millions of views on this.
What is he even doing?
Sarah. She's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I ask, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy, he should be afforded the same rights that Cal Rittenhouse had, Daniel Penny, and all of the people who have claimed whatever their defense was. He should be
exactly. Just have the mama, like, shut up.
Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Cal Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything. So since they're trying to come for us, I call for the community's overwhelming support for this fund. The disinformation that was put out was literally deliberate to prevent you from helping this family. Mm-hmm. And I want you to give overwhelming support to show them the community united can never be divided. And I'm going to say this again, and this is for everybody. Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. It's what we live as a reality every day. It's what we have to teach our children. We don't want to, but we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a Black man in America. And what y'all just showed to Judge Tucker is just reminded that hate and bigotry and racial reconciliation in this country, we have respected the process. I believe that Austin Metcalf is about to have his funeral. And I wouldn't dare, even with the information I know, and plenty of people can share that and all that, but we have prevented from speaking about that in these type of public forums. It will come out.
So you've
They
already
have a
said
more
this
than
before.
well-capable
Oh my God.
attorney, and this family will go through a process of being able to get prepared for this trial. So I just say this real quick. This is our final time speaking to public and holding a press conference regarding this particular case. Now, the Next Generation Action Network will talk about Frisco ISD, but we will not do this. I will not ask this mother to do this again. The attorney will not. We won't do this again. Don't ask. We will see you at trial. Whatever venue that is, we will see you there. I stand 10 toes down supporting this family. And I want to thank all of the community leaders and people that I've seen that have came here today. Bishops and pastors and clergy, community leaders with respectability in this community. I see them today, and I want to thank them for their presence because this family needs strength right now. Thank you, and God bless you.
But why didn't the dad talk? Why is he not talking? What is this? Why didn't the dad talk?
So much for a news conference.
Seriously.
It's not a news conference.
Look at what women being paid so much for a news conference.
Hey, okay. Hang on.
Look at him talking mess. You hear him talking mess? You hear a white man talking mess? Please. Y'all wasting your time trying to convince white people. You are really wasting your time. They need somebody better. Because he talks a lot. This is just, I don't know. I wish I knew a person that knew the family. I would talk to the family. He was like, oh, so much for a news conference. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like, so much for a news conference. That's not a news conference. You didn't hear him? Talking shit? Listen right here. Listen carefully. Listen.
Standing with y'all.
So much for a news conference. It's not a news conference. Hey, okay.
We standing with y'all.
So much for a news conference.
I just saw you guys. My bad. I'm like, a mess. I mean, the best part was her talking, but she should have talked from the start. The father should have spoken, and then he could have done his other stuff behind, like after the fact. But to make her wait that long for her to speak, that's just out of order. Sorry, you guys. Okay. Shamira, Shamira, what's her name? Shamia? That's your name? Shamia? Shamia? Shamia, don't do that. I truly hate when people act like people are like intellectually dishonest. Please stop. I truly despise that. I really do. Right? When you deal with people, also you have to deal in good faith. Right? You know, and everybody should know by now that most American people don't have a wide attention span. You might get like a good minute out of these people. There's a reason why short content is so popular now, right? You can't even get somebody to sit down for 5 minutes. So assuming people only have 5 minutes to give you, what is the most important thing you should say? Okay, we have to be professionals. We have to be adults, and we have to stop assuming that every person was raised in a Black church where people can ramble and ramble and ramble and ramble for hours, where service starts at 9 and it ends at like 3 p.m. Right? Most people didn't grow up like that. Most people are also not Black. If you only have 5 minutes, even 2 minutes, right? What are you going to say? What matters more, the GoFundMe or Carmelo's character? Like, make it make sense. Did you come in to hear about the GoFundMe and what they're doing with the GoFundMe money? Do you even care? Do you truly care? Do most people even care about this GoFundMe stuff? No one does. Why are you allowing these goofy ass people to drag you in a whole different arena? They're trying to take you off your course. You got to stay focused. What truly matters? Everybody's saying, oh, why did he bring a knife to the track meet? Why he bring a knife? Why he bring a knife? You should say because he works at the mall. It has nothing to do with the track meet. Carmelo works at the mall. Even the racism. Like, let them be. They know they're racist. The most important thing, the goofy thing they're saying is, oh, why did he bring a knife to a track meet? Why did he bring a knife to a track meet? As if he brought the knife just for the track meet. He works at the mall. He works at Foot Locker. And most likely he has night shifts because he goes to school. Like he can't work there during the day. This is on weekends. He drives a Lexus. He drives a Jeep. So maybe that's why he has a knife. Because when he ends the shift, the mall closes at 9:30. Then you got to clean up. By the time you're done, it's 10 o'clock, 11, 10, 15. And you walk to the back. You walk to your Lexus in the dark. You just never know. That's why he has a knife. It has nothing to do with the track meet. People have questions. Answer the questions. Who cares about the freaking ass GoFundMe? They're not stupid. White Americans know the price of a trailer mobile home and the price of a home. They're not stupid. Even those who live in a trailer, they know how much a trailer costs and they know how much a house costs. Where in Frisco, Texas, can you get a house for $400,000? That doesn't make no damn sense. Like, these white people are gaslighting y'all and y'all falling right in their trap. Ignore these people. Like, they're clowns. White people don't know how to add now. All of a sudden, with $400,000 in this economy, in this recession, you can go to Frisco, Texas, buy a house, a mansion, and an Escalade, and private security, and pay your bail with $400,000. This is what they do. This is what white people do. This is what they gaslight people. They instigate stuff. They ignore these people. You got to stay on what actually matters. Why did he bring a knife to the track meet? Because he works at the mall. He has a knife for security. As a family, because he works there at night, we thought it was safe for him to have that. Because he drives a Lexus. Sometimes he drives it's a cherry red Jeep Wrangler. And he's very skinny. So, okay, because you leave the place at like 10, 15, 10:30. Have y'all never worked at the mall when you were teenagers? Just because the mall closed at 9:30, it doesn't mean that the workers get to go home at 9:30. And then he wears expensive shoes. He wears J's. People have gotten killed for J's, you know. It's not that hard. Talk about a bunch of nonsense. Like, if you've never heard somebody that's eloquent, just say that. Like, people are just always impressed by foolishness. This is so mediocre, right? It's so mediocre. He works at the mall. You've never seen him in his Foot Locker uniform? Like, they're not dumb. They just say stupid stuff. Like, don't mind these white people. They're not that stupid. Like, what the freak? Let me see if I can find the picture. There you go. Oh my gosh, is that him working at the mall? Like, make it make sense. Like, this is just so damn silly. Where's the picture? Where's that picture, Chad? Okay. He works at the mall. Like, what the freak? Come on, this is just so damn stupid. Because he's not good at what he does. He wants, like, he's a MLK Timu version. They're saying, why did he bring a knife at the track meet? Because he works at the mall. He's had a job. He's worked there for the past 2 years. He's had the night shifts for the past 2 years. The mall closed at 9:30. He usually gets up like 10:15, 10:30, and he wears expensive shoes. He wears J's. He wears Yeezys. He even has the red Octobers. Boom. It's not that hard. And he drives a Lexus. So for his safety, his father and I said, okay, have a little sum on you. We just never know. Because crime is crazy, y'all. Crime is crazy. That's it. He forgot to take it out. I mean, damn. He works at the mall. You will do the same. If you wear tennis shoes, fancy tennis shoes like the J's, collectible J's, the Yeezys, the red Octobers. He got the red Octobers, fam. What is the problem? Well, like, what's the problem? This is an easy question. Answer the damn question. You talk about all kinds of foolishness. The GoFundMe, the go. You white people ain't stupid. They know the price of a trailer home, and they know the price of a proper home with brick. They're not dumb. Where in Frisco, Texas, can you get a house for $400,000 plus a Cadillac Escalade, brand new off the lot, plus security, plus pay for a criminal defense attorney? Come on. Do not let these people distract you. Like, you have nothing to prove to these people. Stop thinking that you have to answer to white people, justify yourself to white people. Do they justify themselves to you? When they raise money for Luigi, are they justifying themselves to you? Why do you always feel like you have to answer to white people? Who are these people? Like, who are these people? Like, this is so crazy. Yeah, what the heck? You have nothing to prove to these people. They can think whatever they want to think, as if they're clean. As if they themselves don't defraud people, steal people's retirement, steal people like whatever Doge money, like the whatever they do, whatever Elon is doing. They're the biggest thieves in America. They do all kinds of financial white-collar crimes. Don't you have to justify yourself to these people? Most white people who are really rich because they worked hard. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You don't have to justify yourself to these fools. Let them think whatever they want to think. You will never change the mind of somebody who has made up his mind to dislike you. Y'all got to understand that. Y'all want to convert people. You want to make people see you like in a good light. They don't want to. And you have to respect that. You have to honor that. They don't want to see good in you. Stop trying to make that. Because then you embarrass yourself. You owe nothing to white people. You owe no explanation to white people. How are you going to explain yourself to a people who didn't even give to your campaign? Make it make sense. Why would you explain yourself to white folks when they did not donate the money? You don't owe them shit. You need to talk to the people who gave the money and say thank you. Thank you for believing in him. And if anybody asks you why did he have a knife, because he works at the mall. He's worked there for the past 2 years. He has the night shift because he goes to school in the morning. And he drives a Lexus. And sometimes he has a big old cherry red Jeep Wrangler. And he's very skinny, My son is very skinny, So when he gets off, who's this? So when he gets off from school, when he gets up from work, his father and I thought it would be prudent for him to have something to protect himself just in case, because he's very skinny and it's very dark. And I have the kids at home. I can't always come there. And his dad also has to work. Sometimes he's not even in the city. Boom! You've answered the question. But we also have to say, why did the knife even have to come out the book bag? But I guess we'll figure it out in court. I guess we'll figure that out in court. Boom, you're done. Boom, you're done. Then the father come and say, you know what? This is not the son I raised. Like, I did not raise my son to be violent. When he was 14 years old, he jumped in a pool fearlessly to save a drowning 10-year-old. Carmelo's the kind of person that would risk his life to save somebody else. Carmelo's the type of child that would risk his life to save a complete stranger. He already did it at 14. He's the most amazing big brother I've ever seen. He is captain of his track team, his football team. All he wants to do is serve. All he wants to do is make people happy. All he wants to do is be a good person. And that's why he was just sitting there, because it was raining. He wasn't trying to antagonize. And I challenge anybody to prove to me that my son was sitting there antagonizing anybody. That's it. So you cannot waste your time on petty matters. Oh, the NGAN, the age. Is this an ad? Is this an ad for his goofy ass 501c3? Who cares? The school does not want my son to be there. That's okay. But just know, when he's acquitted, I will sue the entire school district. I will sue them. So he might not have a high school degree. He might not get to be a valedictorian like DDG, but he's going to be a millionaire. I promise you that. I promise you that. So they have a choice to make. You let my son get a little piece of paper called a high school diploma, or I can sue the entire school district and buy me all the tent I want. They got to decide. But one thing I am not doing is fighting for white people to respect the Constitution. If white people want to get ahead of the Constitution and find that every black boy is guilty before being proven innocent, go for it. I'm like, I've gotten to a point, I think it's important to let white people be who they want to be in all their glory. Let them be who they want to be. But once my son is acquitted and I hold his hand walking out that courtroom, I want the Frisco Collin County School District to know I am suing them for everything they had. And my son might not have a high school diploma, but one thing for sure, two things are for certain. He's going to be a multimillionaire thanks to your school district. So go ahead. Either way, I win because everything works out for my good. That's it. Like, you have to, oh, but we got to prove to them that it's only yesterday. Stop. They are not your parents. Slavery is over. You are not a sharecropper. Like, this is ridiculous. You are a full-blown American citizen. You have lineage. You don't have to justify yourself to white people. They're so irrelevant. I don't know how to explain this. White people are not the moral authority in America. They're not the moral authority in America. Half of their sons don't even know if they want to be girls today or boys tomorrow. They can barely even get their children to pick a gender. Who are you to try to defend yourself to these goofy ass people? The vast majority of their children are struggling with body dysphoria. You want it, like, they have cuckoo-ness in their head. They are literally mental. They are mental. They spend too many centuries, millennia in these caves with not enough sunlight. They need to take some vitamin D. Stop explaining yourself to white people. Stop explaining yourself to them. You don't owe them shit. They didn't even give $1. They're not going to give $1. Did not give $1. So why are you bending over backwards to prove to these white people that you're going to use the money wisely? It's not their money. Black people gave you the money. So if we don't have an issue with what you do with the money, why are we going to talk about the money? Why are we talking about the money? If you like me, I gave money. Lots of black people gave money. And they know you had to move because we saw your address getting doxxed. We know you have to move. We heard that daddy's on leave. We don't even mind. Do what you have to do to be safe. And everybody is saying, all the black people who gave are saying, I'm going to keep giving. Every paycheck, I'm going to keep giving. So why are you justifying yourself to white people? Why? Why do you always put these white people on a pedestal like they matter so much? Their opinion of you matters so much. What they think of you matters so much. These people are so inconsequential. They're waiting for jobs from China. Okay? They are waiting for jobs to come from China for them to do it. They want to do the Chinese man's job. Why would you compete with people who are waiting for $13,000 jobs to come back to America? Like, are you kidding me? They're not even the richest group in America. They make like $60,000 on average. Indians make more than whites in America. So if anything, cater to the Indians, right? They're not that rich. They're not that influential. They just have the numbers. Let them do whatever they want to do. That is the problem. Who cares? Like, seriously, who cares? But they will be sued. America is a country where you sue people. That's it. You sue people. You sue the school district. You just sue them. That's it. There are a bunch of people on social media who didn't go to school. There are a bunch of streamers who didn't go to school, and they're multimillionaires. Who cares? Kobe Bryant did not even finish high school. He became a multimillionaire. Kobe died. He was worth $600 million. Who gives a damn? Like, who gives a damn? Even a college degree. You don't even need it. You don't even need an American college degree. You can have children, even kids in high school in China are probably smarter than an American person in college. You learn nothing from these white people. You learn absolutely nothing from these white people. They just waste your freaking time and use your taxpayer money for foolishness. What education are you even getting? Are they like really teaching you like chemistry and physics and teaching you how to think and think and think? No, they're not. Trump even told you that. America spends like $40,000 per student and they have the worst grades. You're better even homeschooling your kid. Fuck these people at their goofy ass high schools. Bunch of bullshit. You don't need anything from white people. You do not need white people to be successful. The Chinese do not spend the whole day thinking about white people, white people, white people. No. The Chinese think about the Chinese. The Koreans think about the Koreans. The Vietnamese think about the Vietnamese. Exactly. Fuck them. Nobody needs a goofy ass piece of paper. Who cares? Like truly, who cares? What is meant for you is meant for you. Kobe Bryant, he went from high school straight into whatever, the NBA. He died, he was worth like $600 million. You think in your life of life, people are going to care about, oh, do you have a high school degree? Who even asked about that shit? I'm 40 years old. Who cares what happened in high school? I don't even care. It's so inconsequential. But I will sue you, though, because that money is not going to be inconsequential. No, it's not. Stop explaining yourself to these people. You don't owe shit to white people. They give money to the Red Cross. Even they pay their taxes. People use their money for Ukraine, for Russia, for Yemen, for Iran, for God knows whatever, for Israel. Okay. Does the government ever give them like, oh, this is what we did with your money? No. And they keep paying taxes. They pay their goofy ass cell phone bills with all these weird charges on there that they can't explain, but they pay it anyways. They pay their goofy ass light bill with all kinds of weird charges they can't explain, and they pay it anyways. White people get scammed every single day, and they pay. They pay. So leave it, like, let them be. Let them be. They have not given you a penny. You don't owe these people an explanation. You don't owe white people nothing. They have made up their mind. They want to believe what they want to believe. Who cares? White people have always been delusional. That's why they believe that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. Sure. When you know that you are dealing with people who believe stuff like that, why would you even waste your time with that? They're off. They're like truly off. They're off. People who believe that you can be born a man but become a woman, or you can be born a woman and become a man. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not wasting my time talking to you. You're obviously not here. I'm not wasting my time talking to you. Like, I'm not doing this. The vast majority of their sons and daughters are on opioid, fentanyl, meth, you name it. Trump has to close the borders to keep the white children safe, okay? They can barely keep their children out of drugs. They can barely keep their children out of narcotics. They can barely keep their children out the kitchen cabinet, the sink cabinet, the bathroom cabinet. Why would you explain yourself to people who are actually mediocre? They are the first, they colonized this country. They had a 400-year head start, and now the Indians and the Chinese are taking over. There's nothing impressive about these people. And you should realize they're doing all this stuff. They're grasping at straws because they are realizing that they're becoming more and more irrelevant. They're becoming more and more irrelevant. Nobody needs them anymore. Nobody's impressed by them anymore. They're not the smartest anymore. They're not the most violent anymore. They really have to, they're struggling with that. They have a hard time dealing with that. So they're grasping at straws to feel some kind of power over somebody else. Do not give them the pleasure of feeling like you owe them an explanation. You don't owe them shit. They haven't given you $1. You don't have to explain yourself to them. They need to go ask Trump what he's doing with the market. Let him go ask Trump about the market manipulation that he's doing and how he's destroying people's retirement, how he's destroying the US dollar, how he's about to put us in a recession. Are they holding Trump financially accountable? Is Trump even answering to these people? So why are you answering to these people? You don't owe them anything. You have to speak, like, even with Trump, like he says, you got to speak to your base. Stop worrying about people who don't like you. You have to worry about your base. You speak to your base. People who believe in Carmelo and people who are like kind of like, oh, I don't know, I want to, but you speak to those people. That's it. As long as you have the right people behind you and they are committed to giving every paycheck, we're going to make it through this. Yeah, Uganda. Yeah, right? So it's like it's in Uganda, right? That's all that matters. Jesus only had 12 apostles. You don't need to have everybody on your side. It would be nice, but what are the odds of that even happening, right? People will hate on you before they support you. right? That's how it goes. That's human nature. People will hate on you before they support you. People will say bad things about you before they say good things about you. People will try to stifle you before they try to help you out. A lot of people in this world are miserable. A lot of people in America are miserable. A lot of people also are broke. They're financially broke. They're struggling with money. So when they see all that money like that, they get triggered because people are jealous. People are so jealous. Even some of these black guys, you have black guys who got arrested, then they have bail money. They couldn't make bail. You have black guys who got arrested. Nobody even checked on them. Nobody gave them money. So they're bitter. There's a lot of bitter people out here. It's a lot of jealous people. So because nobody did something for them, they can't stand it being done for somebody else. And that's human nature. And you got to be a realist about this shit. Stop trying to change people's mind. When somebody says, I don't like you, cool, it's cool. I have nothing to prove to you. What we have to focus on, wherever this case happens, whether it's in Collin County or outside of Collin County by God's grace, it's outside of Collin County, we just need to convince a jury, not white people. They don't matter. We are going to trial. You got to be focused, y'all. You got to be focused. You cannot be all over the place. You can't do that. You don't have the energy. You don't have the money, right? The most important thing is the trial. At trial, there's going to be a jury. The jury has to see it the way we see it. It's that Carmelo acted in self-defense. And we want everybody on the jury to say, if it was me, I would have done the same thing. What I'm saying, if this was me, I would have done the same thing. So it doesn't matter about the millions of white people. Let them feel how they want to feel. White people are always upset about something. When have you known white people to be of a good mood? Like, seriously. When have you known white people to have positive things to say about anybody? They have beef with everyone. Chinese people, Japanese people, Vietnamese people, Korean people, all of Latin America, El Salvador, Mexico, Panama, you name it. They have issues with Europeans. They have issues with Russia. They don't like Iran. They don't like Yemen. They want to clean out the Palestinians and build some casinos and golf resorts. White people wake up just to be mad. It's a miserable, lonely, isolated people. When you start yeah, they're very lonely. They're very miserable. They're never happy. They are always at odds with someone to the point that they're even at odds with their minds. These people are at odds with their own mind. How can a person think that you're born a man, but you can be a woman? They're at odds with their own mind. Like, you have to see what, like you get to a point you even start to feel sorry for them because it's a mental affliction. Maybe it's a curse. What do I know? Maybe it's a curse. It's a mental affliction. Everybody is an enemy. Everybody is an enemy. They wake up just to be mad. They wake up to start foolishness with people. They wake up just to be angry. They go places where nobody asks for their presence just to be angry. They like to start stuff with people because they're sort of like in their own head. They are at war with their own thoughts. They don't have peace. It's not a peaceful people. Internally, externally, it is not a peaceful people. So wherever they go, they bring war, confusion, and chaos because that's what's inside of them. And that's why I say when you see a lot of them, stay away from them because it's not going to take long and murder is going to ensue because it's a chaotic people. Their mind, they're always hysterical. They live for hysteria. Propaganda, lies, foolishness. They're like, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. So imagine you trying to convince a crazy person to not be crazy. You are wasting your time. You have to respect that some people are mentally ill, and you got to be mentally ill to be a racist. Who just wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to hate people based on the color of their skin? Yeah, you're mentally ill. They're mentally ill. So what do you look like wasting your time on people that are mentally afflicted trying to reason with them? You cannot reason with a fool. You can't reason with a foolish person. They've made their choice, and you have to allow them to live the consequences of their choice. Their feelings about Carmelo will have no bearings on any of this. We do not care. What happens on social media is not even real like that. It's just on social media. There's going to be a trial date. There's going to be a jury. The most important thing is for the jury even to be evil. You got to be mentally ill. Because what kind of person just gives themselves to evil so freely? You know, this white person left a comment. And you know, the funny thing about you white people, every day you wake up and you make the hard choice. Because the way I look at it, it is so much easier to love than to hate, right? It's easier to love. To me, it really is. It's easier to be cool, chill, say hi to people than to always walk like this and always do the most, right? I said every day you wake up and you make the hard choice. Hate. You know, because you got to be intentional to hate somebody. It's like a full-time job, right? You have a choice. You can choose to love or you can choose to hate. You wake up every day, you choose hate. Cool, no problem. But my thing is, what kind of people are always so readily available to the devil like this? Hatred, confusion, lies, this, and that. Like it always clicks with so much ease for them. Why is that? So there has to be some kind of mental affliction. And there has to be a curse. You know, anytime they can do a mob, a KKK clan, a rally, and like, you know, just go crazy. They never fail to do so. Why don't you say, okay, like, you know, I do kind of, like, because to me, the part that's so crazy is like, for as long as America has existed, white people have always been in power. So for white people who have created everything, who wrote all these laws, they wrote all these documents, created all these institutions, for you to say, well, I don't trust it because there's a black judge, that's crazy. So you don't trust the law. Like the law that you people wrote, you don't even trust it. Are you okay? They're not okay. They are truly not okay. So, and I'm like, if you think that all it takes is a black judge, right, for a black defendant, whatever, to not face, like, to not have, like, to have bias or to have favoritism, then it means that these white judges before were also showcasing favoritism to white defendants. Because why are you triggered? If you're telling me that America is not racist, that black people have a racist problem, yeah, sure, whatever. I would love to see it. Okay? Of all the presidents this country has had, you've only had one white president, one black president. I don't know, of all the centuries that the Supreme Court has existed, you've only had 3 black Supreme Court justices. To this day, you have yet to have one black Speaker of the House. But you go off though. Go off and tell me that black people can be racist. With what power? What power? White people, black people have to check in with y'all before they can even open their mouth. But somehow America is not racist. Anyways, I digress. If you are scared that because there's a black judge and he's a black defendant, that somehow it's going to be like, you know, like some cheating going on, what does that say? So y'all cheated before because you see the world the way that you are. So if you see a black judge, a black defendant, and you say, well, he might get off because the judge is black. So that also means that you understand that white judges in the past, when they saw a white defendant, were more likely to be lenient. So all you fear is reciprocity, right? Because if you have the confidence that when white men were judges and they were white defendants, and the skin color of the defendant had no bearing on the behavior of the judge, then you would have nothing to fear. You would have nothing to fear. So you fear because you know that your courts and your justice system is based on color. Okay? Because otherwise, why are you afraid? So the legal system in America is not colorblind. It sees color. Right? And also, even with the whole money stuff, they're so triggered about the money because you realize that, because you know that in America, if you have a criminal trial, when you have money, you're more likely not to go to prison. So once again, you have always known that your courts were rigged. So when people say, oh, America is systemically racist, that's not true, you're gaslighting. Because you want black people to continue to play a game where the rules are unfair. But you know they're unfair. But you don't want the black player to ever wake up and hold on, wait a minute. These rules don't make sense to me. So you lie, you gaslight, and you tell people, it doesn't matter if you're poor, if you're rich, you will have a fair trial. But how come rich people seldom go to jail? How come rich people seldom go to prison? And when they go there, they go to like the fancy prison where you get to garden, like, what's her name? wasn't it Martha Stewart, right? You get to go there, you garden, you write books, you play cards, you watch TV, right? It's like a goofy ass little day spa, right? Because you know that in America, the more money you have, the less likely you are to go to jail. The more money you have, the less likely you are to spend a day behind bars. And even if you are convicted, it's going to be suspended. You're going to be in there for a little bit because your lawyers will be filing appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal until the judge gets tired, right? So the justice system here, it doesn't treat the poor the same as it does the rich. And you know this. So for you, if Carmelo raises a lot of money, he's going to have a lot of help with his defense. So therefore, it's going to be a lot harder to throw his ass in jail. But if Carmelo does not raise money and he has a public defender, oh yeah, they're going to throw the book at him. Right? So that's why you're so upset about the money. You know damn well it ain't got nothing to do with no damn house, no damn Cadillac, no damn nothing. Right? Is that we've got to a point now where a lot of Black people are starting to wake up to what this criminal system in America is about. It's one speed for Black people. It's a whole different speed for white people. It is one speed for white boys. It's a different speed for Black boys. It's one speed for rich people. It's a different speed for poor people. Right? And for as much as I'm not a Marxist, but this is what Karl Marx was talking about, that rich people take advantage. And that one day the poor are going to revolt against the rich. That's exactly what Marxism is about. Right? The proletariats. Right? You want to continue to have an America where Black Americans blindly play a game that is rigged against them. You want Black Americans to believe that, oh, if you go to court and they give you life, oh, you deserved it. You know, after all, you had a fair trial, but did you really? Right? You want an America where if a young Black boy is caught with 5 grams of cocaine, he has to do 15 years. And then he says to them, oh, yeah, it's okay. I guess I deserved it. Right? Because you need Black people to play into this rigged game. You need their submission. They have to believe in this goofy ass court system, right? They have to believe in this goofy ass, butcher ass, right? Rendering of goofy ass racial justice. There's a bunch of racist crap going on. Well, people are not stupid anymore. Because once again, even the Chinese told y'all, you are not the smartest people in the world. You're not the smartest people in America, and you are definitely not the smartest people in the room. Those days are over. Those days are over. You sold your lives for so long, and people bought that stuff. Today, people are waking up because they see. You open your eyes, and you say to yourself, why did Hunter Biden go to jail? Let me put this picture up. Okay. Right? Why did Hunter Biden go to jail? Right? He doesn't pay taxes. He takes money for his dad. Right? He gets financial kickbacks from foreign governments for his dad. Why did Hunter Biden go to jail? His daddy came in and gave him a pardon. And whether it's conservatives or liberal, y'all are not really mad because this is what you want. The America where rich white people, rich white men do not go to prison. That's the America that you want. Because even Trump, if Trump was really serious about locking up Hunter, he would do it. But he's not going to because even his son, especially his son-in-law, Kushner also takes money. They all do it, right? They all do it. They just play these games to distract people. Hey, Thomas, just playing these games to distract people. Why did Hunter go to jail? Why did he go to prison? So many Black people have gone to prison. Wesley Snipes went to prison for not paying his taxes. Gerald Levert went to prison for not paying taxes, right? But yeah, when a rich white boy whose daddy was senator, vice president, and president does the same crime, oh, his daddy gives him a pardon, right? And you're mad. You are truly mad because today, Black people understand that the more money you have, especially in a criminal trial, the less likely you are to go to prison. And this is the kind of America you don't want. You don't want an America where a Black person can have just as much money for their legal defense as a rich white person. Because you want Black people to be stuck with public defenders, a goofy ass trial, and just be thrown into prison so that they can work for 1 cent an hour. We have a country that is built on commercial prison. America has the largest prison population in the world. America has the largest prison population per capita, especially for a developed country. And the vast majority of the inmates are Blacks and Latinos. But you also want us to believe that, oh, because deep down inside, we're truly savages. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Did we enslave your people? We went to London town or Oxfordshire and grabbed your people by the boatload and put shackles on their feet, their necks, and brought them naked to America to work for us and pick cotton. That doesn't make any damn sense, right? Your criminal system is rigged. And for far too long, you've gotten away with delivering the worst kind of justice in this country, right? And now that you see more Black people becoming judges, more Black people becoming criminal defense attorneys, more Black people involved in jury business, more Black people with money to get the best lawyers possible, you're quivering. Because more and more and more, America is becoming fairer. And that's what you don't want. That's what you don't want. You don't want America that's actually fair. You want a one-legged justice system that is excessively punishes Black people. Excessively punishes Black people. And you want us to believe that you don't see color. Of course you see color. Not just the black skin and the white skin, but the color green. You understand? 400,000. That's a lot of green, y'all. That's a lot of green. And it has you scared. Because what does that mean moving forward? So now every time a Black boy gets arrested, is he going to be able to raise that kind of money? Is he going to be able to raise that kind of money, hire the best criminal lawyers possible, and walk? Because to this day, you are still hunted. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You people, okay? Right? To this day, this image still haunts you. This image still lives in your head rent-free. And that's what you see every time you see a Black person facing a criminal trial with all kinds of money. It reminds you of OJ and Johnny Cochran. And that's what you don't want to see. Because you wanted him to rot in prison. But he didn't. He walked. And to this day, you're seeking ways to get your revenge. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And guess what? You will continue to see more and more and more Black people with money. And the best criminal defense attorney money can buy. You will continue to see rich Black people with money getting the best legal defense possible. Yes. Even Indian people, even Chinese people, even Korean people. You're going to see all kinds of people of color with the best legal help in the world, in the country. And there's nothing you can do about it. Make your videos. Continue to lie as if you don't know the price of a home in Frisco, Texas. One moment it's expensive. Another moment it's the cheapest place in America to buy property. Which one is it? One moment, oh, Frisco is so expensive. It's so luxurious. It's for rich people. And now it seems as though anybody can go to Frisco, Texas, buy a house, a luxury house, and a Cadillac Escalade and private security for less than $350,000. In what America? We are in 2025, not 1993. You sound crazy. Inflation is a thing, you know. Adjust for inflation. Foolishness. It's absolute foolishness. You are afraid because you understand the America you used to know is no longer the America of today. Like I said, Trump can be president. Nobody cares. This man was elected to try to fix the economy, but he's doing a horrible job. Okay, he is doing a horrible job, and he will lose to China. He's going to get on his knees and beg the Chinese to have mercy on him because he didn't even plan for this, just being emotional per usual. But that's on par, though. He's white. Be emotional first, aggressive second, barbarian third, warmongering fourth, and then later, like, oh, you know what? I think we should sit down and talk. The rare earth. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. No, it's over. We understand the game. What's in the game? In America, you need money. When you go to court, you need money. Do not take a public defender. Do not take a public defender. If you have the money, get you the best money, the best lawyer money can buy. And feel no ways about this. If you can't hire multiple people and build a dream team so that you can have different lawyers thinking about different strategies. That's the whole point of having money, y'all. You make your money work for you. That's the whole point of having money. That's the whole point of having money. You make your money work for you. So they can try. And the funny thing is, they don't even understand, there are 46 million black people who live in America. Charlie Kirk and his diabolical plan and all his goofy ass black conservatives, right? Who just spew whatever kind of hateful message he wishes he could say with his own lungs, but he's really too scared to say it. But you can go ahead and convince 47, even no, you can go and convince like 45 million black Americans to hate Carmelo. Do it. No one cares. There are 46 million black Americans in this country. Go ahead and convince 45,500,000 to hate Carmelo. Matter of fact, make as many videos as you want to, try to convince 45,900,000 people to hate Carmelo. Do it. I want you to, so that you can see how great God is. Right, Charlie? Pay these white people, pay these black people more money. Not doing a good enough job. All right, Charlie? Where's he at? Where's Charlie Kirk? Huh? Here's Charlie Kirk, y'all. That's the real Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk, go ahead, child, and tell your workers, tell your slaves, like Brandon, right? To make more content. You should ask Officer Tatum to sit on YouTube every day and make 25,000 videos about Carmelo. Carmelo hates white people. Carmelo this. Call all of them, Chukwe or whatever his name is, Candace, rally all of them up. Rally all your self-hating Oreos. Rally these people up. Find all the black conservatives you can find. Give them all contracts and tell these people to rally as many black people as they can to hate Karmelo Anthony. Charlie, I want you to even rally 45 million, yes, 990,000, right? 45,990,000 black people in America to hate Carmelo. We don't care. Because even with 10,000 people, Charlie, 10,000 people give $10. What I make? 100,000, right? 10,000 people give $100. It makes $1 million. You don't need a lot of people. Nobody needs a lot of people to make $1 million. You can go and tell all these goofy ass, self-hating blacks that you hired for Turning Point USA, you so-called white Christian conservative. We know you're a damn racist. God is not in you. Christ ain't in you. Christ ain't in you. What kind of person pays people to create content where they speak poorly about black people every day and they never even offer a prayer? It's always put down black people. Say it's okay to use the N-word. How can a Christian network, how can a Christian organization ask Brandon to make a video where it says, oh, it's okay for a white teacher to write the N-word, and you people are Christians? You are truly Christians? Bunch of demons, bunch of Luciferians. You worship Satan. He's your daddy. Okay? So my thing is, go ahead and enlist 45,995,000 blacks. We will still have 5,000 people. You can even go down to just leave 100 black people to support Carmelo. Doesn't matter. Because even 100 people that give $1,000, it still makes 100,000. And now we only gotta give 100,000 every month. That's it. If we give more, that's cool. But even with 100 people, that's what y'all understand. And I don't even know. I truly don't even know, like, when it comes to like white people, especially like white Americans, I don't know when they're going to understand that no matter how diabolical they are, no matter how evil they are, they will never get rid of black people. Like you, Charlie, like you're less than 30, right? Let me tell you something. In the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s, your forefathers were way wickeder than you, Charlie. You think you're bad? You think you're racist? Child, please. You're like the fake, like you're like, you know how like the fake spicy sauce is at Walmart? That's it. You're not the real habanero kind. You're like how you buy the real habaneros from the Mexicans. Just touching it, your fingers start to hurt. The thing is so damn spicy. Like your forefathers, Charlie, they were way more racist. They were way more evil. They were way more barbaric. And even they themselves were not able to fully destroy black people. You don't think they tried? Are you kidding me? When you feed babies to alligators, hold up, wait a minute. Okay? Hold on, y'all. Right? When white people have fed black children to alligators, Charlie, all you do is talk about, oh, black people this. When I see a black pilot, I'm scared. Charlie, that's just words, Charlie. That's just words. You're like the most mild version of a racist. Like a snack. Like if you have like, if racism was like different kind of food, you're like a little snack. Like you just nibble on. You're not the real full course meal of racism. You're like, I don't even think you have the mind for how to really be like a racist the way your ancestors were racist. So if your ancestors, Charlie, let me say this. Where's his face? Put his face up, right? Where's he at? Well, that's also his face. But where's his face? Okay, here he is, right? Charlie, let me tell you something. If your ancestors, who were way more racist than you, way more evil than you, even you, Charlie, like you might not like black people, it's quite obvious. I think you're racist, it's quite obvious. But even you, Charlie, I don't even think that you will grab a black child and feed a black child to an alligator. I really don't think you'll do that. Maybe you can, but I don't think you would. I can see you calling a black child the N-word, but to actually grab a black child and feed it to the alligator, I don't see you doing that. I really don't. You understand me? So if you don't even have that kind of hatred for black people in you, do you really think that you can harm black people? Think about that, right? Your granddad, your great-great-granddad, I'm sure many people in your family were Klansmen. And they themselves were not able to fully wipe out the black population. So what makes you think that you're going to do it? This is so crazy to me. Okay? Like, this is just so crazy to me. You are way nicer. Like, you're a nice racist. I don't think you realize that. Even like Officer Tatum, Candace, John, or Chukwu, whatever his name is, like all these goofy ass people who work for you. You give them a nice studio. You pay for them to have a microphone. You give them like lighting. You give them sound design. You see how you're even like a nice slave master. They have air conditioning. They can sit down. They can make money. They can buy a car. You see, you're not even as evil as you think you are. Because you're just a little scared little white boy. That's all you are. You're not about that life. So I need a lot of white people to understand this. What your ancestors tried and didn't even succeed, what makes you think that you're going to succeed? In a day and age full of cameras, a day and age where we have so much social media, a day and age where all somebody has to do is take a video of you, put it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. People will know your name, your job, your employer. Today is so much harder. When your ancestors lived, your grandfathers, your great-great-grandfathers, it was so easy to be evil. There was no social media. There was no shaming. There was no recording. Yeah, and sometimes you can even prove it, right? But today, within an instant, you grab a video of a white person doing anything. You put it on social media, they're going to know their LinkedIn, their job, their this, and that. So you have to stop believing that you are able to do something in 2025 in 4K that your people couldn't have done in the dark. You're not going to get rid of, You're so crazy, Thomas. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. I was like, yeah, my mom was like that, right? You're not gonna be able to do it. You understand? So you have to sit down with yourself and say, wow, I guess we're stuck with these people. Yeah, just like we're stuck with your ass. And you will have to decide what kind of America you want. Do you want an America that's divided by race? You can do it. But my thing is, you can't fight everybody. You can't fight eternally race wars, gender wars, who's a woman, who's a man, how to raise children, feminism versus whatever, masculinity, I don't know. And then fight the trade deficit, fight the Chinese for whatever, fight over here. You cannot fight all these wars. You're going to have to pick a side because you have choices to make, White people have serious choices to make. You can't fight all these. It's like money. You can't buy everything you want. I don't care how rich you are. You just can't buy everything you want. You're going to have to prioritize. So do you want to have a united country so that way you can be more confident fighting externally? Or do you want to stop fighting externally and then focus on fighting internally? You can't do it all, white people. Yeah, you can't do it all. You can't fight because look right now, everybody can agree right now. America is extremely divided, right? America is extremely divided. You have gender wars. You have you have generational wars. You have racial wars. You have liberals versus conservatives, Democrats versus Republicans. You have who's a man, who's not a man, who can be a woman, who can't be a woman. Should we have men and women's sport? Should we have men and women's bathroom? It's too much. Then you got the 1% versus everybody else, right? We're currently fighting over 20 different battles here in this country every single day. It is exhausting. Now you got to think about external fights, whether it's trade deficit, whether it's China has too much of America's bond. What do you do if the Chinese sell all the bonds, right? Do you want to get Panama Canal back? Do you want Canada to be the 51st state? Do you want Greenland to belong to America? Do you want to fight in Iran? Do you want to go fight with China? Do you want to fight in Yemen? You cannot wage all of these wars at once. America's going to fall. This is what's so crazy. And I just feel like wars against the homeless, wars against religion. It is just too much. It's just too much. And I don't even think, and I think what is so sad about white Americans, the vast majority of white Americans are convinced that Black people are the problem. Black people is the problem. Do you know that your country owes a $9 trillion interest payment by June? Right? And if America doesn't pay that money, it's going to default. White folks, y'all got bigger problems. Because you see, you have bullied so many people. I don't think y'all realize this. That's why sometimes I just I just laugh at y'all's your madness. Consider the number of people that you have you bullied, you went to war against, not even war. You just destroyed these people, you killed these people, you stole from, you enslaved these people. If America defaults, and let's say America goes from being number 1 to being number 4, number 5, do you know how many ops you have? Do you have any idea how many enemies you have amassed for yourself who cannot wait for this country to fall and for them to come in there and whoop that ass? There's so many people around the world who want a piece of y'all. You understand me? It's a lot of people. This is why they're creating the BRICS, right? They want a piece of y'all. First, they're going to weaken the dollar, destroy the economy, and then they're going to destroy the military, and they're going to come in and just whoop y'all's asses. You cannot fight everybody. I'm telling you. Even in your wars, you always relied on Black people. The Revolution War, this kind of war, the Civil War, the World War I, World War II. Show me a war that you went into and you never relied on the help of Black people. Right? Go look up Teddy Roosevelt when he went to Mexico, how he got his ass whooped. He had to go get Black people. They're called the Buffalo Soldiers. There's not a single war that you fought, especially on this land, where you haven't needed the help of Black people. You by yourself, you're not that powerful. Don't let your little goofy ass drones fool you. Because even your drones, I'm sure you need Wi-Fi, right? I'm sure you need the internet to operate your drones, right? And your Wi-Fi needs to be connected to a grid. But guess what? Trump has decided to do AI and God knows what, which takes a lot of electricity. And we're going to start seeing electricity shortages in this country. We are. Electricity is not going to be stable, and it's going to cost way more money. It's a lot of people that you've hurt. It's a lot of people that you've wronged. So you might want to make sure that come June, Trump got the money. Because if America defaults, ooh, baby, you think Karmelo Anthony is going to be your biggest problem? Right? Remember 2008? When y'all got so mad that you created a tea party, it's going to be like that all over again. You're going to be in your streets, losing your homes, sleeping in your cars, okay? Do your little bird bath at the gas station, right? The man needs $9 trillion by June. Focus on that and make sure he got the money. Because if he does not have the money, he's going to default. America's going to default. You have bigger problems as a people than to always sit here and bully Black people, right? It's nothing but white folks in Congress. Both parties, it's a bunch of white folks. From Mitch McConnell to freaking Nancy Pelosi. And they've allowed the debt to balloon. Nobody wants to try to fix it or stop it. And now it's at $36 trillion. Interest payment, $9.2 trillion. But you want to worry about Carmelo and $400,000 when your entire country owes $9.2 trillion by June. It's already April. Where is the money? Where is the money? Right? It's like you have bigger fish to fry. Literally, like you got bigger debts to pay. There's more money out here for you to be worried about. The national debt. If white people put as much money, if white folks put as much attention worrying about the national debt, 36 trillion, as you do Carmelo and his 400,000 GoFundMe, whatever it is, right? Imagine where your country would be. No, you got this big ass debt that's affecting everybody. China might want to sell the bonds and destroy the dollar. Oh no, but let's worry about Carmelo and $400,000. You people are, you're so mediocre of the mind. Like you're so lazy. You're so unimpressive. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. So I said all this to say this. Even if only 100 people believe in Carmelo, he's going to be just fine. He's going to have the money and he's going to have the best lawyer possible or best lawyers possible. And I hope everybody learns that in America, the courts are not fair. The system is not fair. The laws are not fair. When you have money, it becomes fairer. The more money you have, then it's going to be fair. Don't ever be poor. And that's even if you're white too, white, Latino. If you are poor and you get caught up in the system, it's horrible. Because poor people do not have the best representation. Poor people usually take plea deals and all kinds of foolishness, right? Because they can't afford to properly defend themselves. So they take plea deals. It's like more poor people that take plea deals and even confess to crimes they haven't committed. When you have money and you get caught up in the criminal system, you're going to be okay. Look at Trump. All the cases. He just spent a day in jail. $175 million bond. I'm like, that's so crazy to me, but whatever. That's so crazy to me. But at first it was $450 million, which I think is grossly unconstitutional. Then it came down to $175. He found the money. He put the money up. Right? But imagine if Trump didn't have money. Imagine also if he didn't have friends that were incredibly wealthy. So it really helps for you to be wealthy, and it helps also for you to have friends that have a lot of money. And today, because of social media and social networks, and also a lot of people having compassion for Carmelo, right? Carmelo has made many, many friends. He has many, many supporters. He has met a lot of generous supporters, and they're being nice to him, and they want to help him, and they will continue to help him. And because when you have true followers, when you have true believers, your negativity is not going to stop. It's not going to stop anybody because everybody has their personal conviction. Some people are followers. Yeah, they might stop giving. Sure, it's okay. It happens all the time. Even Jesus Some people, he convinced them, and then when he died, they forgot all about him. Oh, you know, he's not here anymore. Because people are flip-flopping like that. And then some people, God put Carmelo on their heart. So no matter what you say, no matter what you do, they are going to keep giving, and they will give as long as this trial lasts. There's nothing you can do about that. There is nothing you can do about that. And I'm pretty sure that deep down inside, you wish you could find the employer of everybody who gave to Carmelo, but you never will. And as long as you keep track of that GoFundMe, you will see the money go up, 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 up. It's not going to stop. It's going to hit $1 million. It might even hit 1.5. It might even go up to 2 million. There is nothing you can do. So go about your life. Go about your business. Worry about yourself. And most importantly, build yourself a network of friends that if ever you are in need, right, you can have people help you the way Carmelo was helped. Right? Sorry, guys. Make sure you have your own network of friends. Oh, Lord. Okay? Make sure you have your own network of friends. They could. Because if you want to hurt, for me, it's like if you want to hurt me, I'll hurt you too. We can both drown. Because I think that's the thing sometimes with many white people. They think you're not going to do it. Oh, you're not going to hurt yourself. No, I will. And maybe China has to show them, like, we will all go down. Okay? So that's that. Go build your own network. Go build your own friend circle and make sure that if you were ever in trouble, you would have people step up for you. Hating never looked good on anybody, but go ahead, though. Do whatever you want. I'm like, Charlie, you're wasting your time. Now, I think but I just also like the family. They have to really be more in control with this NGA, what's it called, NAGN stuff, because the guy, the Dominique guy, like he just talks too much and he's not a great speaker. So I didn't like, and I told him that. I messaged him on Facebook and I told him, I'm like, you have to practice more. Like people think public speaking is easy. It's not easy. You got to talk a lot. And that's how you become loquacious. Make it make sense. Now, where is Officer Tatum? This fool. Hey, watch it. Let me see him right here. I'm surprised he hasn't made a video yet, but he will. He's going to make a video about the press conference. Listen to this. Let's listen to this.
By somebody.
And you know what it is. Tweet ain't tapping in. Anybody who fuck me for my music, you gotta fuck with Karmelo Anthony, man. Justice for my dog. Website coming soon. You gotta tap in, man. Yeah.
I hope that black people understand this. When you are out here making a merch site, doing a GoFundMe for a kid that killed somebody, and won't do a merch site and a GoFundMe for a kid that was killed by somebody, you headed down the wrong mother freaking path. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about Masa chips. This is my favorite.
See, I saw this yesterday. I'm like, this dude is so disgusting. This dude is so disgusting. But I guess it's white audience, because they want to hear a black guy say those nasty things, they will put up with this. You guys, Marlene, I believe Carmelo's innocent. And I also believe that Carmelo acted in self-defense, because I told you I would have done the same thing. However, someone is dead. Someone is dead, right? He starts the video talking about chips, tortilla chips. And I'm like, what the freak? So it just goes to show you, right? Even him, Officer Tatum, Brennan, he doesn't even care about Austin. I'm like, this is so disgusting. I'm like, this is just so disgusting. If you want to bash Carmelo, let's just get right into it. People came here for that, right? Your white audience is tuning in because they want you to say Carmelo bad, Carmelo's a demon, Carmelo grew up listening to drill music, Carmelo grew up in the hood, Carmelo didn't have no mom. Okay, bye, Kevin, right? You understand? And this, and that. This is what you want to say. Just get right into it. No, he took like a good old 5 minutes promoting his chips, tortilla chips, his coupon code, and things like that. So like, you see, this is how you know it's a grift. It's a grift. And to me, like, it's so disrespectful. Even if you want to promote your goofy ass tortilla chips, you could have done that at the end of the video. Because this to me is like you're using someone passing away a young man fighting for his freedom, right? Understanding that it's causing lots of racial division. White people are tuning into your dying channel, even though you have 3.4 million people, it's all a bunch of ghosts, right? So I have all these eyes on me because they want to hear me say black guy evil, white boy angel, and you use that to start pushing tortilla chips. Like, who does that? Who does that? Yo, he's going to start rambling about these chips. Watch him.
Chip, but obviously we got the bag that you can see right through it. But Monster Chips, an incredible chip. I love it. We have bags and bags and bags of these at the house. This so happened to be the lime version, which is one of my favorites because this has a lot of flavor. The Cabanero, which is a spicy one, that's one of my favorites as well. I can't find a flavor of this chip that is not incredibly good. And why is it so good? Because it's healthy.
This is insane. He's still talking. He's still talking about the chips. And I'm like, white people are really that desperate though for a raccoon like this? Like, you are so desperate to hear a black person tell you, oh, black people are bad. Black people hate white people. Do you not even see that he's playing in your face? Like, Martha, I love lime chips. I'm like, do you not see that he's playing in your face? This is a very serious matter. This is not a joke. This is really, Jimbo Crow. This is really not a joke. I was watching this yesterday. I'm like, Brandon, somebody is dead. Someone is dead. Another young man is also fighting for his life. This is serious. This is not an opportunity for you to see how you can maximize eyes on a video for you to push your chips on people. He really is a criminal. He's a criminal. He doesn't care about Austin. That's a fact. He doesn't care about Carmelo. We already know that. But even his white audience, he doesn't have any ounce of dignity for these people. And what this leads me to understand that even for him, all of this is a game. Yeah, I'm like, Brandon is not as stupid as he seems. He's not that dumb. He understands. You know how they talk about econ. If there's a demand, somebody got to be the supplier, right? Like, he understands that there is a demand for a black person to say the things that white people want to say, but are too afraid to say it because they don't want to be called racist and then lose their job. This man ain't got no damn soul. So okay, I'll do it. If they want me to say it and they will pay me to say it, sure, I'll do it. Because money is what he's friends with. Like, he is friends to money. He's a friend of no one. Brandon is so dangerous. But I'm like, someone is dead. For real, for real. Somebody is dead. They're about to have the funeral on Saturday. He knows what he's doing. And it's all about money. It's not about standing up for white people. It's not about holding black people accountable. No. He knows what this is. Because usually he doesn't get that many views per video. I'll show you his views. He doesn't get that many views per video. His Karmelo Anthony video, the first one, had almost like 900,000 views. He hasn't had that in years. So imagine how much money he made. Then he did another one, 200,000 views. Like, he is breaking record talking about this because it's like it's a white kid is dead, a black boy is alive. So he knows. He knows. That's why he's taking a whole 3, 4, 5 minutes to put his business, his chip business, in front of people. Because he knows I'm never going to have that many people like see my ads or see my product. So let me use somebody being dead and another black man fighting for his life for me to sell my products. This is so despicable. I'm like, you could at least do this at the end of the video. No, it has to be in the beginning. Because he knows most people are not going to make it to the end, because once he's done rambling about how much bad black people are so bad, black people are evil, black people are satanic, right? They're going to click off. Because he knows they're coming here to hear. They want me to say these things. He is fully aware. I'm like, this is not stupid. He is fully aware of his product. He knows what his product is. I'm a black guy who gets to say the things white people wish they could say without being called a racist. And that's that. Let Nick Fuentes say it again. right? Where's the value?
Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative. And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. Mm-hmm. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry.
Okay. I mean, he's not fully lying, because what's his name? Brandon Jason is so confusing, right? He is signed to Turning Point USA. And it could be that they are even responsible for producing his show. Like, he has an earpiece on. I'm like, why do you need an earpiece for YouTube? Like, these are not your own thoughts, right? But I'm like, his entire studio could have been designed by Turning Point USA. You know what I'm saying? Everything he has right now to make content could have been given to him by Turning Point USA. You know, hold on. Let me see if I can find his website. See? You see? He has a whole page with them. So I'm like, what Nick Fuentes said, like, whether it's Brandon, Jason Whitlock, it doesn't matter. Candace Owens, like, just replace the name. It applies. You know? Yeah, it's like, so Jason Whitlock, he's with Blaze. Brandon is signed to Turning Point USA, right? Like, they're all signed to a white person. Everybody, I mean, it's just crazy. I'm like, why does everybody black have a freaking like handler? Like, it's just weird. It's just so bizarre. I'm like, what in the apartheid state is this? Every black person, from conservative to liberal, everybody has a handler. So nobody is free, y'all. No one is free. It is so bizarre. It's so bizarre. So I'm like, when it comes to Brandon, it is very, very much possible and plausible that Turning Point USA did the whole studio. They bought the mic. They do this. They do all his editing because he's signed to that. You see what I'm trying to say? So nothing they say is what they truly believe. I was telling Jimmy this yesterday. I was like, it's so funny because at one point in time, YouTube was considered to be a grassroots media kind of thing. Like, nobody was tied to corporate. Nobody was tied to a manager. You know, like, it was really regular people expressing themselves, right? People came to YouTube to escape mainstream media. Does that make sense? This was a place where you can get people to tell you how they really felt. Because on TV, people have advertisers to worry about. They got ads to worry about. They got the FTC rules to worry about. So, you know, it's very manicured. It's very scripted. It's very stiff, right? YouTube was the place where people would come to get the real, like, tell me how you really feel, right? And that's what it was about. But I feel like now, because more and more people have cut cable, more and more people are trusting these YouTube personalities, right? That mainstream media, like the people that own mainstream media, have found a way to own people on YouTube. So when you're watching cable, I can't stand CNN, that's fake news. I can't stand MSNBC, that's fake news, right? I can't stand Fox, that's just propaganda for Republicans, right? You know how to recognize that. But when you come on YouTube, though, it's not as obvious. People will tell you, oh, I'm a Black conservative. I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a white conservative. I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a Black Democrat. My family was a Democrat. Hey, it's more. So it's really hard to know, like, are they independently talking for themselves? Because everybody virtue signals. Conservatives, white or Black, will tell you how Christian they are. And I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, right? But they always sell you something, T-shirts, tortilla chips, right? The liberals, Black or white, the way they virtue signal, oh, I love everybody. I'm open to everybody. I got Black friends, I got gay friends, I got trans friends, right? They all virtue signal. So when you come on YouTube, you're like, okay, these people are independent, but they're really not. Because you start looking and you see, oh, this one is signed to Turning Point USA. This one is signed to Daily Wire. This one is signed over here. This one is signed to Our Radio. This one is signed to this. This one is signed to that. And like, so these voices are not independent. They seem independent because they're on a different platform. Like, it's a different medium. It's not TV. But even now, too, corporations have found a way to infiltrate YouTube and like independent voices. And now those people are selling their voices. So that's why when you see the vast majority of Black conservatives repeating the same language, the same words, trying to get you to see it, the Carmelo stuff, the way they want you to see it, it is not surprising to realize that they're all signed to Turning Point USA, or they're trying to get signed to Charlie Kirk because they want money, y'all. People, and I'm like, greed is a thing, huh? Greed is a mother. Like, people are never satisfied. People always want more money. Instead of reducing their expenses, maybe downsizing their lives, that they can continue to have integrity and preserve their voice. No, they don't want to cut back on their expenses. More house, bigger house, more cars, more shopping, more trips. But the more money you spend, the more you owe. And now you're looking for a white person to sell your soul to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no surprise that you will see a pawn shop in a Black neighborhood than the Asian neighborhood or a white neighborhood. Because most people know Black people don't have a healthy relationship with money. If you hang around them long enough, they're going to need money. And then you can make them do something against their conscience because they need money. You know, everybody knows that. Quick to spend the money before we invest the money. Quick to spend the money before we save the money. Quick to want to buy more stuff before we even use the stuff we have. So we're always in need of money. And when that happens, you will sign with the devil. You know, and that's why I feel like no matter what you do in this life, whether you work for yourself, you have a business, you're an employee, truly, truly live below your means. Because when you live below your means, you can afford to have integrity. When you live below your means and your financial house is in order, nobody can own you. But when you are in debt, you'll be a slave. And the thing about fast money or easy money, it's addictive. And I think a lot of these people, whether it's white people, Asian people, and Indian people, and some Arabs, they have learned that about Black people. And they know we are quick to depart from our money. The Bible has a verse about that, you know. What does it say again? So I can't even type to save my life. Okay. Show me the whole verse. I'm trying to see the whole verse. Yeah. Okay, here it goes. That's how it goes. Okay. So it says, a fool and his money are soon parted. Proverbs 21, verse 20. There you go. It means that a foolish person or one lacking wisdom in money matters is likely to quickly squander their wealth, right? The verse highlights that while the wise steward is their resources, a fool wastes or mismanages their money. Does that make sense? And I do believe, like, when it comes to money, Black people tend to have the most unhealthy, immature relationship with money. So other ethnic groups realize that, hey, if you wait long enough, they're going to need money. Then you can charge a crazy interest rate. Then you can ask them to do something outrageous, like turn on your own people. You know what I'm saying? Because you need the money, because you're in debt. That's why you see all the pawn shops, mostly black neighborhoods, casinos close enough to black people. Like anything that's like, hey, you need quick money, title loan, place, whatever they're called, always next to black people, because they have learned this. And I think a lot of black people probably are aware of that, but they're not doing anything actively to stop being predictable like that. Hopefully that makes sense, right? So that's the thing. So when you start making money on YouTube or whatever, you got to truly force yourself to live below your means. So that way you can afford to have integrity and you can truly keep your voice. But when you buy the big house because, oh, I'm making all this money on YouTube, so you think it's going to last forever. It doesn't always last. Like everybody on YouTube has a season. And after that, like people kind of get bored with your ass, right? So people start making lots of money on YouTube. They go crazy, big house, big cars. I mean, big everything, because they've never seen money so fast, like so quickly, so fast. They go crazy. But then eventually the views, they kind of like, they die down and the money's not the same because AdSense money is not reliable. You can have 1 month, you're making like $100,000 a month. Then 3 months later, you're making like $2,000. Like it's real. So if you haven't managed your YouTube money when the money was high, you're going to be in debt. And when someone is evil, as where is he again? When someone is evil, as Charlie Kirk says, hey, I know you're in debt. I know you need more money. I see how you squander your money. I can give you $100,000 up front. Imagine if you are in debt, you will take the money. But there's a caveat, right? You have to say this, and this. And it's not a coincidence that the vast majority of these black conservatives used to be very, very broke at one point. Like Brandon, he talked about when he was a police officer, he couldn't even afford to put gas in the car. You know, he could not even afford to put gas in the car to go to work. You know, Candace Owens too. She used to work at Vogue magazine. Her last semester of college, she had no money. I don't think she finished college because she didn't have the money. It's like a lot of these black conservatives, right? They grew up in so much poverty, like it's crazy. So you can see how when they get to a certain place and these white people are saying, okay, I'll give you $100,000 up front. I will give you $200,000 up front. I will give you this, and that. This is like, what the heck? All I have to say is I hate myself. You know, but they need money. Poverty, broken home, a mom who does, like Candace, her mom didn't want her. Her grandparents had to come get them, like her and her sister, because the mom was completely useless. She wasn't raised by her mom. She was raised by her grandparents. You know? So I'm like, that's why I'm like, that one time when what's his name? Ben Shapiro said, oh, Candace and her full sophistication, right? She had to learn to be the way white people wanted her to be. Candace grew up poor. And when she was at Vogue, you had all these white girls who made it, like the girl who started Glossier. I think she was at Vogue when Candace was at Vogue. And see how she became so rich? There's another one, Olivia Coppola, another girl. She became really famous too. She was there. All these white girls were there when Candace was there. And they went on to be on TV, become fashion bloggers. Like nobody saw Candace. So imagine how much race she had. And I think sometimes it's Stockholm syndrome. Like you wanted white people to like you so much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you've hated them and you love them at the same time. But this is what she's ever wanted. Be accepted by white people, have a white husband, have biracial children. Because imagine her at Vogue. Everybody was at Vogue, y'all. What's her name? What is the girl? Hold on. Glossier CEO. Emily, there you go. Emily, she was at Vogue. Yeah, she was at Vogue. Right? I think she used to intern at Vogue. Right? Emily Wise, Olivia Coppola, what is her name? That's another one. I mean, like, it's so many of these girls. Like, they all used to intern at Vogue, like when Candace was there. And Candace, like, she didn't make it. You know, she didn't have the same opportunities as these white girls. So I do feel like she's very bitter But instead of saying like, oh, I'm mad at white people for not seeing my work, because, you know, Candace is pretty good, huh? Right? But it didn't come for it. They didn't give her that. They just didn't give her that. Right? So it's like, so she takes it out on black people. But the people who cheated her the most are white people. She was in Vogue. Even there's another girl, she has a blog. It's called Who, What, Where. She was also an intern at Vogue. It's a lot of these white girls who intern at Vogue went on to have these crazy blogs, be involved in fashion or the beauty industry, go on to have these hundreds of millions of dollars like type of company. And Candace, the way she had to make it was by being a blackface. And that's sad. She made it by, oh, I hate black people, or when black people do this. Let me go find her channel. Hold on. It's really sad. And it's sad because this is the only time when white people see you. Let me find her channel. Hold on. It's really sad. Videos, all this. You see? You see? And you can tell. Bad makeup, bad skin. Her hair's always relaxed. You know, like, look at her. You see? This is what she had to do. This is what she has to do. She had to do this for white people to see her. Let's watch this one. Let's watch this one.
All right, let's take it from the top. So as many of you know, a video that I published earlier this week, which was critical of the Black Lives Matter released list of demands for white people, was recently censored by both YouTube and Facebook, and later shadow banned by Twitter. And it got me thinking, what exactly are the implications here? What are these platforms' feelings towards African American speakers like myself? My name is Candace Owens, and you are watching my vlog series, The Myth of the Coon. The answer is simple, really. There is only one version of a Black person that these platforms are willing to help propel towards fame and notoriety, and that is an angry Black victim. That's right. If you're an African American and you are willing to riot, make threats against police officers, or threaten to assassinate the President of the United States, you can be given a platform across any of these social media channels. You can even be like that Black Lives Matter leader in Louisville and preach out an entire list of demands for a group of one race, and you will still not be censored on Facebook, YouTube, or Google. I remember when I first learned about World War II in school, I was absolutely baffled and amazed that one man, Adolf Hitler, could somehow convince an entire nation of people to hate the Jewish religion and its people. How could one...
And you see this? And that's why she got signed. Listen to what she said. Because the old Candace, I'm the Black girl who's going to tell you about all the bad things that Black people do. And she was very for the Jewish people. Oh, Hitler hurt the Jews. Hitler. You see why Ben Shapiro signed her? You see why Ben and Jeremy Boring signed her to Daily Wire? This is what she had to do. Meanwhile, she was in Vogue. Hold on. And she never talks about the huh? Let me see. You see? There you go. You see? She worked at Vogue. Around like when Emily Weiss was there. Like they were all there. But her, the Black girl, she didn't make it. Right? She didn't make it. She used to work at Vogue, y'all. And she didn't, I'm telling you, it was like these girls were like Who, What, Where. Emily Weiss had the glossier. The other girl, she had Who, What, Where. There was another, like there were so many girls, like, even though, remember they had that show like on MTV, those white kids who lived Laguna Beach, was that it? With like Cody and them, Cody Jenner. There was a white girl too. She was like into fashion. She was there too. Like it was a slew of white girls who were all interning at Vogue, and they would all become so popular. And they started making all kinds of money. Fashion, makeup, skincare, you name it. Candace, she barely made enough to pay for her last semester of college. I think she majored in English, right? You see, issue with her student loan right there. She didn't have the money. Okay? She didn't have the money. So then she comes to YouTube and starts doing all this goofy stuff, the myth of the coon, right? Meanwhile, Emily Weiss, do you know how much Emily Weiss is worth? Hold on. Unbelievable. Okay. Emily Weiss, like she probably worth like over $1 billion. And she never had to do this like angry, like microaggression. Even if you're not angry, Candace, like you're not openly angry, you're angry on the inside. Like, girl, you're full of microaggression. Go sit down somewhere. You're a Taurus. You're full of microaggression, right? But look at what Candace had to do to build her name for herself. Play the blackface. She couldn't just go off and be a black girl who just loves makeup and clothes and things like that. No, she had to get political and she had to get radical. And she had to go on a side where like she would go against black people, right? And I'm like, even for her mental health, I know she's had to cry before. There's no way she hasn't cried, you know, because we're all human beings. Like people calling you a Ben Wench, a raccoon and whatever. And you are putting yourself through all this abuse because you want white people to like you. Because that's the only way you know how to make money. It's so degrading. It is so degrading. And you see, now that now that she's older and she's making more money, she's trying to like stay away from that stuff, right? She doesn't want to be attached to that. She wants to do Blake Lively stuff, Monsieur Macron, and things like that because it takes a toll on you. It takes a toll. It is not normal. I'm telling you, it is not normal for anybody of any ethnicity to sit here every day and talk bad about their own ethnicity, especially when you have children, because your kids are going to hear this and they're half black. So if mommy like Candace Owens or daddy like Brandon, all they do is make content where everything they say about black people is bad. How do you think that's going to affect your kids? Because they think they're hurting black people. You're hurting the people in your household. Because I can only imagine what it has to be a biracial child with a parent that has so much hatred for their own people. Because every day you wake up, all you hear, bad people, black people bad, black people ghetto, black people dumb, black people this, black people slow, black people won't, black people dumb, black people won't, every day like this. Your children never hear anything positive. And people wonder why biracial children have such a hard time with their mental health. People wonder why so many biracial children have all these internal conflict. Because many of them have parents who don't like themselves. So it's really hard. If you're mixed and your mom or your daddy hates being black, how can you, being mixed, can love the duality of your mixology? It's not healthy. You know, I'm not against like call out what's wrong, but also talk about what's good. Because what people do you know? Everything they do is bad. Everything they do is bad. Yeah, and it's very toxic. Yeah, they will have psychologically, they're going to have a hard time. Even Brandon's kid. Because somebody said that he has a full black son, right? And then the other kids are with the white woman. But I'm like, even for him, though, he's a young black man. And every time he watches his dad's videos, black people this, black people that, young black men this, young black men that, womp. But if your own father says this over and over and over and over, how are you not going to see yourself like this? You know? And the fact that even white people don't realize that it's inhumane to require that from a person. I'm only going to watch your content as long as you say nasty things about black people. But then they go and they watch Jordan Peterson, who's white and only says good things about white people. So you understand that it's important to watch people that also have good things to say, not just bad things to say. That's why I think a lot of white people are racist, because they don't even care about the mental health of these black conservatives. Because would you do that? Would they create a channel where everything they say is what's bad with white people this, white people kill, white people want to kill a president, white people are sex workers, white people are OnlyFans, white people this? They wouldn't do it because it's too much. But somehow they expect black people to do it. If it's not that you believe that black people are some kind of weird animal that can just tolerate abuse, degradation, and things like that, this is crazy. Nobody should have to say horrible things about their own people to get your support. That is just weird. That is like, what kind of person wakes up and only consumes content from Black people who have nothing but bad things to say about Black people, video after video after video after video after video. And you don't say, okay, that's kind of bizarre. Like, it's not possible that everything is bad with Black people. No, it's fine. It's normal. Because there's nothing but bad things to say about Black people. Like, that's crazy. And then they're going to go look for a Muslim that has nothing but bad things to say about Muslim. But then you're not racist. All you consume are Black faces who say horrible things about Black people, and somehow you're not Muslim. You're not a racist. When you hear anything good being said about Black people, you question it. Because to you, it seems so peculiar. Like, oh, these African savages, right? As if whites have not been savages. Like, this is so crazy to me. Like, it really, really is crazy to me. I'm like, how can you build a channel like that's what her entire channel was about. And this is why they watch her content. You know? And she also made sure not to delete these videos. Look at this. You see? So this is why the Daily Wire signed her. Even here, she said, oh, the left uses racism to control Black people. Okay. And the right uses religion to control Black people. Make it make sense. Okay. But this is what she did. And here's Tatum here. Here's Tatum. Here's Tatum also. Here's the other one who's gay. That's the gay one. Here they are. You see, so they've all been doing this. And I'm like, so you see, and once again, these are Black conservatives who need a white man to create a platform for them to sign to. So you can't even create your own like NGO, right? If you're a Black conservative, why don't you create your own non-for-profit and then you guys join? Like, you need a white man to build a platform to give you contract, give you a salary, and then you're going to start expressing your conservative thoughts. Like, that makes no sense. You see? This is what she did. Look at her views; they were so horrible until she signed to Daily Wire. So I feel like around this time, you see, yeah. So see, I feel like around this time right here, so like 2 years ago, okay, she signed down to like Daily Wire or something, and that's when her views started getting crazy. Because even this right here, her movie with the Black Lives Matter, Daily Wire paid for that. Once again, white people have to pay for stuff. But they want to talk about BLM. Everybody is owned by some white person. Oh, you're not even seeing this. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? Sorry, you guys. Sorry. I thought y'all was seeing this. My bad. I'm like, look at her videos though, right? She says the left uses racism to control Black people. I'm okay. And the right uses religion to control Black people. All y'all Christians. I'm a Christian. Here's Brandon, Officer Tatum. He was a lot skinnier 6 years ago. Okay, Larry Elder. This is the gay one, Rob Smith. He's the Black gay conservative, but he's also making videos against Carmelo. But you see them all; they're all here, right? These are people who are Black conservatives who had to wait. Oh, that's the guy who like believes in like, oh, I know him. Like so he's in here too. Oh well, there you go. He's like, oh, I believe in the guns, whatever. Okay, whatever he believes in, right? This dude, he died. I remember this King Face. A girl accused him of having given her HIV or AIDS, whatever it is. This guy. Okay. She said he gave him HIV. He gave her HIV. So that's what she was doing. And her views were so mediocre. Okay. Her views were quite mediocre. Shock culture, disrespect Black people, and all kinds of stuff, right? Until we get here. And then here. Because I think at this point, about 2 years ago is when she signed to Daily Wire. And that's when her views start to pick up. You see? That's when her views start to pick up. That's how they built her. Right? And so when she starts to go, so when she starts to go against, when she starts to go against the Jews, they're like, oh, that's not the Candace we met. Because the Candace they met and the Candace they hired, she hates everything Black people do, and she's super, super sympathetic to Jewish people, and Hitler is a bad, bad, bad person. But later on, she's like, well, if I can talk bad about Black people, I should be able to talk about the hypocrisies of the Jews. But then Lacey said she probably did that also because she was trying to get out of her contract. Like she realized she was getting bigger, she was making more money, she was building a name for herself. So she did not want to continue to make money for that for Daily Wire. So she was going against the Jews because she knew that's the one thing that Ben Shapiro was not going to like. So if he cancels her contract, it's better than her breaking her contract. That's why I say she's nice Nancy, right? But this is what she had to do. And even to this day, if you compare her to like Emily Weiss, for example, right? Candace is still broke. Like her husband might be rich or his family might be rich, but her herself, her net worth is not like $100 million. Like Candace is not worth $100 million. You know? Here's Emily, right? And they both interned at Vogue. One went on to start Glossier and become like sell all this makeup or skincare, whatever it is. Made all kinds of billions of dollars, right? This girl, she buys $30 million condos in New York like it's like it is $2, right? And Candace, she's not worth that much. I don't even know why they do this to themselves. I really don't get it. Let me see. Yeah, you see? Some people are saying like she might be worth $5 million. But I'm like, that's not a lot of money. Hey, Zebora, Izzy, that is not a lot of money. To degrade yourself. I mean, to like this, at least if you made $100 million doing this, I'm like, I could kind of see it. Maybe I would have done it, right? But in the bigger scheme of things, it is not a lot of money. You're like, you sell yourself to these white people. You start saying all these awful things about Black people. You allow these Ashkenazi Jews to use you to create horrible content about Black people, right? You give the right arguments, the racist arguments to whites to use against Black people. And in the end, all you've done in like what 7 years is only be worth $5 million. That's all you have. And that's it. And maybe that's why she even does her show at her house. Because you probably don't have too much money like that. Come on, why are you filming at your house? Oh, my kids, girl, bye. You can have a nice office complex and you can have a play area for your children. But she doesn't have the coins. Even her wedding, she had to go get married in Trump's backyard. And mostly he gave that to them for free. Right? They didn't have to pay for the venue. Right? So I'm like, did you even have a wedding on a budget? Make it make sense. Right? Make it make sense. I'm like, you're doing all this for what? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Like, why are you doing this to yourself? You see? Here's her wedding. She was just so happy. Like, even her wedding dress, it's like there's nothing too crazy about it. It's okay. You know, like look at her dress. Like it's nothing too crazy. But she was just so happy to get married at Trump's backyard, like at his vineyard, something crazy like that. Okay, here are more pictures. He looks like a kid. Okay, here's her husband. Okay. Like it was a really small wedding. Like it's nothing, you know. And sometimes I feel like she laughs to keep herself from crying. I don't know. I don't know. It's just so weird to me, right? But I'm like, doing all of this, you put yourself in so much foolishness to just be worth $5 million. So that's why I'm saying, even Officer Tatum, I don't think he's getting paid that much money. Yeah, it's so embarrassing. It really, really isn't. All of this to be worth $5 million. Everybody who worked at Vogue with you, these girls are like 10 million and up, all the way up to like billions. And they don't make racial content. They don't make confrontational content. You know, they're very feminine. They play with makeup and they get the support of white people, right? Yeah, it really is. It truly is. Because these people, when they get a hold of you, you're a slave. You really are a slave. Like you really are. But you know, in the Talmud, it says that people like us are less than dogs. They call it akum, like you're an akum. He's like, you're less than a dog. And they handle Black people accordingly. Like they treat Black people as if they're less than dogs. They really do. They'll try to gaslight you. No, it's true. It says Black people are less than hakum. You're hakum. So it means that you're less than a dog. Okay? But I'm like, all of this just to be worth $5 million. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So make it make sense. Truly, truly make it make sense. Make it make sense. But you have, like, you got to get to a point of, is this even worth it? You got to put myself out there. Hey, Ricky, I'm going to put myself out there. I'm going to say all these awful things about Black people for years, only to be worth $5 million. Like, to me, that is not enough money. There are way more honorable things that you can do with your image, your likeliness, your mental health, and make way more than $5 million. There are influencers on TikTok who make $5 million, even with just like fitness content. You don't have to do this. $5 million is not that much money. Even 4 million subs. If you have 4 million subs on YouTube and your net worth is $5 million, you are doing something wrong. You are seriously doing something wrong. You are seriously doing something wrong. This is crazy. This is crazy. So let's watch this man his chips.
These are the chips that you could eat and eat with nachos and all the kind of stuff that make sure you eat them with good nachos and real cheese, that you can binge on it and not have to worry about it causing you all kinds of other health concerns because they're putting seed oils in it. This is basic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at the back ingredients, is organic corn, 100% grass-fed beef tallow, sea salt, and lime. Go to the grocery store right now and you find me a bag of chips that taste this good that only have 4 or 5 ingredients in it. You ain't gonna find it. But for the people that I love, and the reason why I love Monster Chips, and I don't know how many of you guys have bought them. I've seen it. I mean, it's tons of y'all, and they're absolutely great. All you have to do is go to monsterchips.com/Officer Tatum, and make sure you use code Officer Tatum for 25% off.
See, and using the death of a young boy to be selling chips. This dude is despicable.
So I'm giving you the hookup, 25% off. Make sure you use that Officer Tatum code, and you won't regret it. If you regret it, email me, and I'll buy you a bag of your favorite chips. But these are really, really good Monster Chips. Make sure you get some today. All right.
So he took 2 minutes and 17 seconds to sell his chips. So he says, Karmelo Anthony family exposed after buying a house, luxury car with donation funds, ? Right? So he uses a very inflammatory title, right? He's using the death of Austin. He's using the fact that Carmelo is Black, Austin is white, because he knows it's going to bring views to my channel. There are white people out there who want to hear me say things like Black people are menace to society. So while I have him here, let me sell my chips. Let me sell chips to people. And his white audience does not find this disturbing. He could have done this at the end of the video. But you know what? For Brandon, it's all about money. He's sick. He's really, really sick. He's sick. He's seriously sick.
All right, let's get to Carmelo Anthony's family doing the most. Now, I don't know if this is verified.
If you don't know if it's verified, then why do you say they're doing the most? I am so confused. He said, I don't know if it's true, but they're doing the most. Which one is it? You know, I wonder, like, I really do wonder if this man cannot get sued. Because I'm like, you know, with Tasha K, her lawsuit, like the whole defamation stuff, I'm like, this is defamation. Because with Tasha K, it wasn't just what she said about Cardi being untrue. It's the number of videos that she made about Tasha K. Like, it was getting harassment, right? So I'm like, I wonder, because I haven't studied law, but I know they have a thing called tort, which is like you cause wrongful doing, not personal injury, but the way you talk about a person, you brought them harm. So when you have 3.4 million subs and you say things like that, right? You write titles like this and you say, well, I don't know, but you proceed to talk in the affirmative. That was another issue with Tasha, is that she would say things like allegedly, but she would talk in a way that was giving like she was sure of what she was saying, right? Because I said this. The way this case is going and the fact that people's lives are being threatened, people are not even safe anymore. Children are not safe anymore. And he knows this. And he's also black and he knows this. And he acts like he's not from Texas. Like he picks and chooses what he wants to remember about Texas. Is that like PTSD or like Stockholm Syndrome? For anybody, I'm like, Juneteenth is because of Texas. It was like the last state to free the slaves. Okay? Like you were in Texas and you don't know about the history of the Klan in Texas. Are you serious? Like he picks and chooses what part he wants to remember about being from Texas. But when people's lives are being threatened, judges are being doxxed. There's the address of the judge all over X. And you are creating more content to make it seem like, oh, this is a joke. They're trying to steal money. That these black people want to buy Escalade. Because there's always that thing, right? Black people in Escalade and big cars and things like that. It's so racist, right? I'm like, I wonder if he can't be sued. I'm like, people like that need to be sued. You can't just be saying all kinds of things on your platform just to add fuel to the fire and to really get somebody to do something crazy. No, child, they don't care. They don't care. They're Europeans. They don't care. They don't have a soul.
This is going to be the difference between me and other people that you follow. They'll just go off the hook and just say all this stuff is true. I don't know. I can't verify what their situation is. I just know it's rumored, and these rumors don't look good for them, that they got this GoFundMe money, which, to be honest, the judge didn't have to lower the bond amount because they got $500,000, which would probably be enough collateral to take care of the bond.
He sounds so damn stupid. And but what an idiot. So he's saying the judge should have considered the money in the GoFundMe. It's not even GoFundMe, it's Give, Send, Go. He's saying the judge should have looked at, hear this man. His channel is called Officer Tatum. He has built this channel as he's a former black police officer who believes in law and order, the U.S. Constitution, right? He knows so much about the law, but he's out here saying that the judge should have considered donations. That Give, Send, Go thing, these are donations. Right? What does that have to do with anything? So what about people who don't get donations? Then in that case, what do? How do you determine bond? This is ridiculous. As a judge, you determine the bond per the 8th Amendment. Does he have a history of violence? Has he done this before? What kind of member of society is he? Is he a risk flight? Bam, 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 bam. Nowhere in the Constitution, nowhere in the 8th Amendment does it talk about, well, if somebody has donations, then you should consider donations. Like, what kind of legal system would we have if we consider donation to set a bail? That is so unconstitutional. So if somebody raises lots of money, we should have their bail just as high as their donations. What are we talking about? And if you don't raise any money, then you should have no bail. Make it make sense. And once again, these are white people who call themselves Americans, who are so proud of the flag, and who love the Constitution, unless the Constitution can benefit somebody black, but somehow they're not racist. Can you imagine? Oh, you have donations, so we're going to set your bail based on your donation. Not on the fact that you are a risk flight, not on the fact that you have community ties, not on the fact that, no. Bail is something very specific. People put bail in place to make sure that you will come back for trial. It has nothing to do with how much donation or no donation people want to give you. That's number one. And just because there's $400,000 there, it doesn't mean that the family should give up all the money for the bail. Because then how do they pay for the lawyer? But that's the real thing, huh? Is that they don't want Carmelo to have an amazing criminal defense attorney. They want Carmelo with a public defender. Because if he has a public defender, then most likely they'll throw the book at him, lock his ass in prison, and these white people be like, okay, we didn't get to lynch his ass, but at least we destroyed his future. Okay? Like, this is crazy. Like, this is not how American law works. It doesn't work like this. Let me show you again. Hold on. I hate when people do this. Like, he needs to be sued. Hold on. Let's read what bail is for. This is crazy. The excessive bail clause in the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution prevents the government from setting bail amounts that are unreasonably high. It protects individuals from being held in custody solely because they lack the financial means to pay a bail amount that is not necessary to ensure their presence at trial. So just off of that alone, the purpose of bail is to make sure that we hold enough money to say you're going to come to court. We are looking at a 17-year-old. Okay? He works at Foot Locker. What money he got? Where you going? He lives with his parents. Mom and dad live there. Mom is a stay-at-home mom, and the daddy works. He has 3 younger siblings who go to elementary school. Where are they going? Nobody's going anywhere. Even when they caught him, he confessed. He cried. He asked, is Austin going to be okay? Where is he going? So we just need to get enough bail to bring him back to make sure he comes to court. 3.7 GPA, 2 jobs, captain of 2 teams. Where is he going? Does he even have a passport? Most likely not. Where is he going? So even I feel like the 250 is just too much. It was still too much. Okay, it's just too much. Now let's keep reading. Elaboration, the 8th Amendment. This amendment, a part of the Bill of Rights, also prohibits excessive fines and cruel and unusual punishment. Purpose of bail. Bail is a financial guarantee intended to ensure a defendant's appearance in court and to protect public safety. Excessive bail. Bail is considered excessive when it's set at a figure higher than what is reasonably necessary to achieve its purpose as defined by the court. Okay? Individuals can challenge the excessive bail by filing a motion for a reduction or appealing to a higher court. Okay? Bail should not be used as a form of punishment before a trial, but rather as means to ensure court appearances and public safety. So if you say to someone, because you have 300,000 in your GoFundMe or 500,000 in your GoFundMe, so therefore we're going to set your bail at 300,000 or maybe 3 million because it's 10%. Okay, or you have a 500,000 in your GoFundMe, so therefore we're going to set your bail at 5 million. Because you don't like Carmelo today, you think it's funny, but a lot of white people get in trouble with the law every day. Stop thinking like y'all some angels. Everybody gets in trouble with the law. White people, black people, Asian people, Indian people, you name it. You name it. So today it's Carmelo. Oh, let's set the bail so that it's all of his GoFundMe money. But what about tomorrow when it's your favorite white person and they also have a GoFundMe? Should we also set their bail at the entire GoFundMe? That's you trying to punish a person. Oh, because I know you have 300,000. I need to take it all from you. Oh, you got 500,000? I got to take it all from you. That is punishment. That is not what bail is. Bail is not to be punitive. It's not a punishment. It's a guarantee that you are going to come to court. And for somebody who calls himself Officer Tatum, like, he needs to be investigated. Like, did he actually serve as a police officer? Or was he about to be put on like some kind of sanction and he quit before he had to face the consequences? Because for a police officer to say, oh, a black eye is not a big deal, a busted lip is not a big deal, somebody grabbing you is not a big deal, I wonder if he was not going to be put under some kind of disciplinary action, so he quit the police force and became a YouTuber. He needs to be investigated. He has no integrity. Okay? Like that, I mean, like, how can a police officer say that? Or if somebody hits you in the face, it's not a big deal. Y'all need to hear him say it. Why am I even saying it? You need to hear him say it. You have to hear him say it. If somebody hits you, even Thomas heard it. Even Thomas heard it. He was like, if somebody hits you in the face, it's not a big deal. If somebody punches you, it's not a big deal.
That person feared serious bodily injury. A black eye is not serious bodily injury.
You see this?
A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
You see this?
They have to fear serious.
Let him say it.
Not serious. Have evidence that a reasonable person would believe that person feared serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A black eye is not serious bodily injury.
Oh, wow.
A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this? This is a man who used to work in the police force. Because to me, I'm thinking about all the women who get beat. There's so many women who are victim of domestic violence, for real, for real. Imagine telling a woman who gets beat on by a man, oh, he was just trying to kiss you. That black eye, girl, put some makeup on it. Okay? A woman comes in there, the man don't beat her, her lips are busted. Just he wasn't really gonna kill you, you know. Maybe he was just kissing you too hard, you know. Maybe he was just like kissing you. How can a man that serves on the police force say something like this? Yes, his cases need to be reviewed. So I wonder, did he quit the police force because he was about to be placed under suspension or some kind of disciplinary action? Because what kind of honorable cop? Because I feel like if you're a cop, you have seen it all, especially domestic violence. You know, yes, you do have some women who lie. You know what I'm saying? That does happen. But there are way more women who get their behinds beat by men than women who lie about that. You understand? But imagine telling a woman that has been suffering at the hand of her husband, a boyfriend, oh, that black eye, it's nothing serious. Aaron, the reason why I have Leonardo playing that evil man from Django, because to me, that's Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is that man. Charlie Kirk is that man. But I'll make another video and I will probably do a better job explaining it. Because Charlie Kirk, I got time for him. Because I see what he's doing. In the words of Nene, we see each other. I see how all these black people that he has signed to Turning Point USA, and I see how every platform, they all say the same thing. Everybody says the same thing. And they are all signed to Charlie Kirk. So he is that man from Django. Okay? So to me, Charlie Kirk is this man. What's his name? Okay? What was his name again? I forgot his name. Right? But that's it. And this is Officer Tatum. Okay? This is Officer Tatum. Right? That white man, Leonardo DiCaprio, that white man he played, he will make black people fight each other until they bludgeon each other to death. Remember that one scene with the two big black guys? They were fighting. One subdued the other. He was like, keep going. Because he wanted to see that black guy kill the other black person. And that to me is Charlie Kirk. He comes out here with this pristine image. Oh, I'm a white Christian. I'm a conservative. I fight for my family. Right? None but the devil. None but the devil. If you're really a white Christian, especially a Christian, and you believe in conservative voices, you're going to let everybody speak their own mind. It is not possible that everybody agrees. Everybody says the same thing. This is crazy. It doesn't fail. It's actually on point. You just mad because it makes too much sense, right? When do you hypocritical whites ever give credit? You out your damn mind. My analogy fails. Yeah, right. In the Django Unchained movie, this man did not have black people who work for him do all kinds of heinous things to each other. Yeah, right. He didn't have the black people, because I can't play it because it's copyrighted. Make it make sense. When do you goofy ass whites ever give credit when stuff makes too much sense? When do you? Gaslighting is like your Olympic sport. Go gaslight somebody else, Aaron. Go play with somebody else. Okay? Exactly. Charlie Kirk has Turning Point USA. That's his plantation. He made a specific plantation called Blexit. Everybody that is black and conservative is signed to him. Candace Owens, Officer Tatum, Rob Smith, Larry Elder. Who else? Give your name. The John Amachuku, whatever his name is. And the vast majority of black conservative voices on YouTube are signed to Turning Point USA. And you go on their channel, close your eyes. They all say the same thing. How is that even possible? How can different people repeat the same argument like pretty much verbatim? Make it make sense. A white man signs a bunch of black people, and every black person makes content saying all kinds of foolishness. Even Charlie Kirk, if he was a real Christian, he will be okay with Officer Tatum making a video saying that it's okay for a white teacher to write the N-word on the board. That's in the Bible. The Bible says to just wake up in the morning and trigger people. You make no damn sense, right? You make no damn sense. I'm like, gaslighting is an Olympic sport for white people. It's an Olympic sport. Can Officer Tatum make a video saying that it's okay to use racial slurs against the Jews? Can you do that? Can he make a video where he said, oh, it's okay to use a racial slur against white trans people? Make it make sense. He's going to be okay with that? Charlie Kirk going to be okay with that? No, Charlie Kirk is okay, just like Ben Shapiro was okay with Candace being extremely disrespectful towards black people. He only started getting mad when she started using the same energy towards the Jews. He's like, oh, what? Don't talk about my people. Because at that point, everything you say is anti-Semitic. Like, go play with somebody else, Aaron. Go play with somebody else. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Everybody gets it. That's why you have to ask the question. Everybody gets it. Making people fight themselves, making all these black people fight and bludgeon themselves to death. Hold on. 2 black men fighting. Foolishness. Not to play with people. Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess he died, huh? Oh, there you go. Fight. Go fight each other. Look at this, crying for his white man. All kinds of foolishness. Who knows what he was doing here to the black people? Look at this. Foolishness. You see? Oh, this part. Remember this part where he told the black man to kill the other black man? Right? Go play with somebody else. Go play with somebody else. Go play with the Chinese and see if they'll play with your terrorists. Right? That make no sense. Yeah, that really make no sense. Exactly. Like everything, and I'll show you. I'll play another video. I'll show you later. I'll show another video later. But how can a police officer, a former police officer, say stuff like this?
Meaning that if I just grab your T-shirt and say, "Man, move out the way," and
you see, there's a police officer who is telling the people that you can grab somebody's T-shirt. That's why I say, like, he needs to be investigated. People have to do their research on Officer Tatum. Brandon needs to be investigated. People need to know why Brandon left the police force. I don't think it's because he wanted to just, I want to quit to start YouTube. My YouTube channel was doing so well. I think he was about to face disciplinary action. Because if you have a good inside, you can't say stuff like this. Especially even right now, like 2025, with this whole Me Too movement and feminism, for a man to get on and to say a black eye is not a serious injury, a busted lip is not a serious injury, grabbing someone by the T-shirt, moving them here, moving them there, that's assault. You can't grab people. So then imagine how he actually was out there as a police officer. How did he treat people when he arrested people? Did he beat the people in the police car? Did he beat their ass in the police station? Because I want to know. I truly want to know. And you see, in the process of trying to degrade somebody, making other people see somebody horribly, you're revealing your innards. You are revealing who you are. And you are going to be investigated. Somebody is going to watch my video or watch some video and decide to look into you, to truly know why you left the police force. Because this is not proper language. For somebody who had a badge and a gun and you were out there representing the state, the city, whatever. You, at one point in your life, you carried a badge. At one point in your life, you carried a gun. Unbelievable. And you want to sit here and tell people that a black eye is not a serious bodily injury, as if people have not gone blind from a black eye or a busted lip. So if somebody has a busted lip, are they not going to require stitches? A busted lip is not a big deal. So does he give his wife busted lips? Does he give his wife black eyes? Because I'm gonna now have questions. Is that how he beats his daughter? Make it make sense. Like, I'm like, truly make it make sense. You can grab people by the T-shirt. It's acceptable. Even if you think somebody is sitting in the wrong seat, you're gonna start grabbing the person and move the person. And you think the person that you're grabbing is gonna be okay with this. Maybe he does. A lot of these white girls, they're goofy as hell. There are many white girls who don't know their worth. There are many white girls who are married to black dusties. Trust me. There are many white girls who, not every white girl is like on that level. And not, child, please. They got ratchet whites. They got middle class white. They got classy whites. There's levels to whites. There's levels to whites. But do you think like a very bougie, middle class, wealthy white girl is going to marry this right here? Okay, like look at him. You already know what kind of white girl he's married to. I don't even have to say it. You already know the type. You already know the type. Okay? You already know the type. When you look at the black man, you can tell what kind of white woman he had. If he was richer, like if he had more money and he was way more famous, like a Kanye or a Jay-Z, I'd be like, okay, like maybe she's that type of white girl. Right? But look at him now. Look at him. Look at him and look at her. Right? Like he's insane. He needs to be sued. He needs to be sued. He needs to be sued. Because what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Like, seriously, what does that even mean? Like, oh no, a black eye is not a serious whatever he said.
It has to be proportional.
Let me say it again.
The same scenario. He could walk away, but he didn't. Because he knew that if they touched him or did anything, he wanted to stab and kill whoever was in his way. And that's exactly what he ended up doing. Now, the proportionality of force. First of all, self-defense can't be initiated. You can't initiate a conflict and then claim self-defense. Second, the use of a deadly weapon has to be proportional, meaning that if I just grab your t-shirt and say, man, move out the way. And
okay, grab someone's t-shirt. If I just grab your t-shirt, that's assault. That's assault. And if somebody wants to grab a knife and cut your hand, well, that's what you get. Don't put your hands on people. But this is a man who's telling people he used to be a police officer. And now he's teaching his white audience who's already unhinged that, if you put your hands on people, it's not that bad. Do it with the wrong person. Play with the wrong person. Go put your hand on the wrong person. Go grab the t-shirt of the wrong person to move. Don't ask them to move. Put your hands on them and put your hands on their shirt and move them. If you lose a hand or you lose a wrist or you lose fingers, don't come crying. Do not come crying. Exactly. Exactly. And you think if you were to touch him, he would put up with that? What he's telling people to do, he wouldn't even allow somebody to walk up behind him, grab him by the shirt, and just move him. He would lose his mind. We saw him find the people who came for his tent. We saw him push the people. They should have pressed the assault charges. All kinds of foolishness.
you shoot me to death. That's disproportionality of use of force. Because a person that used deadly force have to have evidence that a reasonable person would believe that person feared serious bodily injury.
Listen,
a black eye is not serious bodily injury. A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
You see this idiot? And this is what Charlie Kirk pays for. Charlie Kirk pays this man to convince black people that a black eye is not a serious injury. Like if a white man gives you a black eye, like just maybe slap him, okay? It's not a serious injury. If a white man gives you a busted lip, it's not a serious injury. Never does he say, don't hit people. Don't put your hands on people. No, it's okay for the aggressor to aggress you. What he's doing is he wants to tell you how to react to it. Does that make sense, right? You get it, right? Because the whole goal of his video is to say, no matter what Austin did, you shouldn't have used the knife. I wish he had just have the ball to say it. You see, one thing about Candace, I'm gonna say this, right? One thing about Candace, right, and Kanye, right, is that they had the balls. Like they really, really had the balls to just wear the t-shirt. And I'm like, I respect it even more. When you're a self-hating black and you believe that the lives of white people matter more, just say it. Or just wear the t-shirt, right? Kanye did it. Where is he today? Crying he can't see his kids. Crying that he doesn't even own. He doesn't even own like the kids. There's a trademark. Northwest is a trademark. Chicago West is a trademark, right? Psalm West, all the kids, their names are trademark. He has no ownership. He has no equity. He can't see the children, right? The half-white kids. He pays crazy money in child support. Okay? You understand? Hey, Rico, what's up? Kanye wore the t-shirt. Where is he now? Why? Like, and the funny thing is, even me, Martin, I'll tell you this, right? Because some of y'all getting to know me. I am not the biggest Jay-Z fan. Like, I struggle with Jay-Z. I struggle with Sean. Like, I struggle real hard to like him. I really, really do. But my thing is, did you even wear a t-shirt that says Jay-Z Lives Matter? You went out there crazy for white people. But now you're mad at Jay-Z for not doing this. Jay-Z don't call me. Jay-Z don't call my kids. Child back. You wore a t-shirt that said White Lives Matter. Why don't you wear a t-shirt that said Rockefeller, y'all? Hey, it's the rock, baby, right? Why don't you wear Rockaway? Why don't you wear a t-shirt that says Rock Nation, Rockefeller, Rockaway, we outside? No. You wear a t-shirt because you wanted to, quote unquote, make white people happy, trigger black people. But now you're mad because Jay-Z, Sean Carter, who's a black man, is not calling you. He's not checking up on you. He's not changing your diapers. He's not doing this. So go sit down somewhere. You chose to go so hard for white people. Where are they now? They have your children held hostage. You can't see your kids. They have white nannies who spend more time than your kids, but your kids than you. You have no stake in your children, their license, their likeliness, their trademark, their copyright. These white folks have completely excluded you. Going so hard for white people. Candace Owens doing the same. At that time, she never thought that Ben Shapiro was going to fire her. But he did. Right? Going so hard for white people, thinking that they're going to do something for you that they're going to be nicer to me. They're going to love me more. They're only using you. They're just using you. They are seriously just using you. And Nick Fuentes is out here telling you.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views.
Exactly. Right? So you did what you did. So why don't white people come out in droves to support Kanye? Right? White Lives Matter. Where are they? They're nowhere to be found. Cool. Because that's how they are. And that's the same thing with this one. I'm telling y'all, this guy, this Officer Tatum, exactly. He has celebrity gossip, wasting her intelligence on foolishness. Oh, who does the first lady of Friends have a penis? One thing, one. Like, these things are so embarrassing. Like, these topics are so beneath you, Candace. They're so beneath her. But this is what she has to reduce herself to just sustain a white audience. It's embarrassing. I'm like, Candace, you're just way too smart for this. Gossip, though, girl, you went from talking about politics, talking about gossip. Girl, have the mercy, right? So Officer Tatum, too, when your stuff starts to come out, because it's not normal for a former police officer to say things like you can grab people and move them, a black eye is not a big deal, a busted lip is not a big deal. Somebody is going to go through your paperwork. Somebody going to expose you. And when everything comes out, Charlie Kirk, he will stay AF as far away from you as possible. You will never see this man again. He will never pick up your calls again. He will have nothing to do with you. Because, white people, as soon as you're involved in the scandal, they wipe you off from the website. They block your number. They cancel your email account. Right? Especially when you're black. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy. So I'm like, you're not going to go far away with that. Candace did all of that, and all she's worth is $5 million. It's not a lot of money. So if she's worth $5 million, you got to be worth less than her. So why? This is crazy. But hey, some people are just lazy.
To bond him out. So they have the means to accomplish the $1 million bond. So for them dropping the bond of $250,000 was extremely low.
And here he is lying. You see, this dude, but he calls himself a Christian. Here he is. Here he is. This is him a day before. Here he is.
Within the past hour, 17-year-old Karmelo Anthony has been released from the Collin County Jail after posting bond. A judge reduced his bond this morning from $1 million to $250,000. He's facing a murder charge after police say he stabbed another teenager, Austin Metcalf, while at a track meet at a Frisco high school. Stephen Dial is in McKinney with more. Stephen.
Karmelo Anthony left the Collin County Jail in a suit, but had nothing.
Proven guilty. So I know many of you know this, but sometimes we have to be reminded. A person is presumed innocent until proven guilty.
So you see this? And what does the Bible say about people who flip-flop? Today they talk like this. Tomorrow they talk like this. This is a video he did yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. Where he's saying a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Today he's saying, oh, they shouldn't have lowered the bond because you got the GoFundMe money. So we should leave the bond at $1 million. What does that mean? After he did this video, most likely Massa, Charlie Kirk, called him to the side and whooped him. Because how can your mouth it change so fast like this? Like, how can you flip-flop like this in less than 24 hours? Because most likely Charlie Kirk saw this video and he didn't like it. So now he's gonna come back and say more foolishness. And if you notice, he has an earpiece. Exactly. Here goes. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. That's what I was looking for. So yesterday, the day before yesterday, you told the people that you are innocent and you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. So you felt like the bail was excessive. Today you come outside and then you say, oh, they shouldn't have lowered the bail. It should have stayed at $1 million because he had the money in the GoFundMe. So why do you think he changed like that? Because Charlie Kirk didn't like this video. So now you understand, who is he making the video for? The sensitivities of Charlie Kirk. He has an earpiece. I'm like, why do you need a, like you see me, I've been here for like 4 hours, right? Sometimes I've done lives like for 12, 15, 16, 17 hours, you name it, right? I don't have an earpiece. Like there's nothing here, right? I don't have an earpiece. This is like, these are like 15, 16-minute videos. Why does he need an earpiece? Because somebody is talking to him. Why do you need an ear? Even Candace, she does like 45 minutes. She doesn't have an earpiece on. Why does he need to have an earpiece? Because his thoughts are not his thoughts. So when he does a video, there are certain things he has to say, and there's somebody in his ear to remind him to hit point A, point B, point C. This is very, very bizarre. You know what I'm saying? But how? Like we said, like the Bible says, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Yesterday, you believed this. Today, you come outside, you believe the complete opposite. Something is going on. So here we know that this is not a man who's free. He is not free. He's not free. He belongs to somebody. He belongs to someone. Oh, he sure does. Okay? He's not a free person. He belongs to this guy. He belongs to Charlie. So when he made the video the day before yesterday, Charlie did not like that he said that. Because it wasn't too because you have to make Carmelo be so despicable that people look at that 17-year-old and they see a monster, a psychopath, a sociopath, a racist psychopath who put a butcher knife or a cleaver in his book bag, went to a track meet looking for which white person to stab in the heart, as if he has nothing else to do. And that does not show you like the narcissism of white people. Like Nick Fuentes was on his YouTube channel calling black people ethnic narcissistic crybabies. No, that's white people. Imagine thinking that you are so important. Black people go to bed every day, all day. We wake up in the morning just thinking about y'all. White people want to know, are they the first things on our minds every time we wake up in the morning? Because to really sit here and think that a black kid the night before a track meet went through the kitchen, okay? Look, a butcher, a cleaver, butcher knife, cleaver, a butcher knife it is, right? Say, I can't wait to go to that track meet and I'm going to seek which white boy to stab in the heart because white people must pay for the sins of slavery. Delusional. And these are the same people whose children are confused as their sexuality. They're supposed to be a boy, a girl. They have a mental illness. They have a mental illness. They are mentally ill. And that's why the vast majority of their children have gender dysphoria, whatever you call it. They have all kinds of issues. They have mental health issues. Because to really think that as a white people, you are that important to black people, that the night before a track meet, little Carmelo walked in the kitchen, looked at his mother's knives and said, a cleaver, a butcher knife. I don't know. Which one hurts white people more? Butcher knife it is. Where is my book bag? Let me put it in my book bag. Because I can't wait to go to the track meet tomorrow and find which white person to stab in the heart. Because white people must pay for the sins of slavery. You are insane. You watch too much TV. You watch way too much TV. You're not that important. Everybody out here trying to survive. In this economy, everybody's trying to make sure that Trump does not destroy America. You're not that important. You are truly, truly not that important. So Charlie Kirk watched the video. He didn't like it. So now he has to come back and fix the mistakes he did yesterday. Right? Because this one is like, it has to be tougher. It has to be meaner. It has to be more salacious and things of the sort. That's what I'm saying. He needs to be sued. He needs to be sued, y'all. He needs to be sued.
And unnecessary. Let's move forward. We see that they raised $500,000. It's going to go up more and more. We get closer to the trial. And if he takes this to trial, it's probably going to get more and more. There's going to be more and more money coming in because the.
So why are you triggered? Why do you care? Why does he care? Is he broke? I think he's broke off. I really think he's broke. What kind of grown ass man is sitting here keeping up with somebody's GoFundMe? So you spend all day looking at Carmelo's GoFundMe like you're keeping up with the SP 500. Are you actually okay? Are you broke? This is crazy.
People of the melanin are silly as a mother.
Okay, so now here are white people raising money for Luigi, right? Luigi Mangione, right? Fundraiser. Okay. Right? Okay. So here is Luigi Mangione. So if black people are silly people for raising $400,000 for Luigi, what does that make white people? What does that make white people? I have questions. That is so crazy. If let's go with what you're saying. Black people are silly for supporting Carmelo. Okay, no problem. Because he went to school, he went to a track meet with a knife to kill a white person to make white people pay for the sins of slavery. Okay, cool, whatever. My thing is, if black people are silly, what does that make white people? What does that make white people? Right? What does that make white people? Like, he's so damn stupid. Okay? Is he? Let's listen to her. Let's listen to this.
America has found its new bachelor, heartthrob, Ivy League.
A killer is a, they see? They describe a cold-blooded killer, even though he's presumed innocent until he's found guilty. But let's assume he did it. Somebody who's on trial for like first degree, like capital murder, like you walk up to someone, you shoot him in the head. How does he describe him? A heartthrob, right? So if white people call cold-blooded killer heartthrobs and then they donate $1 million, what does that make them? Like, what does that make them? This is so funny. Hold on.
America has found its new bachelor.
A new bachelor, okay.
Heartthrob. Ivy League graduate, valedictorian of his high school class, fashion icon, dreamy eyes.
Oh, wow.
And it is the one guy you would never let your daughter date. Luigi Mangione. He's also the same guy who was accused of gunning down the United Healthcare CEO. The alleged assassin somehow has a booming fan base.
Okay.
A fan base he's actually had to ask to send him fewer letters in jail and photos. Evidently, the jail's mail system is overwhelmed. His lawyers say, quote, due to the volume of photos, they could take longer than usual to be screened and shared. Luigi appreciates the photos that are sent and kindly asks that people send no more than 5 photos at a time.
Please. You see this? So white women are lining up to send their pictures. And you know, some are probably sending nudes. You're some goofy ass people, huh? Some of these women are, we see how white girls go crazy for boy bands. We have seen how they've gone crazy for, what's his name? Andrew Styles. Aquarius, what's his name? From that boy band who dated on Taylor Swift. What's his name? What's his boy band again? New Direction. What's her name? We know how white girls go crazy for boy bands. We know how many white girls go crazy for these white inmates, right? So what does that make white people? More specifically, white women. And I know many of these heifers are sending their naked pictures to what's that boy Luigi? What's his name? Luigi. And he's even saying, okay, don't send more than 5 pics. Unbelievable. Harry Styles, there you go. Right? And what was his group again? I forgot the name of the group. So what does that make white people? If black people are silly for giving for donating money to Carmelo. What does this make white people? Because they raised almost $1 million for a cold-blooded murder right there. We saw it on camera. The man turned around, pa pa. He just rode his bike away. So what does that make white people? Gaslighting at an Olympic level. One Direction, yes. Yes, Miss Journey. She said if someone would have punched him in the eye as a police officer, he would have beat them or shot them in fear for his life and gone away. Exactly. But now he goes, oh, a black eye and a big deal, a busted lip and a big deal. But if somebody had punched you as a police officer, you would have killed that person. And you'd have gotten away with it. Okay? He says giving love after lockup. Bunch of foolishness.
Please note that every photo is received, screened, and reviewed by law enforcement.
Why do you think they said that? Because the girls are sending nudes. They are sending nudes.
Can't imagine why they had to add screened and reviewed by law enforcement.
So they're
Clinical psychologist Dr. Chloe Carmichael is with us. Look, this is one I just don't understand. How does this guy become a folk hero? What is the psychology or pathology of these fans?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think you're right. It's part psychology and it's part pathology. But we have to remember even Charles Manson had admirers, right? So Luigi does appear to be young, fit. He's intelligent. He's obviously capable. I mean, allegedly that he made a ghost gun and had this plan. He's interested in...
See how she finds it attractive? Like, look at her. She's like impressed. He made a ghost gun. Look at this. Look at her. Look, even her, she's turned on. So what will you say about this goofy ass white girl right here? She's like, look at her. Oh, he made a ghost gun. He's so intelligent, right? And if she could even have sex with him, she probably would.
And risk taking, and he's willing and able to stand up for what he believes is right. I believe.
Wow. So it's okay for Luigi. Did you hear white people? When I tell you white people are not the moral authority in America. They're not even the moral authority in anywhere in the world, not even their own household. They're full of it. So she's saying that Luigi did what's right because he stood up for what he believed. A man is dead. A father, a CEO. The man is shot in Luigi walked up to that man and pa, pa, pa. That man didn't even do nothing to him. At least Carmelo, Hunter, and Austin, there's an exchange. People, and then Austin grabbed Carmelo. This man didn't grab you. The man didn't say, move away from my tent. The man didn't say, move away from me. Didn't even talk to you. You walk up on this man, pop, 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 and then you ride your bike and you just leave. And now she's saying, oh, he stood up for what he believes. This is why I said earlier, do not waste your time trying to convince white people of your innocence, trying to convince white people that you're not wasting the GoFundMe money. You will have nothing to prove to white people. Because when it's their time, they do whatever they want. You see, white people have no problem being hypocrites. They will do it in broad daylight. They will just do it like, oh, your murder is wrong. Then they say, oh, he stood up for what he believed, right? White people only hold on to morality. The Bible says don't murder when they don't like you, right? When they don't like you, they do all this virtue signaling. They use the Bible. They use these moral codes, the code, right? That's it, because they don't like you. When people don't like you, they'll use morality, religion, this, and that, because they don't like your ass. When they like you, they will find arguments, blows, like it's not that bad. I mean, he stood up for what he believed, like he's very intelligent, So they don't like you. Stop forcing them. You have to understand that about white people. When they like you, you won't even have to open your mouth. They will come out full clan of swinging. They'll defend you. Don't even have to know the details. Oh, I like you, I'm gonna defend you. No matter what happens, right? And that's what's happening here. The fact that Hunter and Austin are asking a kid to move, even though it's raining, they don't care. The fact that they grabbed them, we don't care. Okay. The fact that they know jiu-jitsu, we don't care. The fact that all of this is happening on a concrete step, we don't care. In the rain, we don't care. Because they decided we like him, we don't like you. They're going to be tribal. Let them be. Stop doing this. It's going to drive you insane. It's a fake ass people with volatile, weak ass moral beliefs and a moral code. Okay, they have none. It's like white people, their moral code is like a blank piece of paper. Today it says this. Yeah, jiu-jitsu. Me and Fumi were cracking up yesterday. Jiu-jitsu, he knows jiu-jitsu, right? Their code of morals and ethics is a blank piece of paper. Every day they wake up, they write something new. They wake up tomorrow, they write something new. It's like a whiteboard. There's nothing like there's nothing like engraved in their tablet of moral code. No. Today they'll defend murder, tomorrow they want. Tomorrow they'll defend like a lower bail, tomorrow they want. They want like the crazy bail possible. Tomorrow they'll defend this, tomorrow they don't. Everything depends on the person. That's how white people go through life. They are tribal AF. If I like you, I'll defend you no matter what. If I don't like you, I will never give you the benefit of the doubt, no matter what you tell me, no matter what evidence you have, no matter what proof you give me, I don't care. I don't like you. That's how they are. Some very petty people. You can't reason with liberals, white liberals, you can't reason with them, and you cannot reason with white conservatives. They're the same. It's just the opposite side of the coin. They're the same. Once their minds are made up, there's nothing you can say. Just let them be. Let them be. Who cares? Who cares? You don't need these people to be happy, you know? Like, you don't need them. So listen to her again.
And he's willing and able to stand up for what he believes is right. I believe what he did is terrible. But if there are, young...
The way she said terrible, are you convinced? You're not even convinced. Listen, I believe it's terrible. That's just to say that, to put it out there, right? You don't sound convincing. Let her say it again.
What he did is terrible. But if there are, willing and able to stand up for what he believes is right, I believe what he did is terrible. But if there are, young women out there that are confused and somehow think that it's a brave and valiant thing to do to, gun down that incredible family man, an incredible story of that CEO. But if somehow these women have it in their minds that, this is a positive, then they could go for him. What gets me is it's this...
You said they can go for him. But then he's saying, oh, black people are silly. Black people, is she calling them dumb? She's not calling them dumb. At any moment, has she insulted these white girls who are sending nudes, sending money to a so-called killer? No, she's not putting down these white girls. Even exact. She's attracted to him. She probably sent her pictures too, for all we know. Right? But at any moment does she say these girls are deplorables, these are the dumb sins of the pale people. This is what we do as white women. We're always goofy behind some eggplant. We'll do anything for some eggplant. As white women, we are so quick to get wet in the pants for any kind of man with some nice brows. She's not putting down these women. She's maybe they're young, maybe they're confused, and if that's what they want to do, who am I to tell them no? Right? And that's how you know this is a person who is free. She is free. She's not saying this under duress. But Brandon, he's not free. He belongs to Charlie Kirk. Oh no, black people are dumb. They're stupid. They're idiots. They're idiots. This white woman, not one time is she putting down these white girls. Even though they're sending nudes. And maybe they're even sending money and they're definitely donating. But she's not insulting her own people. You make your content and the same thing your people do, you insult them for doing it. And white people, they praise their people for doing it because white people are really free in America. When you're black, whether you're a conservative or you're a liberal, you're not free. You're a slave. You belong to someone. Your mouth belongs to someone. Your thoughts are written by somebody else. All you do, you just repeat it. It's like you're pretty much running an ad. They will not do it because that's not the rules. Like they have to wait for Charlie Kirk if they're conservative, or they got to wait for Nancy Pelosi. All these black people, they wait. Okay, I wait for my marching orders. Okay, tell me how to think. Tell me what to say. They don't think for themselves. And they don't get paid to think. They just get paid to be black faces who just say the things that white people want to hear. That's it. That's it. That's all they are. It's just like a vocal cords. That's about it.
An incredible story. I believe what he did is terrible, but if they're done and had this plan, he's interested in risk taking, and he's willing and able to stand up for what he believes is right. I believe what he did is terrible, but if there are, young women out there that are confused and somehow think that it's a brave and valiant thing to do to, gun down that incredible family man, an incredible story of that CEO. But if somehow these women have it in their minds that, this is a positive, then they could go for him. What gets me is it's the same women that said Daniel Penny was toxically masculine, right? But they're lining up for this guy.
Yeah, there's something there. Look, I don't get it, but he's entered this part of ether of culture. Jon Stewart on The Daily Show spent a long time talking about just this. Take a listen.
A new acronym for a new age. It's not MAGA. It's something more like Make America Not Governed in Obviously Negative. Abort! I'm kidding. No vigilantes.
I never get
Okay.
Look at this.
It's okay to smile, I promise.
Look at this.
This is my question though.
Look at what he did. Look at what he did. Y'all see this? Look at what he did. And they're giving him, he's on tape doing this. And they gave $1 million. So what does that make white people?
What is it? Is it people who are lonely? Is it, we see women who like marry guys who are in jail or serving life sentences. I get that there's a few of them, but that they would have a combined $600 and some odd thousand to give. There must be a lot of these folks.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have to remember also his legal team seems quite adept. They set up, as a website. They're encouraging people. They're sending personal messages from him. On some level, he's actually working, to build that relationship.
Isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I said earlier? That Carmelo's team needs to focus on his base. Focus on people who donate. Talk to them. Encourage them. Isn't that what I said? Stop trying to convince people who don't believe in you. You're wasting your time, okay? Focus on the people who care for you. And so it's like, oh no, his media, they talk to the people who give money, they write them notes. As long as they keep giving every paycheck, you're good to go. I said this. I really did. These NGN people, they don't know what they're doing.
And then we have to also understand that there are always women who have kind of a pathological draw, like a moth to the flame, right? To these bad boys, because women do have just an evolutionary desire to be with a man who is strong and who can protect them and who's capable and who can stand up and fight for what's right. And if these women somehow, again, just develop a warped sense of what's right, or, maybe they had a hard relationship with their father, or, whatever the case be, that they're drawn, to this pathology, or in some weird way, if they actually think he's a white knight.
Yeah, he seems to be sort of leaning into it, right? With like the looks at the cameras and the clothes and
Okay, point being made. So what does that make white people? Like, he's just so damn silly.
I bet you $1 million. Most of the people that funded this are black.
Anthony's family. This is BLM. This is what the black community does. This is what our pastors do. This is what they do, right? And so the family of Karmelo Anthony are still raising money. They got the bond reduced to $200,000, kept the rest of the money, moved into a mansion, right? So if you are so-called threats, why do you have to move in an $800,000 a year house? Or a house worth $800,000? Because
he's so damn stupid. And you see, and this is what they like. These dumbass, ignorant ass, poor ass, idiotic blacks. He said $800,000. I said, boo-boo, come to DC. Come to DC. He think $800,000 is so much money. Come to these people are so damn stupid. They're so damn stupid. Hold on, y'all. Let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. You think $800,000 lost of money, like for a house today? Let me show you this. Hold on. Let me show you like what you get in DC. Okay, let me show you what you can get in DC for. Oh yeah, here's the guy. Let me show you. He has a house here for like 700. Let me show you this.
We're going to be discussing how much income do you need to be able to qualify for this $640,000 condo right here in Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. We're going to tour the unit, and then we're going to talk about what those monthly mortgage payments look like, how much cash is needed to purchase, and finally, how much.
Let him show you.
And we've got 1, 2, 3 buildings, and they all have about 8 to 10 units. We're going to be looking in this building specifically. They also have I think a rooftop up there for that building.
Not getting the house.
Okay.
Y'all look at this. 700,000. What you get?
So we walk in. This is
Look at what you get.
our washer and dryer, which always comes in handy to be in the unit. To the right.
Look at this, 700,000.
Our coat closet. And
Look what you get.
additional storage. So yeah, this is a top floor unit. It's over 1,000 square feet, and as you can see, completely nice and open. Top floor, so we've got a lot of sunlight. We've got 3 windows right here.
Like some people, you can just tell off the bat, like you must live in a very poor area, right? Come to DC. Come to DC. See what you can get with 800,000. You'll be like, what? At most, like here right now in the DMV, like Northern Virginia area, like at most what you can get for 800,000 is a townhouse. It is not a lot of money. So that's how I know, like either this dude, he rents or he lives with his mother or he lives like in his grandparents' house, but he obviously don't have a mortgage. Because if 800,000 got you pressed for a house, if it got you pressed, you've never bought it. Like you're not in the market to buy. You've never bought. Because otherwise you'd be like, no, it's not that much money.
There's just a ton of light, and then we've got our balcony right here. Kind of out of breath from all those stairs.
$700,000. He has other places. Like it is crazy. If you want to have like, look, he has this other house. I looked at this house the other day I looked at this house on Saturday. Right? See this one. Let me show you.
Free market from January, like hotcakes. So if you're an individual, this is our living space.
Is it this one? Or is it this? Which house is this one? Okay. See this house here. Like if you want to have space, like a lot of space in DC, this
landscaping.
Yeah. You see, but this house is 3.3 or like, yeah, it's almost like 3.5 million. Look at this house.
I love the light fixtures on the exterior of the property.
Okay, get inside the house.
So we're going to check out the yard. I'll save that for later on in the video. But as we walk into the property, we've got this grand entry right here with the chandelier. So, okay, so this is one of those homes when you walk in, you don't know where to place your eyes because there's just so many things to look at, right? It's just so.
See, this house here, this house is like 3.4, 3.5 million. Like DC, like 800,000, you're living in a condo. You want to actually have like a house, like a single family house, it's going to be like in the millions. You want like, even the house that costs like 2.5, they barely have enough space. You want a house that has like lots of space like this one, you're talking 3.5 million. So for him to be like, oh, you living in a house that costs $800,000, it's like that. Like I'm like, these people have no money, huh? That's why I say they sit here and they keep up with Carmelo's GoFundMe like it's the freaking stock market. Okay, like the S&P 500, right? But I'm like, if you are buying a house right now, you bought a house, or you're currently in the market looking for a house, you know that 800,000 is not a lot of money. We're not in 1993. We are in 2025. You know what I'm saying? Like most people who want to have a decent sized house, like they're going to have to put up like near $1 million. So like, what's 800,000? Like, you're not gonna have like living in the bells and whistles, and on top of that too, they didn't buy the house. They moved out for their safety so they could rent a house. They're renting the house. They didn't buy the house. So you see, but once again, these whites are so desperate to hear Black people say the most nasty, hateful things about Black people that they themselves will go against their own common sense to believe the foolishness. Most white people know that a beautiful house today is going to be more than $800,000. Even in Texas, like a lot of beautiful homes in Texas is like, it's upwards of like at least $1 million. Now, if it's a gated community, oh, it has to be more than that. So if they live in an $800,000 or a $900,000 house, it's not like, oh, they're out there in a mansion in Beverly Hills with the pool. You know better. You're doing too much because you don't like these people. You just don't like that family. You don't know them, that you've made up your mind not to like these people. That's it.
Black Lives Matter all over again. Remember how Black Lives Matter stole all the money from the Black community, raised over $50 million, and then
now you want to compare $50 million to 400,000. He just wants some money. He broke. He really broke.
Disappeared, and they were investigated for fraud and exposed by Candace Owens. Well, that's exactly what his family is doing off the backs of dumb ignorant Black people who are full of racism, hate, and are so blinded by that they're willing to send money to a cause that they shouldn't be sending money to.
So white people have never been defrauded. Like there's never been a white-owned non-for-profit, especially the Red Cross, that has robbed white people. So every single white non-for-profit is always above board. Like the Red Cross has never had any issues. Like there's never been a white non-for-profit that has defrauded donors. It's only Black Lives Matter. I mean, I don't even agree with what Black Lives Matter did, but let's be so for real. The biggest NGOs in the world are owned by white people. Okay? The biggest non-for-profits in the world are owned by white people. So you want me to believe that every single NGO in the world that is run by a white person, they never stole money? Are you sure about that? Okay. Is he sure about that? Is he sure about that? Okay, so here we are here. Oh my Lord, these people are crazy. Okay, a non-for-profit CEO charged with misusing grants. Her name is Hodge. Okay, let's see what she looks like. June 2020. Okay. Non-for-profit CEO charged with misusing grants and defrauding women. Unbelievable. Like he wants Charlie Kirk to be his master so badly. Okay. A criminal complaint accuses Glenda Hodges, 69, of Clinton, Maryland, of defrauding an ailing 71-year-old woman who volunteered for Still I Rise, the non-for-profit. Okay. Like it's like, hold on. Oh, what is this crap? How do I get out of here? Yeah, here she is. Is that this one? Like there's so many of them who rob people. Even recently, there's a story in the news about this one white woman who stole from people, right? There are plenty of white women CEOs of non-for-profits who have stolen from people, who have defrauded people. So this whole Patrice Cullins thing is wrong what she did, but don't make it seem like it's a Black issue. Like, oh, this issue is so specific to Black people. No, no, no. No, no, no. Let me see. No, no, no. What is this one? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, I can. Let me see this. Okay, you see? So this lady too, on this white woman, she got arrested, or she did for you see, she paid herself $7.5 million. Hold on, let me see the story. Okay, so here it is. How a Florida non-for-profit paid $7.5 million to its CEO, the Tiffany Carr story. The Bush family helped Carr raise money for the Florida Coalition Against Domestic Violence Foundation through the years. Until late last year, Carr, 51, remained at the top of the organization that she built. Right? So this white woman, she stole whatever. She stole all kinds of money. Yeah, she stole all kinds of money. Oh, yeah, the couple that stole the GoFundMe that they were helping. Yeah, they were both white. Exactly. So I'm like, stop making it seem like it's only Black people who create non-for-profits and defraud people. No, whites have had non-for-profits first. Whites have the biggest non-for-profits. Whites raise more money than Black people. And they steal money too. It goes both ways. Make it make sense. And, this is just sad. This is just sad.
It's BLM all over again.
And I'm telling you this, and I said it 100 times in a row. If Karmelo Anthony would have did this to another Black kid, neither one of them would have got to GoFundMe. None of them.
So he's saying if Carmelo had stabbed another Black kid, they wouldn't have been a GoFundMe. Okay. Every time a white kid stabs another white kid, does every white kid get a GoFundMe? Every time a white child shoots another white child, does every white child who's a victim of something gets a GoFundMe? No. No. So why do Black people have to create a GoFundMe every time there's if a Black kid does something to a Black kid? Do white people create GoFundMes every time a white kid hurts another white kid? The answer is no. But yet there's way more whites in this country than Black people. So why don't they do more? You have almost like 300 million whites. You have like 40 million Blacks. But somehow 40 million people should always do way more than over 200 million whites. No, you do it. You have more numbers. So create more GoFundMes. It should be proportional. Like Trump said, proportional tariffs, okay? It should be proportional. If white people are the majority, white people should have more GoFundMes than Black people. So when white kids hurt other white kids, white people should have GoFundMes because there's more whites than there are Blacks. Why always trying to tell Black people, you got to do this? You do it. And even him, Officer Tatum, he has 3.4 million. He has a big audience. He can bring light to any situation. So why doesn't he open up a GoFundMe every time a Black kid hurts another Black kid? What's stopping him from doing it? Create the GoFundMe and also make the videos so you can raise awareness. You got 3.4 million people. But the thing is, because your audience is majority white, they're not going to care. So that's why you're not doing it, huh? If your audience was majority Black, then you would do the GoFundMes. But you cater to a white racist audience who does not care about Black people. So if you were to open a GoFundMe, they would never give because they don't care. They barely buy your t-shirts. Then now you have this like energy drink stuff. They're not going to buy it. Now you're selling the chips. They're not going to buy it. They barely support you and your merch. Like, make it make sense. You're so crazy.
They wouldn't have supported Karmelo Anthony, and they definitely wouldn't have supported the person who died. Nobody got to GoFundMe. You want to bet me? Find me a GoFundMe where a Black kid stabbed another Black kid, or a Black kid killed another Black kid. They'll break a GoFundMe record if they GoFundMe all these young brothers that get killed by other brothers.
Why don't you do it? I don't get it. If you feel like people are not doing the GoFundMes, if you feel like people are not doing the GoFundMe, you have 3.4 million subs. Why don't you do it? You have the voice, you have the audience, or you don't have permission from Master Charlie Kirk to do it. I don't get this, man. You almost have 4 million subs. If you see that people are not doing it, you do it. Be the change you want to see in the world, Brandon. You do it.
It will never happen. These silly people of the melanin that are secretly racist and they hate white people. Go look at the GoFundMe link. Go look at his GoFundMe comments. Mm-hmm. What are they saying? They hate white people. Okay. They glad he did this. Okay. This is revenge. Mm-hmm. Let me explain this to you because this is how I used to think.
And the sad part is, this is where also I think he can be sued, because he says, go look at the comments. But I'm like, if you saw the comments, why didn't you take a screenshot? Why do I have to go look? Where am I looking? What am I looking at? Right? If you saw comments that say, oh, we hate white people, this is revenge. You have an iPhone. It's very easy to grab a screenshot, you know? You have an iMac, I'm sure. It's also very easy to get a screenshot. Why don't you put the stuff here? Because I feel like it's not even there. Right? Because you can show the video, you are showing cars, they're not even the cars. You're showing a house that's not even their house. You made time to go find videos on TikTok with these goofy ass self-hating blacks, right? You saw the comments, but then screenshot the comments. That makes no sense. Why don't you just screenshot the comments and put the comments right here so we can see the comments? Foolishness. I'm like, this is just foolishness. And they just fall for that. Oh, I don't have to have proof of anything. I just want to trust. I'm going to trust whatever you say, right? Because they themselves, this goofy ass white audience, they want to believe that black people hate me. I don't even know your name. Don't listen to this fool. He hates you. He's trying to sell you them dirty ass, nasty ass salsa chips. He's trying to poison you. Okay. He hates your guts. He hates you. I don't care who you are. Oh, black people hate white people. And white people love black people. White people have loved us so much. Like, even sitting here, I can feel the love. We are so loved by white people. We are so treated fairly by white people. White people love us so much that even when it rains, we can't sit under their tent, right? White people love us so much that when it rains at a track meet and you're wearing your school uniform, you still can't sit there because they love you. They want what's best for you. As a black person, stand in the rain. That's good for you. You know, pneumonia is good for you, right? Just sit there just stand there in the rain because pneumonia is good for you. White people love us so much. I feel like Hallmark, the company, they should make like Valentine's Day cards for black people so they can give them to white folks. White people love you so much, you know. All they ever wanted was to love you. They make you work on a plantation because they loved you. You know, they used to lynch you out of kindness because they wanted you to be better, you know. They fed your babies to alligators because, you know, the alligators were hungry, but it wasn't to hurt your feelings, right? They stopped you from running away to freedom because they were going to miss you so much, okay? White people love you. Y'all, white people love us, y'all. They've been so nice to us and we've been blinded. We have been so blinded by our rage against white people that we can't see how much they love us. They have butterflies in their stomach when they see us. White people, they're not trying to grab us to be mean. They want to hug us. You know, it's just a little hug. Like, you are so damn silly. You think when a person is loved, they can't tell. You think when a community is loved, they can't tell. Right? Like, who are you playing with? Like, go feed that stuff to somebody else. Like, go feed that to the birds. Feed it to the migrants. Okay? White people are so nice to black people. White people are so friendly. White people just can't wait to help black people and be friends to black people. Okay? White people can't wait to tell other people, I have black friends. I'm a good white person. Like, what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Like, you're saying all kinds of foolishness. All kinds of foolishness. All kinds of foolishness.
When they see a white kid, when you black in America and you grew up in the hood or you grew up anywhere in a prominent black neighborhood, most of the time, not all the time, people different. Most of the time, you have an underlying hatred towards white people. Therefore, when something happened to a white person, your whole mindset is, they did this to us, that's what they get. We used to be slaves. I don't care what happened to white people. They beat us. So when one of us killed them unjustifiably, it don't matter because they kill us all the time unjustifiably. So we kill one of them unjustifiably. What's the problem? They privileged. They got it anyway. The white man always got this. Look at the vitriolic theology of, I would say, the average black person in America.
Okay. So let's stop right here. Now, let's say if white people, hold on. This is so funny. Hold on. Because we should tell the homies I'm in heaven and they ain't got. Hold on.
Other living conditions look like for many Black Americans, it's pretty bleak. And that's by design. In addition to artists cataloging their very personal experiences,
in May. So if we had done this to white people, like I think these people are just so audacious. They're so bold, right? If black people had done to white people what they did to us, they would just be like just eager to love us in return. I'm like, if people had did this to your people, would you just say, oh, they're just so formidable?
Major cities lived scattered throughout the city. They weren't segregated particularly. It's only with the great migration of 6 to 7 million African Americans north and west escaping the South, the predominant response.
If they had lived like this, sometimes I really want to ask, are you guys still here? Hopefully you're still here. Are you still here? Because you're quiet, right? But sometimes I really do wonder, like, if it was you, would you be like, if it had been done to you, would you even dare to say, oh yeah, these people have to like me. These people owe me something. They owe me to be nice to me. They owe me to be like, to make me comfortable. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? And I think the problem is, I really do believe that a lot of white people in America truly don't know their history. They truly, truly don't know their history. Because when it comes to them, and what was, especially with 9/11, allegedly some Muslims took the planes and did what they did. So for the past 25 years, all we have done as a country is to go murder Muslims. The same people who are not willing to forgive Muslims 25 years after the fact are saying to black people, well, how come you're not nice to me? The Muslim has the same question. Matter of fact, Palestinians have the same questions, right? Iraqis who had nothing to do with 9/11 also have the same question, right? So I don't know. I truly don't understand. I really don't understand. What have white people done for black people that gives them this entitlement to say, oh, a black person should be nice to me. A black person should make me comfortable. A black person should include me. A black person should receive me. I really want to know, what have you done? What have you done? What can you say, okay, this is what we did for black people, so this is why we feel as though black people should be nicer to us. You voted for Barack Obama? Is that what it is? You voted for Barack Obama twice? Is that what it is? Like, you like Beyonce's music? I'm so confused. You love Nene? You watch the Real Housewives of Atlanta and you don't skip, like, you even watch the commercials, right? I would truly love for one white person to explain that to me. Oh, Marlene, we as white people feel like we did X, Y, and Z. And because of that, black people should be nicer to us. They should like us more. They should be warm towards us. They should be hospitable towards us. We would really love to know. Because I'm like, you're asking for black people to be, I don't know, I guess like nicer, friendlier, warmer, grateful. I think they want gratitude also. I don't know, because it's giving that, right? But yet, when a black child wants to sit under a tent with white children, it's a problem. You won't even share a tent under the rain, but you want black people to open their heart and just welcome you in. No, that's not how life works. And I want a lot of white people to understand that. Black people don't have to be nice to you. Black people don't even have to talk to you. They have to look your way. They don't owe you anything, right? Nobody owes you anything. And guess what? Whether a black person likes you or not, you can still live your life. You can live your life. You can travel. You can have a passport. You can do whatever you want. And that's why black people can't be racist, because they have no power to oppress you. They can be bigoted. Yeah. They can not like you also. Sure. Right. But then again, you should go read your own history books and see why they feel that way. And then don't feel like somebody owes you anything. Nobody owes you anything. If we look at how America was built, white people owe black people. It's called reparations, which you don't want to pay, right? Which you don't want to pay. But you'll gladly send $300 billion to Ukraine. You will gladly send trillions of dollars to Israel. You will gladly send all kinds of money all around the world. But when it comes to paying reparation, oh, I don't have it. Oh, you're asking for too much. Oh, we didn't even take you. It was other Africans who sold you into slavery, right? We know how it goes. Nobody owes you anything. Stop walking around thinking that black people owe you their friendship. Black people owe you their food. Black people owe you their kindness. Black people should allow you to put your hands all over them. Black people should let you touch their hair. Like, it is very weird. I don't know what makes you so entitled like this, but you have to stop. You have to stop. Nobody owes you anything. Carmelo couldn't even sit under the tent. But here you are asking for everything out of Black people. Stop colonizing everything. Like, leave people alone. It really is annoying. It seriously is annoying. Stop doing this.
Oh, he gonna get unjust in the justice system. He gonna get listen. He's gonna get treated poorly in the justice system. Yet they took his bond amount from $1 million to $250,000. Oh, what happened to?
So you think 250 was low? It's still high. And no matter what, I don't know why he's acting stupid. If they had not lowered that bond, it was going to go to the appellate court and maybe the Supreme Court. And that's not good for the judge. And it's also not good for the county. So she didn't even have a choice. Because we're going to take her behind to the appellate court. Because it's unconstitutional. We can take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Then she would have to explain to people, why exactly are you giving the 17-year-old boy a $1 million bond? It's unconstitutional. So what are we even talking about? Yes, hold on. I think I have it here. Hold on. Do I have the full house? I think I do. Hold on. It's right here. Hold on. Somebody had the full house though. I didn't have the full house. I have parts of the house. Where's the house? Hold on. See, I have parts of the house. Like I have this one. You can see like that's not their house, but it seems like it's closer to, hold on. Is it this one? See, I have this. So you can see the house is all brick. You can see this. I have this part of the house. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have the initial house. Oh, here. No. Let me see. Because somebody had a picture of that, like their first house. And she was sitting in front of the house like, oh, Lord. It's in this picture. Hold on. And the thing that really sucks is the fact that he has the same name as Karmelo Anthony. So when you type his name, Melo shows up. Where can I find? Where's the picture? Let me see. See if I can make this bigger. Because I remember it was this house. Hopefully you can see it. It was, oh Lord. All these pop-ups are so annoying. Okay. It was this house. That was their first house with the Cadillac right there. And all the bricks. So it's like, this is where they used to live. This house. Hopefully you guys can see it. Let me see. Can y'all see it? Where she's standing by with the, oh, so they think this white Cadillac is the one they bought. They're so damn stupid. White people are so damn stupid. I see why they're saying she bought a Cadillac Escalade. I get it now. Oh, they're so damn stupid. You see this car, right? You see this car? Okay. They're so slow. These people are just so damn slow. I see why they're saying that. Oh, I get it. I do. I get what they're saying. Let me show you. Because the car's in the other pictures. Hold on. Where's my stuff? You see the car? You see? Hold on. Let's come here. Come here real quick. Am I switching tabs? Okay, I need to close some of these tabs a little bit. I got too many tabs open. Oh, yeah, my computer is acting slow. Oh, Lord. I need to get a better computer. Because I'm like, these lives that I do, I need a faster machine. I didn't expect to be doing all of this. Hold on. How can I close these tabs? Okay. Let me close some of these tabs so we can move a little faster. Okay. Yeah. Do you see why they think that they bought a new Cadillac? Look, the car is right here. Here is the car. Here's the car. And you can see the car here also. Hold on. So I see why they think they bought a new Cadillac Escalade. Because, you know, they thought they were homeless. They're broke. They're destitute. They're from the ghetto. Here is the car. And then here, hold on. Where's Carmelo? Hold on. Let me close some of these tabs. Hold on. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me go back to my channel. You'll see. Oh, oh, I see. I get it now. I get it now. Okay. All right. Look right here. You see this? You see right here? Here's the front of the car. But because they were in such a hurry, this is the problem with like being a racist. They were in such a hurry to believe the worst things about Carmelo. They didn't do the right research. They didn't even do any research whatsoever. That white Cadillac, they've always had that car. I'm like, oh, I get it now. I'm like, what the heck? I'm so slow. Right? So here's the car. That's the car. You see the car right here, right? That's the car. Here's the car. And then over here also, here's the car. And then you see the front of the car just a little bit right here. You see the front of the car. Does that make sense? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So it's not a new Cadillac Escalade. Hold on. Let me stop. Let me close this one. Oh my God. Because they think they have nothing. They really do. So you see this white car they have in here where they're saying, like, oh, the family went and they bought this car. They're so lame. They're saying they went and they bought this white Cadillac Escalade, right? They didn't buy it. They've always had it. Because this is the car. This is the car. And you know, that's like what? That was his birthday, right? He was like 16. So that's his car. That's the car. Here's the car. Where's my other thing? Hold on. You see? Here is the front of the car. And then here is the car. They didn't buy the car. They've always had the car. Yeah. I think I've seen a white Cadillac Escalade. Yes. But because they ran believing that they're poor blacks, they ain't got nothing. Their son is a crazy killer who wants to kill white people for racial justice, like whatever this is, right? So they think they bought the car with the money. But even the money, they were just told yesterday they could buy. They could get the money. So how did they buy the car? What money? They've always had this car. I'm like, oh, now I get it. Okay, yeah. They've had this car. They've had it.
He's going to not have justice. To me, he got more than justice.
Really?
They went up and beyond to lower his bond amount. But okay. Let's get to this stuff.
And now here he is. Hold on. He's such a hypocrite. This is him, right? Talking about the bond. Look at him. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me do this again. This dude. Man, being a slave is not easy. Being a slave is not easy. So this is what he was saying before I moved the page. Hold on. Let him say it again.
the justice system, yet theology of, I would say, the average black person in America. Oh, he gonna get unjust in the justice system. He gonna get listen. He's gonna get treated poorly in the justice system. Yet they took his bond amount from $1 million to $250,000. Oh, what happened to? He's gonna not have justice. To me, he got more than justice. They went up and beyond to lower his bond amount. But okay, let's get to the.
Hear him. This is him yesterday. This was him yesterday. Let's go.
He admitted to it. Technically, he's innocent and to proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, let me explain why. Because if there was an actual self-defense claim, then he could actually be innocent of committing the crime which he was charged for. Now, unless they completely lie and there's some evidence that nobody else talk about, there's no way he's going to have a self-defense claim. And I'm explaining it again for anybody who missed it. In order to have a self-defense claim, you can't antagonize or instigate an incident and then claim self-defense, meaning that the kid was under somebody else's tent.
No,
but $250,000, I don't know if that's reasonable.
Let him say it. Let
You my honest take. I thought $1 million was pretty high to start with. Now, as a family of your child that's been murdered, $1 million ain't enough. But when it comes to the way they prosecute certain crimes, $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside of a one-to-one engagement. Which means if this person was doing a drive-by shooting, a gang initiation thing, or he was doing something where he was attacking innocent people, he could be a danger to the public outside of this incident. So you will have his bond amount be an extremely high bond amount. But I think what happened is they defaulted to a bond amount without evaluating the circumstances, situations. When
here he was saying they just gave him a high bond amount just because, but they didn't truly take their time to do it properly. And even I'm just saying, notice how in this video he's very calm. You notice how in this video he is very calm. Notice how so that was like the day before yesterday, and then yesterday he's extremely agitated. Hey, bro, notice how calm. Look at this video, right? Look how calm he is. Then I'm gonna play back the other video. You'll see how agitated he is. That's how you know Charlie Kirk cranked the whip. Charlie cranked that whip.
When they evaluated, the reduction of the bond amount seems to be reasonable, but to $250,000.
So he's saying it's reasonable, right? So he's saying it's reasonable. This is him now. This is him now. Hold on. This is him.
So we kill one of them unjustifiably. What's the problem? They privileged. They got it anyway. The white man always got this. Look at the vitriolic theology of, I would say, the average black person in America. Oh, he gonna get unjust in the justice system. He gonna get listen. He's gonna get treated poorly in the justice system. Yet they took his bond amount from $1 million to $250,000. Oh, what happened to? He's gonna not have justice. To me, he got more than justice.
Okay. Let him say it again, y'all. Okay, let him say, and you see his energy, right? You saw his energy. Now look at his energy in this video.
Mad at me, but I just got to be honest. I'm just giving you my honest take. I thought $1 million was pretty high to start with. Now, as a family of your child that's been murdered, $1 million ain't enough. But when it comes to the way they prosecute certain crimes, $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside of a one-to-one engagement. Which means if this person was doing a drive-by shooting, a gang initiation thing, or he was doing something where he was attacking innocent people, he could be a danger to the public outside of this incident. So you will have his bond amount be an extremely high bond amount. But I think what happened is they defaulted to a bond amount without evaluating the circumstances, situations. When they evaluated, the reduction of the bond amount seems to be reasonable. But to $250,000.
You see this? And you see how much calmer he is? So that's what I'm saying. For this video, he had to amp it up. Like I said, he has an earpiece, right? Charlie did not like the other video because he seemed too sympathetic to Carmelo. That's how you know this man ain't free. It's sad.
He went up and beyond to lower his bond amount. But okay. Let's get to the stuff that they talking about. So allegedly, Karmelo Anthony's family is now renting a $900,000 house in a gated community.
And see, even this too, when he showed this, I also feel like he should be sued for this, right? Because Brandon has 3.4 something million followers, right? And he can hide the address for all he wants. But we all know with Google, somebody can take a picture and go find where this house is. It's not that hard. The reason why they moved was because they wanted to be safe. because they're getting death threats. That's really irresponsible. I don't even know if you have a right, but if you want to not like black people as a black person, I don't know if that's fine, but that's your grift. That's really your grift. At some point, you also got to draw the line between I'm a clown, I'm a coon, I make content on YouTube to sell to a white audience that hates black people. But there also comes a time when you also got to be a father, not even just a black father, but a father, right? Because there are children involved. Even if you want the worst for Carmelo, should his twin brothers also suffer? Should his little sister also suffer? They should, like, people's lives should be at risk. So I'm like, you're showing this house, assuming it's the right house. Hiding the address does nothing, because people can take a screenshot and they can go find it in Google. Especially, and you left the whole Zillow thing. People know it's from Zillow. They can go find the house. You left the city, you left the state, and you left the zip code. So you're acting like you don't want to dox them, but you are actually doxing the people. Also, in the Frisco area, you know how like development, every developer builds a certain way, right? Every developer has a particular style, model, and things, just like cars, right? Like, you know what a Ford a Charger looks like, the F-150 looks like, you know what I mean? You can tell, okay, this house was built by such and such developer, right? Real estate agents can recognize this house. Developers can recognize this house. A lot of people can recognize this house because every developer has their own design, right? And they usually have 4 or 5 different models, right? And they make it for the people, right? So people who live in that area, who develop in that area, who sell real estate in that area can tell where this house is. So I'm like, you are doxing people, right? Because I'm like, what are you doing? You leave the price, because that's still up. We know you got it from Zillow. You leave the price, you leave the city, you left the state, you left the zip code, and you're showing the outside of the house and the inside of the house. What are you doing, Brandon? Like, seriously. Like, what is this? I'm like, this is just crazy. What are you actually doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, you do this. And I'm like, even right now, whether it's the life of Trump, you name it, even Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, his house got bombed into, the governor's mansion got bombed. We are living in a house where, we're living in a time today where people have tried multiple times to kill Trump. People are bombing governors' mansions. People are burning Teslas. People are keying Teslas. People are burning cars at freaking car dealerships, right? We are not living in normal times. People are seriously violent. And so you show the price of the house, that it's on Zillow, it's Frisco, Texas, the zip code, the inside of the house, the outside of the house. It's like you want somebody to go out there and do something crazy. Because to what avail? Right? You talk about the racist comment, not even racist, the bigoted comments that Black people left under the GoFundMe. You never cared to show any of these. Why don't you show the comments? No, you claim there are comments there that hate Black people, as if I go on the GoFundMe of the Give Send Go of George Zimmerman, I'm not going to find comments that hate Black people. Make it make sense, right? You have whites that hate Blacks and you have Black that hate whites. Okay, it makes life colorful. Next. But you don't show the comments, but you actually want to show the house, the inside of the house, the price of the house, the city, state, and zip code of the house, and it's on Zillow. And then you show the monthly payment for the mortgage. What are you? And you think you're slick, but then you're telling me you were a police officer. Are you okay? You were never going to make it to detective. You're so damn dumb. You're so stupid. And I'm like, even for that too, you should be sued. You should be sued. And I feel like in instances like that, even YouTube should have to look at this. I feel like even YouTube has to look at this. Is this okay for someone that has 3.4 million subs to do this kind of content? Because let's assume this was the house that they had moved into. Let's even assume that this was the house they had moved into. And then God forbid something happens to these people. He should be held accountable. But he was in such a rush, like Venetia said. That's not even the house. Exactly. Because look at this. He's so dumb. Y'all look at the railings over here. Look at the railings over here. And then look at the railings over here. This is Black. This is brown. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you truly doing? Like, what is this about? This is insanity. This is real insanity. Wow.
Because they're claiming that they're getting death threats.
And also look carefully here too. You can also see, he didn't even blurt this out. Somebody needs to reach out to YouTube about this. You can, if you try, you can kind of see the house number. You can kind of see the house number. The house number is here. He also did not blur that out. Then it says you property management. He also did not blur any of this out. So I'm like, you're doxing the family. You are doxing the family, whether they live there or not currently, it doesn't matter. Your intent was to dox the family. I'm like, you need to be sued for this. This is tort. This has to be some kind of tort. You need to be sued for this. This is so dangerous. Like, what kind of zeal is this? Like, what is this? Like, what is this?
Listen, I didn't move my house because people say crazy stuff to me on the internet.
You are insane. Are you currently on trial for first-degree murder? No. You made a choice to be a YouTuber, and you made a choice to say stupid stuff. This kid didn't ask for this. You sound so damn stupid. He sounds so damn stupid.
Are there credible death threats? Now, moving into a $900,000 house, what does your original house look like?
Okay, since you're asking the question, he's so damn stupid. He is really stupid. He is. I mean, I'm like, this is why I say, like, white supremacy. It don't have a skin color. White supremacy is a mindset. Here is the boy getting a Lexus, and watch. And very soon they're gonna start to say that they used the GoFundMe money to buy him a Lexus. You'll see. If they think that they used the GoFundMe to buy the Cadillac that was already there, very soon they're gonna say, "Oh, the family took the money to buy Lexus." The whole time, here's the Lexus, right? This is the house. Then they're gonna say, "Oh, they used the money to buy the Jeep Wrangler," right? They are crazy. Here is their former house. Just the garage door alone, you know, it's not a joke. Okay, people who vacation, they vacation in Disney World. They vacation places. They go to very fancy places. But you'll see, right? You're going to see that very, very soon they're going to say, "Oh, they took the money to go on vacation. They took the money to go to Disney." The whole time, these are old pictures. Like, these people are crazy. They are very, very crazy. This is insanity. Why do people do stuff like this? And this is what you have to do to have a white audience? This is insanity. You know how they tell you, like, don't envy people, like, because you don't know how they made their money or how they have their success? And I'm like, I really feel this way. Here he is. So next they're going to say that they took the money to go buy a red Jeep Wrangler. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? They're going to start saying that they took the GoFundMe money to go buy a cherry red Jeep Wrangler. That's going to be the next thing. They took the money to go to Disney World. They took the money to buy a Jeep Wrangler, took the money to buy him a Lexus. They took the money to buy him a Lexus. All that. You can buy all these things with $400,000. Unbelievable. What kind of money are they using though? Like, this is crazy. But I'm like, they have a nice house. They have a really nice house. And it's brick all around. Like, they go on luxury vacations as a family. What are we talking about? What are we actually? These people are just insane. They are truly insane. They are insane. There's one, okay, like what? 6 people went to Disney. Right here, he's wearing Beats by Dre also, right? He got the Beats headphones. Then I'm like, yeah, he took the money and he bought those headphones also. This is insanity. This is the level of jealousy. Like, this is, but he's talking about, oh, the vitriol. Black people have vitriol. No, white people have vitriol. Now, the only time a black person can buy an Escalade if he's doing some kind of fraud, if he's doing GoFundMe fraud, give me, send, go, whatever fraud. I'm like, white supremacy does not have a face, y'all. It does not have a face. It's a mindset. This is insanity. Like I said, if Brandon really wanted to know, he could have found out for himself. He chose not to know.
Because if you in a $10 million house and you move to a $900,000 house, that's not a big deal.
You sound so damn stupid. Why would somebody that lives in a $10 million house move down to a $900,000 house? You sound stupid.
If you got a Ferrari, you got a Rolls Royce, you got your Bentley in your front yard, and you bought $150,000 Escalade, we ain't got nothing to talk about. But if the house you are renting is better and bigger than the house that you actually live in, if you then went and bought a $150,000 Escalade, which is nicer than the cars that you currently own.
He's so damn stupid. Yo, let Nick Fuentes say it again. Oh my gosh.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it?
Mm-hmm.
Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone.
Okay. So now let's talk about this. Because he said, if the cars that you currently have, whoa, here's a Lexus for his birthday. Here is the Escalade. They already had it. Right? And here's the red Jeep. Hold on, y'all. My bad. Here's the Jeep. No, sorry, here. Like, what? What are we talking about? Then the cars that you currently have. You know what I also think this is? I really think that you have some black kids, like, especially now, even though they're adults, you have some black kids who grew up poor. They grew up in the hood. They didn't have too much. And they have this hatred and scorn for black children who grew up privileged. Because there's no way in that big ass head of his, he doesn't understand that not every black person is poor. Not every black person can't afford an Escalade. This is crazy. Some black people can't afford it, but some people can. And then I'm like, that's why I say a lot of these big black guys, many of them is jealousy. Like, because when they were at his age, they didn't have a family like this. They didn't have a dad who provided. They didn't have a dad who could afford all these things. They couldn't even afford vacation, not even a staycation. So to see this black guy that's from the suburb with everything, all the amenities, all the cars and things like that, loving family, stay-at-home mom, right? It really triggers these people. Because how can you sit there on your channel and make these white people believe that buying an Escalade is so hard for most black people? For some black people it is, yeah. Just like for some white people, it's hard for them to buy an Escalade. This is insanity. Here, I'm like, Brandon, had you really wanted to know what cars they drove, you could have found out, but you chose not to because you want these white people to believe that here's a family that is getting rich off of a black kid stabbing a white boy in the heart for no apparent reason. And that's why I say even his white audience, he hates these people. He hates them. Because I'm like, I can see why some could be crazy because I like, it's like MAGA. A lot of people who are MAGA, they're not really smart. They're like low IQ people and stuff like that. They believe that they're going to have factory jobs from China. Like it takes 2 days to build a factory. Like they're really gullible people. A lot of Trump supporters are extremely gullible. Like they are so remedial, right? But I'm like, if you wanted to find out, you could have. You made a business not to. The same energy you took to show the house, the inside the house, you could have taken the same energy to find out what kind of cars they drive. And you would have seen the Escalade is right here. It's right here. He's standing right next to it, right? But no, you chose not to do that. That is insanity. And look at his energy. Like, oh, he has to make Charlie happy today. This is crazy.
We got a problem. No, we don't have a problem. You got a problem. Because you essentially are showing the world that people of the melanin literally live in a perpetual grift. And I'm not saying it's everybody. What happened at Black Lives Matter? Patrice Cullors living in a perpetual grift. This is the biggest money laundering scheme that ever happened in American history.
So the biggest money laundering scheme is not the war in Ukraine, but he called himself a conservative. Let's even say Patrice Cullors stole all the 50 million. Between the 50 millions that Black Lives Matter stole versus the war in Ukraine, that was not the biggest laundering scheme in American history. All the money, the trillions of dollars that America has given to Israel, that is not a money laundering scheme. That's not the biggest money laundering scheme. It's 50 million. Like, America really gonna go broke behind 50 million. Like, you sound so damn stupid. This war in Ukraine, it went up to like almost 400 billion. Whether it's whether it's Trump or Joe Biden, now it's back to Trump. They never secured any of the money they gave the Ukrainians with any kind of resources. I'm like, so you brag about, oh, Obama gave them sheets, I gave them javelins. But why didn't you secure the rare earth before you gave them javelins? And it's about, oh, he's a great negotiator. If he was such a great negotiator, he would have made the boys sign the contract. Do you know Zelensky has yet to sign this contract yet? He doesn't want to sign over the minerals. But I'm like, why would he? You already gave him the weapons. You gave him the weapons and y'all gave him the money. And now you want to backpedal, right? Exactly. They never secured any. I'm like, you claim that you're essential. You know how Trump brags about the art of the deal? I know how to make a deal. I'm the greatest negotiator. Okay. Then when the man was in need for the javelin, that's when you should have made him sign the deal for the rare earth. Am I making sense, y'all? Because after you give him the weapons, then y'all give him 300, 400 billion. Why would he sign it? He don't need y'all no more. Why would he sign it? Why would he sign this? Before y'all came along, he was going to have a whole, there was a peace agreement with Russia, right? The Americans told them not to sign it. So he can always go back and sign his peace agreement. Duh. He's actually pretty smart. He got the sheets for free. He got the javelins for free. He got 400 billion without giving up any collateral. Or do you hear me, y'all? Do you hear me? Okay. To this day, they went to Saudi Arabia. He dodged the people. They went to Europe. He dodged the people. He came to America at the White House. We all saw it. He dodged the people. That meant Zelensky has yet to sign that agreement. And you see how Trump is so quiet about it? Because it doesn't make him look good. But I'm like, if you're such a great businessman, a great negotiator, you should have made him sign the rare earth agreement before you gave him the javelin. You know? But the problem with Trump is that his ego and his low self-esteem, he always want to be seen as a tough guy. So he rushes to do things without making sure he covers everything. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's. He is very, very sloppy. And that's why you see one moment he wants Canada, then he wants the Panama Canal back, then he wants Greenland, then he wants to go attack Iran, then he wants the rare earth in Ukraine, then he wants to go fight China, then he wants to go fight Vietnam, then he wants to go fight Mexico, right? The man is all over the place. He's all over the place because he is so desperate for people to see him as this great leader who's so good at doing deals. He is chaotic. He is extremely chaotic. And all of this is it's gonna fall on his head. You see all the tariffs he put on China? He went back and said, you know what? He's not gonna put tariff on computers, phones, and other electronics. You see, because he moves too fast. It's like he acts first, then he starts to think oh, what have I done? What have I done? Right? The man needs help. So I'm just like, make it make sense. But to sit here and say that Black Lives Matter is the biggest fraud in American history, then what does that make the war in Ukraine? I am so confused. What? $300 to $400 billion given to Ukraine with no collateral. No collateral, just giving money to these people. Hold on. This is insanity. I don't even know when this image is from. I don't know when was this, but it's like, oh, that was just February 23. No, that's not even recent. Hold on. I need something recent. We have given so much money to Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. Because America gave like 300 billion, but Zelensky said he only got like 180. So then people are saying, okay, but then where is the money? Because he claims he only got 180, but people like the money is like 300 billion. Zelensky said he only got 180. So then where is the other 180 billion? Nobody cares. But here we are. We want to police what the Carmelo family is doing with this. Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is really, really crazy. I'm like, you make no sense. If you truly wanted to know about the car, all you had to do was, like, even I think that's her name, right? Beauty and the Brat, is that her name? You would have seen the car right there. Here's the car. Nobody's hiding from you. Everything is there, but you just chose not to look. And I'm sure you'll see by next week, they'll say that the Carmelo Anthony family used the GoFundMe money to go buy a brand new Jeep. The whole time, they've always had the Jeep. Like, who does this? This is crazy.
A nonprofit related to activism. They had enough influence, enough revenue, enough companies in a headlock to garnish hundreds of millions of dollars. And what did they do with the money? These, I want to say it, but I'm a Christian. These women.
You said everything already.
Are buying houses, buying up real estate, flipping houses in white neighborhoods. And now you see a situation where you got Carmelo Anthony's family allegedly buying Escalades and moving into these nice houses in the gated community after their son killed somebody. And he did it. If you ask me, this was malicious. And if the kid was white and he killed a black kid, they would be screaming to hang him and that he's a racist and it was malicious and he did it on purpose and he hoped every black man die. But when a black kid do it, somehow it's this knee-jerk reaction to say they wrong about him. I'm gonna play these clips in a minute. They're just photos.
And that is so sad. So because Patrice Pillar did something, that means that that's exactly what the Carmelo Anthony is doing. But so imagine if we also had the same mindset about white people. So if this is what this white family did, they were in the Ku Klux Klan. So all y'all in the Ku Klux Klan. Like, that sounds so, they don't even know each other. They're not even family. But oh no, they're black. So if one black person stole, then all blacks are stealing. And that's why I say he understands that what he does is a very dangerous grift, though. It's very disgusting.
I went to Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. Okay. I've driven by Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. It's named after the famous black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar. Okay. In the hood. Okay. I've driven by there lately. It don't look as bad as it was when I went there. Okay. And I felt like it wasn't as bad as it was before I went there. I mean, it was worse before I went there. So the school has progressively gotten a little better, in my opinion. But even going to a hood school where dudes pull guns on each other in the parking lot. I remember one of my teammates carried a gun to practice every day because he was a gangbanger and he feared for his life. So he carried his gun to practice every day. Now, as a rational person, not one time did I think it makes sense to take a knife to a track meet. The question that I think will be posed to Carmelo Anthony, they're definitely not going to have him testify. I think he's going to do a plea deal. If he know what's best for him, he needs to plead to manslaughter and do 5 to 10 years.
I'm not going to plead to anything. You are insane. He needs to take a plea deal. You are so damn stupid. Do you even have access to the evidence? You fat lord. Have you seen any of the evidence? No, you're just so crazy.
In prison and be done with it. If he go to trial, he's gonna get dang near his whole life in prison. Mm-hmm. The question that is going to come up in the hearing, or they're going to come up in the court proceeding if they go there, is why did you take a knife to the track meet? What was your intentions with the knife being in your bag at the track meet?
And the funny thing about this also with these grifters is that these black people have been told, your job is to make people focus on the knife. Why was the knife there? Why? You see, because it's funny how there's a whole interaction before the knife comes out. Because Austin cannot look bad. Hunter cannot look bad. And that's how you realize that all these black conservatives are owned by someone. They're a bunch of slaves. Like they found a way to turn YouTube into some kind of weird slave plantation, right? If Carmelo was walking to and fro the stadium brandishing a weapon, that's one conversation, right? But we all know by now that's not what happened. He was sitting there under the tent while it was raining. right? They don't want to talk about, okay, what's wrong with him sitting there? Of course not. Because if you ask that question, Austin and Hunter look racist. This level of gaslighting, not only is it diabolical, but it's starting to tickle me. It really starting to tickle me, right? Because if you ask Hunter, what was the issue with him sitting there? What is he going to say? Oh, we just didn't want him here. But why not? What can he say? Oh, he smelled bad? No, he's black, right? Like if it's raining, why can't he sit here? Why can't he sit there? But they don't want to make it about that. Because if you make it about that, then Austin and Hunter are racist. Because how can you say to somebody, oh, even though you go from a different school, well, you can't sit here because we just want you here, even though it's raining. Doesn't make any sense. Because they're telling you Hunter and Austin are so good. They're MVPs. They're leaders. They love people. They encourage people. Okay. But does that match a person who would ask you to leave their tent under the rain? Even though they don't own the property, it's their school property? Of course not. So the marching orders of these goofy ass black conservatives is to focus on the knife. Why is the knife there? Not why did you want to remove this boy? The Hunter said that his brother grabbed Carmelo, right? And they don't want to talk about, is it okay to grab people? No, because he says, what's his name? Brandon said, if somebody grabs you by a shirt, it's not a big deal. If somebody gives you a black eye, it's not a big deal. If somebody gives you a busted lip, it's not a big deal. So the marching orders of these self-hating raccoons is to sit on their YouTube channel and get everybody to focus on the knife. Like, as if he was just walking around just brandishing a knife like a psychopath. But we know that's not what happened because Hunter told us what happened. This kid was sitting there under our tent. We asked him to move. And Hunter made sure to not say it was raining because it makes him look like an asshole. What normal person would ask another student to leave the tent if it's raining? An asshole. And maybe a racist asshole. So they don't want to focus on that. And I already told you, this goofy ass, and I repeat, this goofy ass conversation about this goofy ass knife. I repeat, okay? Right? Marlene, I've already answered that for you. Right? This goofy ass conversation about why the knife was at school. I've already explained this, but I'm going to say it again. Carmelo works at the mall. Jesus Christ. Carmelo works at Foot Locker. And maybe if I can find the mall he works at, I'm pretty sure they've had a few robberies. Okay? Because since these libtards have been in power, people think it's okay to just go places and start stealing. Right? Also, Carmelo has a thing for very nice shoes. Oh my God. This is so crazy. Like, this is just too damn much. Right? Look at his shoes over here, chair. Look at the damn shoes. Okay? Look at these J's. The boy likes to wear nice shoes. So he works at the mall. He has the night shifts because he's a student, you dum-dum. Okay? And also, I don't know why people act as if just because the mall closes at 9:30, that the workers leave the mall at 9:31. Oh my gosh, these people are so damn stupid. When you work at the mall, you stay behind. And why do people want to act like, as American people, they never had a job at the mall and had the night shift, and when the mall closes, you still have to clean up? Damn. It's like, it's so crazy. If you drive a Lexus or you drive a red Jeep Wrangler, here's the cars. Oh my God. These people are driving me crazy. If you drive a Lexus to the freaking mall, or if you drive a red Jeep, and you usually get off late from the mall. I'm talking like 10:30, 10:15, even 10:45, especially Black Friday, especially Christmas. What do I know? I know a lot. So you're leaving the mall late. And when you work at the mall, when they close the mall, you don't leave through the actual exit. You go through the hall. Like, they have tunnels. Like, they have these weird tunnels behind the mall. That's where you leave the mall. You just never know. Somebody could be waiting for you in there. When you walk out to the parking lot, especially at night, sometimes it's not well lit. Sometimes also, especially if you work at the mall on Saturday, by the time you get to the mall, it's too many people. You got to park all the way back there. And it's not that hard. Why are we doing this? So the parent decided that it'd probably be safe for him to have something on him because you just never know. And also, they live in Texas, y'all. It's a lot of illegal immigrants. Have you not been watching the news? What is wrong with these people? It's a lot of illegal immigrants. Catch and release, catch and release, catch and release. You don't know who got released in Frisco? I don't know. No habla español. Make it make sense. Like they're like, it's dangerous. So it never occurred to y'all that that's why he has a knife. It had nothing to do with the track meet. And maybe he didn't even think about it. Oh, wow. Like, you know, maybe he got in danger. Oh, yeah, I do remember I have a knife. Make it make sense. No, because white people have to be ethnic, narcissistic crybabies. I didn't say it. Nick Fuentes said it. He brought the knife there just for a white person. He brought the knife there just so he could stab a white person in the heart. Or do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You are so insane. Like these people are so damn crazy. They are so damn crazy. You make no damn sense. How many young people who work at the mall or like even exercise late at night have some kind of weapon on themselves? Especially when you're in Texas and Biden and them have the whole catch and release, catch and release, catch and release. How many people were killed by illegal immigrants? Oh, Lord Jesus. These people is killing me. Okay? These people are killing me. All kinds of foolishness. What's that young girl who was killed? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at all the people who were killed. Look at all the people who were killed by some crazy catch and release criminal. Huh? During Joe Biden's era, the border is wide open. It is wide open. They catch people, they release people. They catch the people, they release the people. Right? So if you live in Texas, especially under Joe Biden, with this whole goofy ass open border policy, catch and release the criminals, right? Would you also not would you not also give your child some kind of weapon? You make no damn sense. No, he had a knife because he intended to go there. Yeah, Laken Riley. Thank you, babe. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Who killed Laken Riley? And don't you wish that Laken Riley had a knife on her so she could have stabbed the dog crap out of this man and went about her business? Look at what he did. Look at what he did. What, like what? You see? Look at her running without a knife, running without a dog. She didn't have a dog. She didn't have a knife. She didn't have mace on her. She had no weapons on her. Y'all love to say, act like, oh, it's okay to go out places without some kind of protection. Huh? In this Joe Biden era that Joe Biden created with the catch and release, you catch, you release, you catch, you release. They're even fighting for this guy who's from El Salvador to not be deported to El Salvador, but he's already gone. They want to bring him back. I'm like, what the heck? These Democrats have a weird obsession with illegal immigrants, even the violent ones. So I'm like, they live in Texas. It's very dangerous. You just never know. The boy, he works at the mall. He has 2 luxury vehicles and he wears expensive shoes and he works at Foot Locker. You just never know. You just never know. And that's why I said that's what the man should have said at the press conference, doing too damn much. He's such an idiot. I need to speak. I need to speak. Yes, yes. Yes, what is her name? You guys, there's a young, I don't know if she's white or Latina. I guess she's trying to run away from home. These 2 men, they grabbed her. They grabbed her, y'all. They raped her. They beat her and they threw her in the lake. Oh my gosh. Hold on now. Hold on. Yes, what is her name? Jocelyn Noguera, right? Is that her name? Yes. Look, here she is, y'all. Okay. Yes, Jocelyn Noguera. There you go. 2 men. They grabbed her, y'all. They snatched her up. She was 12 years old. Where? In Houston. Oh, there you go. There you go. You know me, I need to be a lawyer. I need to go ahead and be a lawyer. Make it make sense. Where did it happen? In Houston. Let me show you the video. And how far is Houston from Frisco? These people are crazy. How far, hold on, how far is Houston from Frisco? Okay. Well, they say it's a 4. What is that? Oh, Lord. I need to get closer. Okay. It's a 4.5 minute drive. Well, it's not too far. Okay. If they can go get crazy to walk here, they can go there too. Okay. But here's what happened to Jocelyn. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a video. Y'all, they grabbed that baby, y'all. They grabbed her. They grabbed her. They raped her. All kinds of evil stuff. Let me play.
Thank you. Well, prosecutors will seek the death penalty against 12-year-old Jocelyn Nunguri's murder suspects. Fox 26's Jonathan Mejia spoke exclusively with Nunguri's mother on that decision, and Jonathan joins us live with what she had to say. Jonathan.
Alexis Nunguri tells me it was a difficult decision to take, but it was the right one to make.
If I'm being completely honest, it's a little mixture of both. Like, I want them to forever live in prison, miserably, tormentedly, but I also do want death for them.
Alexis Nunguri, the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn, says deciding to seek the death penalty was a big responsibility and felt like a large burden on her shoulders.
After doing some thinking on it, I do think it fits the crime. It's an eye for an eye. And if they did not want to be eligible for the death penalty, they should have never did what they did to who they did it to.
Jocelyn's accused murderers, Franklin Peña and Johan Martinez Rangel, are illegal migrants from Venezuela.
We are seeking death because we want the message out there that regardless of who you are, but especially if you are illegally in this country, that you will face the same consequences as anyone else for murdering a child during the course of raping and kidnapping her.
You see that? You see the little water right here? This is where they dumped her body. That's why they were showing it. This is where they dumped her body. That little baby, 12 years old. 12 years old. They grabbed her from a store. She went to a store. They grabbed her. You guys, they raped her. They beat her. And then I guess the other guy, the Peña dude, he put her in a bag, like he suffocated her in a bag. Then he proceeded to dump her body in this water. Unbelievable. This was Joe Biden's America. This one is the heinous one. Because I remember the story is this one right here. The Peña, right here. This dude.
And Johan Martinez.
He's the one who grabbed her up, raped her, and then he's the one who put her in the bag because he suffocated her. Then he wrapped her, and then he just threw her body like the way you throw a chicken bone. He just threw that child. He threw that child in the water. He threw her in here. Like she's not even a human being. And this goofy ass one, he didn't even stop him.
Kidnapping her.
The news of seeking a death penalty has been a positive for Alexis as she's going through her first holidays without her daughter. Christmas is coming up, and just 2 days after is Jocelyn's birthday.
I really always wonder and do the what ifs, what she could have been. And it does make me sad to know that I was ripped away from those opportunities of seeing her. But I just try to hold on to her memory and all the good times I've had with her and all the good memories I have of her, and try to just really appreciate them through the last child I have.
Both accused murderers are due in court in February. I'm reporting live in North Houston. Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26 News.
And that's why people are like, oh, how can Latinos?
News Nation has been following.
How can Latinos vote for Trump and stuff? You guys, I'm telling you, you even had Latinos at the border who were saying, please close the border, y'all. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. You even had Latinos at the border. Hold on. People at the Texas border begging to close the border because even they felt unsafe. Look at this. This is Texas, y'all. This is Texas. So for people to be like, oh, but why would he have a knife at the track meet? Imagine that it wasn't even him versus Carmelo, but it wasn't Carmelo versus Austin. But imagine it was even like, what's it called? Carmelo versus some illegal migrant. and then the illegal migrant had done something to Carmelo, they're like, oh my God, he should have had a weapon on him. Should have had a weapon on him. Texas ain't safe, y'all. Joe Biden and his goofy ass open border policy, they made America go crazy. And then they catch the people, they release the people. They catch the people, they release the people. That C1B1 app that what's his name was talking about, that G Vince was talking about, a hot mess. They do whatever they want.
Moving on to this story this morning, the border crisis caught on camera. Migrants running right past officers. Take a look. A group of 7 men emerged from the brush in Texas and tried to outrun agents. This video shows 4 of the men getting captured by Border Patrol. More than 200 migrants surrendered to agents near the same location on Monday.
What is this, y'all? I need to find the video of that one man. It was a documentary. When I tell you the Latino man said, please close the border. We are tired. It's so unsafe. It is so unsafe. Look at this. What is this? Jesus Christ. But I'm like, I don't know why. I don't know. I don't even know why people want to pretend as if we're not talking about Texas. There is a reason why Governor Abbott decided to take the people and take the asses to New York, because he was getting sick and tired of this. He was getting sick and tired of this foolishness. That's why he took the migrants, he put them to Chicago, he sent them to New York, he even sent them to Martha's Vineyard, he sent them to DC in front of Kamala Harris's door. Like, there are so many illegals in freaking Texas. It was out of order. So for people to act like, oh, we don't understand why does he have a weapon? Why does he have a weapon? Because of Joe Biden and catch and release immigration policy? Do you want me to end up like Jocelyn Nagara? Hell no. Rest in peace, though. Even the young girl who was, what's her name again? The young girl who was running. What is her name? Laken Riley. Can you imagine if Laken had a weapon on her? She should have had a weapon on her. Absolutely. Look at her. Look at her running.
The mother of murdered nursing student Laken Riley wept in a Georgia courtroom again today as prosecutors presented her final text message before arresting their case. We also learned that the Venezuelan man who was in the U.S. illegally will not testify in his own defense.
And everybody knows that Venezuela opened their prisons and said, go to America and don't come back. We have so many prisoners from Venezuela in America. And when we say open them prison, we're going to deport them. We got that goofy ass AOC acting stupid. Okay? They're doing everything to not have these people deported. These Democrats are crazy. But I'm like, imagine also if Laken Riley had a weapon on her. You just never know. You just never know. But like, Texas has a real problem with illegal immigration, especially under Joe Biden. What makes you think he had a knife? He bought the knife or he acquired the knife the night before because he knew he was going to meet a stranger and his twin at the track meet? You make no damn sense. You make no sense. People who never even met before, but somehow he knew. I mean, I never met them, but I know I'm going to meet them. How is that even possible? So you plan your life around strangers you think you might meet. Make it make sense. Like, this is just so damn silly. It's so damn silly. People are so silly.
CBS's Manny Bojorquez reports from the courthouse.
In court today, prosecutors played video captured by a University of Georgia campus safety camera at 9:05 a.m., showing the...
Okay, you see? And when did Carmelo have his issue? Like around like 9 o'clock too, huh? But look at her running near the bushes, the trees, and even her, not to victim shame, but I do feel like when you run track, when you're like, if you run also or jog or whatever, you got to have situational awareness. Women have to work on having situational awareness because anybody can jump out them bushes. I'm being serious. All young women who are out here running, they like to run by themselves. They put their little headphones in and start running. You are crazy, sis. You need to have situational awareness. As a woman, I don't care what time of the day you run. People are crazy. Crime don't have a specific time of day. It can happen at night, in the morning, in the afternoon. It don't matter. But if you're a woman and you're running by the bushes, by the trees, whatever, and you can't really see you can't see through those trees, right? You need to be armed. And you also should have a dog. You should have a dog running with you, right? Okay? You should have a dog running with you. You should have pepper spray. You should have something. Because you just never know. Like, there are too many illegals. And also, they're a bunch of creeps. They're a bunch of people released from prison. They don't have a place to stay. It's all kinds of crazy stuff, you know? And then also, like, sometimes you even want to run by yourself. Like, just run it. Like, go to the gym. Just run the treadmill because you just never know. But my thing is, women have to work on having better situational awareness. If you can't see through something, don't run next to it, sis. A tree, a bush, or whatever. If you can't see through it, don't do it. Because you don't know who's looking at you versus what you're looking at. Because they can't see you. You can't see them. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. Okay, Gigi said, what'd you say, Gigi? I moved to Houston from last December, and a lot of people here do not speak English. You literally need to learn Spanish to communicate a lot here. Yeah, it's a lot. Let me look at it. It's Texas is crazy. But even you, like, you got to have a weapon. Like, you got to have something on you. You just never know.
Final moments Laken Riley was seen alive. Her mother sobbed as prosecutors showed Riley's final text sent to her at 8:55 a.m. Good morning, she wrote. About to go for a run if you're free to talk. Riley's mother tried to reach her 5 times, texting her, "You're making me nervous not answering while you're out running. Are you okay?" She sent a text at 11:47 a.m. pleading, "Please call me. I am worried sick about you." Over that 3-hour period, her mother tried to contact Riley 9 times. Prosecutors say Riley's smartwatch showed her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m. after she was...
Oh my God. So her iWatch saw all of this? Oh, Jesus. Oh, geez.
Murdered, they say, by Jose Ibarra. Police found her body at 12:38 p.m. in a wooded area. The day after Riley was killed, police body camera video shows officers...
So he kills people and then he sleeps? Oh, Jesus. Look at him, y'all. You kill somebody's child and you're asleep. Oh, my Lord.
Police body camera video shows officers waking Ibarra up to question him about the case and the injuries on his arms.
I asked what happened there, and he said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how.
A forensic DNA expert testified in court today. The DNA found under Riley's fingernails belongs to Ibarra.
The match was to Jose Antonio Ibarra. The match is 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
Ibarra has pleaded not guilty.
This man looks like AI. Why did he look like he was made with AI? Is he real? He don't look real, yo. Look at him. He doesn't look real. Oh, okay. No.
He waived his right to a trial by jury, so the judge will decide his fate. That could happen as early as tomorrow. Nora?
You see that? So it's like, no. Oh, you also used to live in Houston, huh? This is just, I don't think people, I don't know, like people act as if like, they don't know that there's a problem with like Rachel Moreno. Oh my Lord. Jesus. Yeah, she's from Maryland, right? She's from Maryland, right? Yeah, she's from Maryland. But this guy, he had sexually assaulted a 9-year-old in California. I don't know how he got the money, how he did it, but he made it to Maryland. And I think she was also out jogging. He touched a child. He touched a child in California. He went into their home. He sexually assaulted the child. He walks out, just walks like it's just normal, like a hotel, like a place for harlots. Like it's a prostitute house, right? The man walked into people's house, you guys. He just walked into the house. How does he even find the 9-year-old? I don't even know. He sexually assaults the 9-year-old. Then he just walked, you see it on the Ring camera, and then he just walks out like it's normal. So he did that in California. Somehow, how he made it, I don't even know. He makes it from California to Maryland. And I think Rachel was out jogging too. This is insanity. I'm like, these people have made America so unsafe, it's not even funny.
Where an undocumented immigrant is being tried for the vicious rape and murder of Rachel Lauren. Rachel was a mom of 5, out for a run on the Ma and Pa Trail.
She was also running. You know, because a lot of women don't have situational awareness. Like y'all, we are not, I say this, I'm like, we are the weaker vessel. Even a skinny man, he can grab you and mess you up. You gotta be very careful. Like seriously, I'm not trying to be mean, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they truly made America unsafe. What borders wide open, catch and release. They don't even take their fingerprints. Don't even take their fingerprints. That like ICE can't talk to the police can't talk to ICE. So that's how he was able to get away like this. He assaulted a child in California, a 9-year-old. Then he finds his way to Maryland. This woman is out for a run. He assaults her also, and then he deletes her. So people, I'm like, it's very rich to say, oh, why would you have a knife? Oh, be quiet. Stop doing this. America is just not safe.
You don't need a knife to run the 400-meter dash.
Well, we know that. That's quite obvious, big head. Like, what is he even saying?
The last time I checked. When you run the relay, they pass the baton. They don't pass knives to each other. So what do you need a concealed knife in your bag at a track meet for? Why? That is an uphill battle to climb.
It truly is not an uphill battle to climb, especially thanks to Joe Biden. It really is not. You're really so
afraid. You're in fear. If you're afraid or in fear, then that means that you shouldn't have went there anyway. Or that means that you took it because you plan to use the thing.
You sound so stupid. He planned to use a knife against someone he doesn't know. You sound so damn stupid.
You can go down the list and keep getting mad. Give me the other video.
Why you?
Other photo. Breaking news. A merch site. Oh my God. Is this it right here?
And you know what it is. Tweet A, tapping in. Anybody who fuck with me, for my music, you gotta fuck with Karmelo Anthony, man. Justice for my dog. Website coming soon. You gotta tap in, man. Yeah.
So they didn't just let me explain this. I'm not trying to be superfluous. So
superfluous. Like, what is he even
they
saying?
just launched a merch site to support Carmelo. I'm giving you guys the most honest take on the internet. If this was my son and I thought he was done wrong and I thought he was innocent, yeah, of course I would do everything they doing. The problem is what it appeared to have happened is egregious. This is not a kid that's a good kid. Maybe he's a good kid that's at a track.
So here is the man. Let's where is he again? This is him. Now you don't know if he's a good kid. Let talk again. Go ahead.
$. Let me say this. Some of y'all gonna be mad at me, but I just gotta be honest. I'm just giving you my honest take. I thought $1 million was pretty high to start with. Now, as a family of your child that's been murdered, $1 million ain't enough. But when it comes to the way they prosecute certain crimes, $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside of a one-to-one engagement.
So let him say it again. What he say?
They prosecute certain crimes. $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside of a one-to-one engagement.
Say it again. He needs to say it again. Hold on.
Certain crimes, $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside.
Okay. So yesterday you said that Carmelo seems like a person who doesn't have a propensity for violence. Okay. Now this is you today. What are you saying today? Let me see. What is he saying? What did he say?
Egregious. This is not a kid that's a good kid.
So now today he's not a good kid. Do y'all see this man? No, I haven't. I don't listen to rap. I have not. So yesterday, he is what did he say again? What is he again? Yesterday, you said Carmelo doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence. Okay. But then today, you're saying he's not a good person. So what made you change your mind? Was it Charlie Kirk?
A kid that's a good kid done wrong, and I thought he was innocent. Yeah, of course I would do everything they doing. Okay. The problem is what it appeared to have happened is egregious. Okay. This is not a kid that's a good kid.
Okay. Now here you are again. Say it again. This dude is crazy. Okay.
Child that's been murdered, $1 million ain't enough. Okay. But when it comes to the way they prosecute certain crimes, $1 million was pretty high for a person that doesn't seem to have the propensity for violence outside of a one-to-one engagement.
So which one is it? Like, I'm so confused. So which one is it? Child, when you sell your soul, you're never gonna be free. From what they found, allegedly, from what they found. Which one is it? He's a good kid or he's not a good kid? Like, I'm like, you just can't make up your mind, huh? What did Queek say again? What did the Bible say again? The person with what? How does it go again? Oh, okay. Let me see. James 1, verse 8. What does it say? Okay. It says a double-minded person is unstable in all their ways. Brandon, you're quite unstable. I'm like, which one is it? It's really hard with you.
Maybe he's a good kid.
Okay.
That's at a track meet, minding his business, and a bunch of white boys jump him, and then he stabbed one of them. This is not that scenario.
Okay. Well, here's Hunter. Here's Hunter. These people just love to lie. Here's Hunter. Hunter, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track.
Mm-hmm.
We asked him to move.
Mm-hmm.
He started getting aggressive
Mm-hmm.
and talking reckless.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So Austin grabbed his backpack. Now, Brandon, say it again. What did he say? What did he say? Let me put the captions on. What did he say? Uh-huh. Say it again. What happened? Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 Let's do it again. Hold on. Am I here? Hold on. Oh, so y'all was not even here with me. Sorry. Let him say it again, y'all. Sorry. I thought you were here.
And I thought he was innocent. Yeah, of course I would do everything they doing. The problem is
Mhm.
what it appeared to have happened is egregious.
Okay.
This is not a kid
Mhm.
that's a good kid.
Mhm.
Maybe he's a good kid.
Okay.
That's at a track meet, minding his business,
Mhm.
and a bunch of white boys jump him, and then he stabbed one of them. This is not that scenario.
Okay. No problem. Now here is Hunter. Hunter, what happened again? Tell the people what happened, Hunter. Tell me what happened.
You don't mind what happened? There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track.
Uh-huh.
We asked him to move.
Okay.
He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
Okay.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So what do you call that? Okay. So what's his name again? Brandon, say it again. What happened again?
A kid
Uh-huh.
that's a good kid.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he's a good kid.
Okay.
That's at a track meet, minding his business, and a bunch of white boys jump him, and then he stabbed one of them. This is not that scenario.
Okay. Hunter, tell the people what happened one more time. This is so crazy. One more time, y'all.
Before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track.
Mhm.
We asked him to move.
Mhm.
He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
Mhm.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. Thank you, Hunter. So y'all did jump him. Let's come over here. Let's watch this video.
The moment officers arrived at the scene. The arresting officer writes when he reported he had an alleged suspect. The officer said Karmelo Anthony said he did it.
Okay.
According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting under another team's tent as rain fell
Okay. He was sitting under another tent as rain fell. Okay.
and being told to move.
Okay.
A wit-
Why? Why is he being told to move if it's raining? Of course, let's not talk about that part. Why is he being asked to move by these students if it's raining? We're like, what?
Witness told police Anthony immediately opened his bag and reached in, telling the victim, touch me and see what happens.
Okay.
When the victim pushed him, witnesses say Anthony pulled a knife from the bag and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest.
Okay.
Let's pause right here. Now, the news, they're not telling the full story. This is pretty much what happened, but there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more that may add some context, okay? Let's go to People, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field that day. Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, touch me and see what happens. The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens. According to the affidavit, Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me.
Exactly. Why would you ask somebody to move under the rain? Okay, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Why would you?
It was an overreaction, and you're right about that. But I was always taught, hey, if you pick a fight with somebody, if you touch somebody first, then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you. Keep your hands to yourself. That should be the lesson here. And I know people are not going to like that, but it's the truth. Same thing I said with the case in the mall. Okay, stop harassing people. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. I'm trying to leave. I'm giving you warnings. You're not leaving me alone. Okay, now the gun comes out. Some say it was over the top, but the jury of his peers said it was okay because they let him beat the case. That's kind of what happens. And then some are going to say that I'm defending this guy because he's black. Meanwhile, I defended Daniel Penny. And the Daniel Penny case was actually worse because Jordan Neely didn't attack anybody. He was just menacing like he was going to attack somebody. I said that Daniel Penny is a hero because he came in and restrained him to prevent him from crashing out, which he had done before. And unfortunately, Jordan Neely died, but that was not Daniel Penny's fault. The same way that if we get into a fight and then somebody gets hurt, it's not my fault if I was the one who was aggressed upon first.
Exactly.
And I think I'll leave that right there.
You sure? Yeah, there you go. So my thing is, if the, what's it called? I heard that the coach told them not to let other kids from their other schools sit under their tent because their stuff was stolen previously and they couldn't point any individual over there. Yes, then the coach should be sued. Because if he gave them instruction and that led to all of this, then he should also be he should be held liable. He should be held liable. Because to me, it's like, even when you go to a track meet, honestly, you should not bring anything you can't afford to lose. Because who has time to babysit everything like this? You know what I'm saying? Who has time to babysit everything like this? So if that's what if the coach told them that, and then it led to all of this, then the coach also needs to be charged. He needs to be charged, because why would you make these children enforcers or tent protectors or personal property protectors? No, everybody should bring to the track meet what they can afford to lose. You shouldn't bring too much. Like a few, like change of clothes, water bottles, your car keys, and then that's about it. Don't bring your iPad or Rolex and this, and that. Like, don't do all that. It's a freaking track meet. Your cleats should be on your feet anyways, and maybe like a change of shoes, but even that, don't have no crazy expensive shoes because it's a freaking stadium. So, yes, I'm like, you know, but you can't put your hands on you can't put your hands on people. And you know, and that's why Brandon can't say that. He can't say what ABL's saying because ABL is not signed to Turning Point USA. That's the only difference, right? If he was not signed to Turning Point USA, would he be saying all this? Most likely not. ABL is not signed to Turning Point USA. He's not.
It appears to me, based on the totality of circumstances, that he was in the wrong.
No. And the brother already said it. So stop lying to people. Austin was in the wrong. Austin put his hands on people. So no.
Boy took somebody's life. They ain't never gonna get their kid back ever.
So it would have been better if they took his life. Like, I'm so serious. Like, what are you gonna say? Wear the t-shirt. Brandon, just wear the t-shirt that says White Lives Matter. So it would have been better if they took his life. Make it make sense.
Because somebody else's kid took a knife to a track meet and decided that he was going to sit under somebody's tent. And when asked to leave, he said, "No, I'm going to kill you if you touch me."
He said he's going to kill. He said, "I'm going to kill you if you touch me." He said that. This, like, people need to take, like, the family should take this video and sue this man. And they're going to use the money to pay for the lawyer. He needs to be sued. That Carmelo said, "Touch me, I'm going to kill you." Like, he said that.
Back ever. Because somebody else's kid took a knife to a track meet and decided that he was going to sit under somebody's tent. And when asked to leave, he said, "No, I'm going to kill you if you touch me." That's essentially what he said. I don't, that's like saying, "You touch me and I'm going to kill you." That's his actions is represented what he said is, "Touch me, see what happened." pretty much said, touch me, and I'm gonna reach in this bag and stab you in the heart and kill you. Not if y'all jump me, but if you touch me, I'm gonna kill you. But I'm wrong though. I'm up under somebody's tent. Let me just add this real quick. Black people, the ones who are like this, not the ones who like me and they got a common sense. I'm talking about the ones who think this is okay. Do you realize that you are headed down a path of destruction that can never be recovered? I hope that Black people understand this. When you are out here making a merch site, doing a GoFundMe for a kid that killed somebody, and won't do a merch site and a GoFundMe for a kid that was killed by somebody, you headed down the wrong mother freaking path.
So when white people create a website for Luigi Mancioni because he's a killer and he's sexy, that's okay. So white people create a website for every white child that gets killed. Like, you sound so damn stupid.
When you go to a Planned Parenthood more than anybody else, when your communities are failing and ratchet as a mother, when the education system in the inner city communities, primarily in Black communities, are dismal. And
how does it work? He sounds so damn stupid. If Black people have access to the poorest, like to the most horrible school district, it's their fault. The Department of Education is not to blame for that. You sound so damn stupid. You sound really, really stupid. You sound so damn stupid. He sounds really stupid. Let me also play this one video because this man is so damn stupid. He is really, really stupid. Hold on. Let me see. Let me play this video. Hold on. People just love to say foolishness. Hold on. Where is this one? Hold on, you guys. I will find this. What's his name again? Johnny something. What's that boy's name? Candace Owens, right? Let me see if I can find this video. I usually have this video ready to go. Oh my goodness. Let me find his name. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's his name. Johnny Harris. Oh, sorry, forgive me. Okay, so I found it. Okay. So
funding based on the real estate.
People love to say
in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats exacerbate inequality. Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or taxes. Another major theme in this policy document is education. And the wording in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats say, quote, "We must provide world-class education in every zip code to every child because education is a critical public good." They use this word zip code to represent the fact that in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district.
Okay. So this is how schools get funded in America, right? Because he's blaming Black people for this. Where is he again? Where's this idiot? Let him say it again. Let him say it again.
Path. When you go to a Planned Parenthood more than anybody else,
and right after Black women, he's talking about abortion. Right after Black women is white women. They're not that far off.
The communities are failing and ratchet as a mother.
Nope.
When the education system in the inner city communities, primarily in Black communities, are dismal.
Oh.
When y'all
So you want to blame Black? Okay. So now let's get back to my little documentary here. Where is it again? Where am I again? Okay, let's get back here. Let him say one more time.
America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates in the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district, and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county.
Oh, exactly. You see this? So if it was done fairly, you take all the money and then you distribute it out equally, right?
It would just be one big school district, and that all the
So it should be one big school district. Okay.
taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts.
So what should be one school district has turned into 140 school districts. Let's see why.
So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within.
So that's, you're going to blame black people for that too? Black people are responsible for like gerrymandering also? This is crazy.
Districts. So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows. Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me.
So for that too, hold on you guys. So for this, you're gonna blame black people. Where's 550? 515 or what video? 515 or what, or which video? Okay. This is crazy. And also let's Nick Fuentes keep going. Let him keep going.
And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. All the truth before is fashionable. About Israel, about race, about lynch. My credibility, or whether I'm a bitch about racism every single time. With that being said, with all of his resentment, I'm really not. I'm trying to tell you how white people feel.
Okay.
And I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Okay.
And here's the truth of the matter.
Go ahead.
White people are just fucking done. We're done with the excuses. We're done with the white guilt. We are done with crybaby, ethnic narcissist black people that cannot handle an adult conversation about race. We're done. We pay up the ass in property taxes not to live near these people.
Okay.
We work hard. We pay our taxes. We go to work. We work our fingers to the bone to create a good quality of life for ourselves and for our families. And it has been ceaselessly sabotaged for decades by these fucking animals.
Okay, there you go. So I hope people can understand. I don't see it. Sometimes the link won't post because type the name of the actual video. Sometimes the link won't post for some reason. I don't know. Maybe they do that like to prevent spamming or something. So you see, and this is why you have gerrymandering. So I'm like, to sit here and to want to blame Black people for the state of the schools, or like how the money is distributed and how they have the money, or they can afford the resources to have better schools, that's really evil. Especially you, like, Brandon, you know better. Like, damn, selling your soul is hard.
Voting at 90% for one candidate and still lost in a landslide victory, historic landslide victory. When your murder rate amongst intraracial conflict is far beyond anybody else's. When the incarceration rate is where it's at. When the obesity rate, heart disease, diabetes.
What does this have to do with this? Like, what does this have to do with anything?
You name it, is running rampant amongst African Americans in this country. When you got all this going against you, and you think this okay?
Funny thing about him, you know the funny thing about Brandon, you think you're skinny. Brandon thinks he's skinny. Brandon really thinks. You know who Brandon thinks he is? I think Brandon really thinks that he's. What's my boy's name, yo? What's my boy's name? Ashton. What's my boy's name with all the muscle? Yeah, I think this is who. I think Brandon, when he talks, he thinks he looks like this. I think Brandon really thinks this is what he looked like. You know how some people have like body dysphoria or body dysmorphia? I think Brandon in his head, he really thinks he is cut up like an action figure. Brandon, you're fat yourself. I'm like, you don't look like this, fam. You really think you're Ashton. Okay, you think this is you. You really want this to be you, huh? Oh, yes, Brandon, you really want this to be you, huh? You want this to be you. You want this to be you, boo-boo. I'm like, he really think he Ashton, right? Imagine talking about obesity when you're fat yourself. Imagine talking about, what's it called? What did he say? Like, look at this man. Look how fat he is. You see your fat self? Talk about obesity. He is insane. Diabetes. You probably diabetic now. Mister, I love the chips. Yeah, put them in the carbs. You are crazy.
You name it. Is running rampant amongst African Americans in this country. When you got all this going against you. And
you healthy? You have a healthy size. With all this adipose fat you got going on. You are insane. Boo, you're fat. You yourself are fat. You're overweight, Brandon. You're not fit. You are truly not fit. Don't have me show these people a full body pic of yours, okay? You are not fit. You are obese. So you're probably pre-diabetic as we speak. You have high blood pressure. You have high cholesterol. You are fat. I've seen you before. You are crazy.
And you think this okay. If you don't change, you are going to be irrelevant. Show me a post. Show me a video of white people doing this. I ain't never seen it. Does it exist? I don't know. I've never.
Why don't you know? You can make it your business to find it.
Never seen it. I can, every time a black person do something they ain't supposed to do, they doing GoFundMes. I can't find a white person that find me a Mexican person that did that. Show me a Mexican kid that killed somebody like this and they GoFundMe for him. Show me a white kid where a white kid killed somebody and they doing a GoFundMe for him. In an egregious way, like this was. And some of these knuckle draggers are gonna say, Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse. You talking about the kid who was standing to protect the property from people looting and burning it? And
so he can stand. So Kyle Rittenhouse can stand to protect property. Was he hired to protect property? You sound so damn stupid. Kyle Rittenhouse, was he hired by the people who own the business to come protect the property? Like, he is so damn crazy. Like, damn. You guys really do fear Charlie Kirk, huh? You are really scared of him. Right? What's his name? Kyle Rittenhouse. Did anybody commission him? He has a security company. He runs a security company. Was he hired by the businesses to protect their business from looting? The same businesses that have like liability insurance, they have insurance. They have all kinds of insurance. Make it make sense. Like, you sound so damn stupid. I'm like, is this what you have to do to make Charlie happy? Oh, Lord Jesus. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. So Kyle Rittenhouse, he can take up weapons, protecting businesses that have all kinds of insurance and liability coverage and kill people because of that, right? But yet Carmelo, he doesn't have the right to self-defense for his own body. So it's okay to kill to protect a business. You can kill other people to protect a business from being looted. But you cannot use lethal force to protect your own life. Like, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? You sound so damn stupid. I like sometimes, Brandon, I need to debate you. Please call me. Like, let me get on your show. Please have me on your show, Brandon. I need to talk to you. You and I need to go back and forth. I need to debate with your goofy ass, with your fat ass. You probably wear orthopedic shoes. Make it make sense. Do you want me to show people your body what you look like? Talk about diabetes. Girl, sir, you look like diabetes walking. You're a high calorie looking ass. He is crazy.
And then he gets chased down by an adult that's much older than him. That's actually
he could have stayed in his house. Matter of fact, Kyle Rittenhouse could have stayed in his state. He's not from that state. He doesn't own a security company. He is not licensed to play security. He doesn't have the bond to play security, right? And those businesses, even if looting is not okay, they have insurance. They have insurance. But you make no sense saying that, oh, it's okay to kill to protect property, but it's not okay to kill to protect your life. You sound stupid.
Was a pedophile. Chased him down.
That's so damn stupid.
Tried to take his right. He ran. He fled. He tried to flee for his life. The guy catches up to him. Tried to grab his gun. Took one to the chest or the head. One, I think he got him in the head. Then Kyle ran to run for help where the police at with his gun.
Oh, he shot the man in his head. This is insanity.
In his hand. Some dude tripped him up. He falls. He tried to hit him with a skateboard. He took a shot to the chest.
Wow.
Then
so it's okay. So if somebody tried to hit him with a skateboard, then why didn't you say it's not going to be a serious injury? Right? Didn't you say it's not a serious injury? That if somebody hit you or drag you, it's not a serious injury? Let him say it again. What did he say?
Going to use deadly force against them is disproportional. If you say hit me and the person never hit him, he was never punched. He was never physically assaulted with a strike.
Never physically assaulted. You sound so damn stupid.
Like, with any instrument or fist or anything. According to the police report,
that's not what the police report said. You're full of shit. Where's the part where he said, hold on, where's that part?
Have evidence that a reasonable person would believe that person feared serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A black eye is not serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
Okay. So per your own logic, right? If the man was only trying to hit Kyle with a skateboard, what's the big deal? You see, this is how you know he's being paid for this. You can use his own words against him. This dude is crazy. Okay.
Put a gun on him like this, and he shot his bicep off.
Okay.
And you comparing that to him?
What did he say? Hold on.
Then another guy put a gun on him. Then Kyle ran to run for help where the police at.
Where is it again?
Tried to take his right. He ran. He fled. He tried to flee for his life. The guy catches up to him. Tried to grab his gun. Took one to the chest or the head. One, I think he got him in the head. Then Kyle ran to run for help where the police at with his gun in his hand. Some dude tripped him up. He falls. He tried to hit him with a skateboard. He took a.
If you're gonna hit him with a skateboard, the worst he would have had is a busted lip. No. Yeah, it started with Hunter. He says it in the video. He says it in the video. But like, if he's gonna hit you with a skateboard, the worst you're gonna get is like what, a busted lip or a black eye. Well, that's not a serious injury. You said it yourself. It's not a serious injury, right? It's not serious, right?
Of course, have to have evidence that a reasonable person would believe that person feared serious bodily injury. A black eye is not serious bodily injury.
Okay.
A busted lip is not serious bodily injury.
Okay. So according to your logic, then Kyle should be in prison. Because why would you kill someone over a skateboard? I'm like, the worst you might get is a black eye. The worst you might get is a busted lip. Right? The dude tripped you. Okay. Why kill him for that?
Some dude tripped him up. He falls. He tried to hit him with a skateboard. He took a shot to the chest. Then
why did he shoot him in the chest? The worst thing is a black eye, a busted lip. I don't get the part. I'm like, what's the problem? So you see, once again, white kid can do whatever he wants. White kid can react however he sees fit, because only white people can gauge what it looks like to feel unsafe, right? But black people, if you feel unsafe, it's your mind playing tricks on you. Like, you're not really unsafe, right? You're like, you are crazy. You're a white supremacist. Like, you're so sick.
Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll. Then another guy put a gun on him. like this, and he shot his bicep off. And you comparing that to him? The ignorance of Black folks is crazy to me. And
you're so enlightened. You signed your life away to a white racist, and you've seen the light. Like, you are so damn crazy. You have better luck losing like 60 pounds than ever finding the light. You're so confused. Like,
I tell you what, people always say, Brandon, you always talking bad about Black people. I think Black people have so much potential. Black people are.
Why don't you start with yourself? Cancel your contract with Charlie Kirk. Cancel your contract with Charlie Kirk. Stand on your own. Be your own person. I think you have potential too, Brandon. Cancel your contract with Charlie Kirk and stand on your own 2 feet as a man. Build your own business. Build your own non-for-profit and stand on your own as a grown man. Since America is not racist, you shouldn't have a problem catching up to Charlie Kirk and having a business bigger than his, right?
So resourceful when they want to be. Black people dominate entertainment. The funniest comedians are Black comedians, in my opinion. The best music artists are Black music artists, in my opinion. The best gospel Christian singers are Black. They can sing. Nobody can sing better than Marvin Winans. Nobody.
White people only good at entertainment, gospel, comedy. This dude is sick.
Nobody can sing better than Marvin Sapp's. I could go down the list. What's my girl? I can't think of her name right now. But nobody can sing better than her. But why do we have such talent and abilities and all of it, and we squander it? I just don't get it, man.
You asked the same question to Sam Bankman-Friedman. Did you ask him? Did you ask that boy? Sam Bank, what's his name? Whatever his name is. Did you ask this white boy the same thing? Why did he squander his life like this? No? Okay. This girl right here. What's her name? Did you ask Elizabeth Holmes why she squandered her life like this? I mean, she did go to Stanford for one semester. Why did she squander her life like this? Okay. Lying to JP Morgan. I forgot her name. Chase. 175 mil. Let me see what this girl looks like. This white girl here too, huh? Charlie Javis. Did you ask her also why she squandered her life? So all these white kids who are here robbing people, defrauding investors, scamming investors out of billions of dollars. This one, she stole 175 million from JP Morgan. I'm like, you're crazy. You stole from Jamie Dimon. You're insane. Okay. Did you ask these white people like why they're throwing their lives away? They have so much potential. Elizabeth Holmes, like she went to Stanford for one semester. Why be a fraud? But she going to jail. She going to prison. Did you ask also Martha Stewart? Did you ask Martha Stewart why she threw all her potential away? She has something so good going on for herself, right? Did you ask Martha Stewart why did she throw her life away? Like every day, bunch of white people get arrested for white collar crime. They even have a show called American Greed, you know? They have an entire show on MSNBC called American Greed. And it's always white people defrauding other people. Why are they throwing their lives away? What are they throwing their lives away for what? So the question, you don't ask these questions to white folks, but you ask them to Black people. And mind you, when white people steal, they steal a lot of money. They don't steal like 2 million. No, they go big. They go really big. Okay? They go really big. Right? They really, really go really big. Do you ask these people that? Of course not. Only Black people. Because everything bad in America is Black people.
Our top politicians who represent Black people are all the dumbest people in politics.
So you have no dumb white politician. Joe Biden is not one of them. I can just like Joe Biden was not one of them. Bill Clinton was the president. He was having his pee-pee sucked in the White House. That's not dumb. And he got caught because he let his sperm all over Monica Lewinsky and her blouse. Are you kidding right now? We've had plenty of dumb white people in politics. And that's why today the national debt is 36 trillion. Because bunch of dumb white people in the White House, in Congress. We've had plenty of dumb white people in politics. You do too much.
They're the dumbest people.
Yeah, no. I think whites have it surpassed. You are crazy.
You got like 5 of them that make sense, and they're all Republicans. The Democrats they're terrible. They're dumb. they are even though they're educated, they ain't got no common sense.
So you don't have any black that are Republican. That makes sense. You sound so stupid.
Shiesty. They grifted. It's very sad. I'm gonna get off my soapbox about black folks, but merch, a new car, $443,000 GoFundMe.
Yeah.
They need security. They don't need security, bro. They don't need security.
Okay.
This is just when black people come up on some money. This reminds me of black people I know that come up on some money and they got to do this extra stuff because they got $500,000 or something in their bank account. You know what else they're gonna do? They're gonna sue the police department for violating Karmelo Anthony's civil rights. They're gonna try to sue the police department for some type of offense against Karmelo Anthony.
And you know why he's saying that? Because he decides when to turn it off and turn it back on. Because he was a police officer himself, he probably knows that some of Carmelo's Miranda rights were violated. Okay, so he wants to start like what's it called? Poisoning the whale. Oh yeah, he told us. Yeah, he told you because he used to be a police officer. Because you can see one video he's calm, another video he's agitated. One video, Carmelo does not have a propensity for violence. Another video, oh yeah, he meant to go there and kill people. You have 3.4 million subs, and you're telling your racist white audience that a black boy meant to go there to kill a white child because white people deserve to pay for the crimes of slavery, right? But somehow they don't need security. You posted the entire house. You even posted the number to the house. You posted the website, the city, the state, the zip code, the inside the house, but somehow they don't need security. Now, are you actually okay? You need to be sued, Brandon. Like you need, whatever happened to Tasha, they got to come for you too. You need to be sued. Like he's insane. This is sick.
Because they overcharged him or something. They're gonna try to find a way to sue for some civil rights bullcrap.
So that means there's ground for a lawsuit for civil rights. Okay, thank you for letting us know. We're gonna explore that. We're going to explore that because he turns it off and he turns it back on.
So they can make even more money.
Okay.
Now I don't know these people. I don't know this to be true. It's just
you don't know these people, but you have spoken in the affirmative as if they were the biggest piece of shit. People who are just here stealing money, grifting off of money, selling t-shirts proudly, bragging about their sons murdering somebody else's son, right? You've said all this nasty, disgusting thing about this family. You've exposed their house. You've exposed the inside their house. You lied that they took the money to buy a Cadillac. And now, but you're about to close. You say, oh, I don't know these people. Then if you don't know these people, why are you talking so much? And if you don't know these people, everything that comes out your mouth about these people is negative. Make it make sense. You need to be sued. You need to be sued.
Seems like with what I'm watching and how things are unfolding, that this is grifty. It's grifty.
And what you're doing is not grifty. This is why I say people will judge you based on who they are themselves. So because he's running a grift, he thinks everybody that's black is running a grift because he has a guilty conscience. Give your life to the Lord for real, Jason. What's his name? Brandon, right? Give your life to God for real, for real. Okay? So because you're running a grift, you think everybody is running a grift. Because you will see the world the way you see yourself. So a grifter thinks everybody grifting. A scammer thinks everybody's scamming. A thief thinks everybody's stealing. Right? A lazy person thinks everybody lazy. Yeah, he also talked about lynching. Okay, people giving others black eyes, busted lip. Yeah, he said it's okay to give people busted lips. He also said that it's okay to grab people by the t-shirt. You grab somebody and then you grab them here, you put them here. All of this is on camera. He even has a video where he's pushing people. I'll show y'all. He has a video where he's assaulting someone.
They see a money train. They see it. All right.
That's what you saw with Turning Point USA. You sold your soul. I would love to debate this fat fool. I would love to sit and debate this beady eyes, wide forehead. Your forehead, your hair so damn big. Your hair so damn big. It looks like it could stand in for gold when it comes to fiat money. Okay? That head is so damn heavy. Make it make sense. Small eyes, no neck, wide ass head. Look like you have an extra chromosome. Your mama should have gotten tested, you know. Foolishness. And maybe she would have been to Planned Parenthood. And right now, when I have to suffer all of this, make it make sense. That's exactly what you saw when you signed with Charlie Kirk. You saw a big financial opportunity for you to just talk all kinds of dirty stuff about your own people. You're a sellout. You are really a sellout. You're the kind of people that Harriet Tubman used to talk about. You the kind of people that Harriet Tubman used to talk about. You know, let me tell you this, right? If you ever study Harriet Tubman's history, you know she shot a few black people, right? You know she shot a few black people, especially black men. You know she shot their asses because they were slave catchers. They were enemies of their own people. You know, and the famous thing, like the famous quote where she said, I would have freed more slaves if only they had known they were slaves. She's talking about you, Brandon. She's talking about you. You're the kind of black that Harriet Tubman warned us about. Okay? She warned us about people like you. You see? Extending her hand, but you still don't want it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. This is crazy. I said, this is really crazy.
Let's go on. Who is this Dominique Alexander? Let's look into this real quick. This was on my chart. So shout out to Jordan for doing it.
Oh, who is Jordan? Show his face. He probably white. Show him.
Before we get to pastor, let's go to this picture. Dominique Alexander is the CEO and founder of Next Generation Action Network. That's that fool I put on the thing. I like what he had to say at first. I was like, okay, man, there's nothing wrong with you standing up for a young brother in the community. It ain't nothing wrong for you making sure people have justice. And
if there's nothing wrong, then why are you making all these videos? You're so fake. If there's nothing wrong, then why are you making these videos? You have an issue with the GoFundMe. You have an issue with how much is in the GoFundMe. You have an issue with self-defense. You have an issue with his bail being lowered. You have an issue with, you know, maybe they'll try to fight the first-degree murder charge. You want him to take a plea deal. You want him to, you know, you expose the house. You expose the house number. You expose the inside of the house. You show the city, the state, the zip code. You show the monthly mortgage payment. Like you make no sense. No, don't be fake. Just like, do not be fake.
A fool jumped off a cliff talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and white people and black people don't get justice and all this other stuff. Then he jumped off the cliff.
And you stayed on the cliff. You didn't jump off the cliff. You're like, this people are crazy.
Let's look at this real quick.
Okay.
The known for his activism and involvement in social justice cases, including public support of Karmelo Anthony, which is this guy here, Dominique Alexander. According to the research that we've done, he got a criminal history. Oh. He got a criminal record. Am I tripping? I think that's what I'm reading. Okay. His criminal record includes injury to a child in 2011. Pled guilty to causing injury to his girlfriend's 2-year-old son. Okay. Originally received 10 years probation. Probation was revoked in 2016 due to violations. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Theft and forgery charges in 2017. Charged with felony theft in Denton County. Charged enhanced due to a past forgery conviction. Pled guilty. Served 2 days in jail. Domestic violence allegations. Arrested and indicted for family violence against longtime partner. Partner later recanted, saying he did not hurt or threaten her. Charges were dismissed in 2021. Other legal issues, past convictions include evading arrest and falsifying a police report. They couldn't pick a brother that don't have a criminal record.
My thing is, it's like, let's even assume what you're saying about the man is true. He can be replaced. Just because they could have been the first to reach out to them, so they're working with them now. But what does he do? What does he have to do? What he did? What does that have to do with what Carmelo did? They're not the same person. Not the same person. And like I said, maybe they're the first ones who reach out to the family because people like you were just so quick to run out there and have the most vitriolic narrative about this young man. So that's it. You work with what you got until you can find something better. By next month, they might part ways or somebody else might come along. That's not a problem. But what does that have to do with Carmelo Anthony? He's not dropped. Like, they didn't hire him. He does a non-for-profit. He's not the lawyer. I guess he has a thing. He has a non-for-profit. So they reached out to the family, maybe like to help them out. But he's not his lawyer. He's not their lawyer. He doesn't represent the family. Like, he's helping them now because it's a lot. They're flustered. But even the way that people are talking about Carmelo, a lot of Black people are even afraid to help him because, he's not his lawyer. The lawyer's white. They hired a white lawyer. But I'm sure, like, with the way they've ran the narrative, a Black guy went there to stab a white person. A lot of Black people are afraid to stand up for Carmelo. How many people have you seen with a big platform stand up for Carmelo? right? Because the vast majority of Black people work for a white person, especially a white Jewish person. So they can't take a stand. Like, Black people are not free. Black people are not free in this country. Like, you think Beyonce can say, "Oh, I'm gonna stand beside Carmelo"? Hell no, she can't. Like, I don't know, like, what else? Who's out there? Even all of these Black football players, they can't stand next to him. Like, you can only stand next to a Black guy if it's socially acceptable. Like, if your white master tells you, okay, you can stand up for him. And that's on both sides. Just like over here, what he says is whatever Charlie Kirk tells him to say, because he's not his own person. Anthony Bryant, he's not signed to Turning Point. So he said, no, for me, the way I see it is self-defense, because he owns his own channel. Right? But how many big Black people have you seen stand up for Carmelo? But you can see, like, even Jasmine Crockett, she's from Texas. We black, right? But she would fight for an illegal immigrant to stay in America before Carmelo, because she also was not told to stand up for him. That's why I'm telling you, America is racist. It's not a joke. No matter how rich you are, no matter how much powerful you are, you still have to wait for a white person to say, okay, yeah, you can talk about this, and then talk about it this way. Do you see the Breakfast Club even talk about this? Is Charlemagne talking about this? Like, is anybody big talking about this? No. Because they're told not to talk about it, because they all work for white people. They work for white people. They live next to white people. They make money with white people, right? So white people buy Black people's mouth. Like, they buy their silence. They buy their submission. Like, the vast majority of Black celebrities, like anybody Black that's Black and rich is not free. Even the Obamas, they work for the Democratic Party. That's why they got to go campaign. They got to go do this. Do you see any other president have to campaign? Is George Bush out here campaigning? Is Bill Clinton out here campaigning? Nobody, like, no. But the Obamas, they're like slaves. They always have to come outside, do a podcast, do a womp, because Black people are slaves, no matter how much money they make. And I do feel like sometimes the more money they make, the more they have to work. Because America is a goofy-ass apartheid state. Even P. Diddy, he worked for Lucian Grange. Ain't he Jewish? So that's how it goes. You're not allowed to be rich unless you can be controlled. So when you see a Black person that's rich and that's influential, they are controlled. Every Black person is controlled. America is a racist country. They're not going to let Black people make money and be their own person. When Kyrie Irving posted about the whole Jewish stuff and the Black Israelite, he had to apologize. He had to go sit down with a rabbi, an Ashkenazi Jew rabbi. He had to be like, they had to go do some goofy ass conversion therapy. He had to give $500,000 to the Ashkenazi Jews. I'm like, what the heck? This is extortion. This is extortion. When Ashkenazi Jews do mean things to Black people, who says they have to give money to Black people? Nobody. But you're going to tell a Black NBA player that you are so offended because he said that Black people can be Israelites. Can you imagine? How racist. So, like, it's not possible that there are Black Israelites. Every Israelite has white skin, and a Russian or a Polish or a German last name like Dabrowski, Swarovski, Lobowitz, Heinz, whatever, Schultz. Like, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Like, a racist ass country we live in. As a racist act, yeah, they made him donate like $500,000. I'm like, for what reason? It's extortion. So an apology is not enough. Why would you even apologize? Why are you not allowed to say that you believe that they're Black Israelites? Like, so white people think that Jesus was like born in Moscow? He was born in like what, St. Petersburg? He was born in like what? In Dublin? In Copenhagen? Like, what the freak? Liège? Paris? Stockholm? Like, what the freak is wrong with these people? Okay? This is so bizarre. Oh no. Because anything that's related to God, Black people can't say they're close to it. But if Black people say, oh yeah, we believe that we're made by Satan, I'm like, yeah, that's right. You guys belong to Satan, right? Because we always have to claim diabolical energy. But anything close to God, there's no way, as if the Middle East and Africa are not related, like they're not connected. As if Egypt and the Jordan are not connected. Like, that, what the heck? What the freak? As if Africa is not connected to the Middle East. As if between Saudi Arabia and Somalia, it's not the Red Sea. Like, make it make sense. From Somalia, the Red Sea, you can see Saudi Arabia. You can see Riyadh. It is not that far. It is not that far. Like, we've like growing up. I mean, we're Black, so I guess I'm Black, so I know my history, but I read stories about Mansa Musa. Like Mansa Musa would travel from Mali all the way to Mecca. Mecca has always been in Saudi Arabia. So he would leave Mali to go all the way to Saudi Arabia. How do you do it? Because Africa and the Middle East are connected, right? But white people always want to gaslight you like, oh, it's not possible. You even have white people who believe that Egypt was full of white people, that Cleopatra is a white person. I mean, it's just crazy. Moses, and anybody good has to be white. Moses is white. Jesus is white. Cleopatra is white. Everybody is white. But when it's bad people, they're black. Like a bunch of racists. Who got time for this? Who has time for this? So this dude, like I said, to be Marlene, I feel like maybe they were the first to reach out to the family because they were overwhelmed. Because who's sitting and expecting this on a Monday morning? Like whenever this happened, like you don't plan for this crap. This crap finds you. So, and we said, for me, honestly, he's not a good speaker. So I don't find him, like he's not a great speaker for me. But hopefully, now that Carmelo is out, the family can start to like strategize how they want to move forward. But it's just everything just happened. Like it happened like 2 weeks ago. You don't plan for this crap. Like what the freak is this? This thing might take 2 years. It might take 3 years. But let's not act like white people have not had shady people rep them. Let's not act like even Donald Trump was on the goofy island with Jeffrey Epstein. Let's not act like that's why even Donald Trump has not released the Epstein list, right? Because he's on there. He's on there. They're all on there. Even RFK Jr. They have sex tapes of RFK Jr. So people got to mess with that. And he's the man, like what, Secretary of Health? They have his pee-pee. There are people out there that have pictures of his wiener, right? He's on sex tape at his big age. He's out here sending nudes, okay? So it's like, whatever. Trump is surrounded by a bunch of sexual perverts. Trump himself is a sexual pervert. What kind of man has 3 wives, 3 baby mamas, bunch of kids, and a bunch of foolishness? Trump also was next to Jeffrey Epstein. All of them were. So it's like, it's just a game. Like these people are just playing all kinds of games. If Trump was not on that list, if nobody he knew was on that list, the list would have been out by now. Oh, I'm going to release the Epstein list. I'm going to release the list. Where is the list? Because his name is on there. This is the man who was like, wasn't like Trump like the CEO of like Miss America and stuff like that, all these goofy ass pageants? Who knows the number of girls who were assaulted during the Miss America pageant? People have to stop. There's perverts all over the place. Okay? Perverts all over the place. There are videos out here of Trump saying, I'm going to grab this woman by the PUSSY. And he still became president. Cool. No problem. So stop acting like, oh my gosh, I'm so indignified. Oh my gosh, somebody with a criminal record. So does the president. And he's sitting in DC right now doing whatever he wants to do with the tariffs. So it's like, cool. Ultimately, that's not his father. That is not his blood. They run a non-for-profit and they are giving the family help. He can move. Somebody can take his place. That has nothing to do with the crux of the matter. Is it self-defense or not? That's it. We're not going to get distracted. No, these are different people. Diddy's person is this guy. And his son is married to Sophia Richie. So Diddy's handler, that's this guy, right? And then Clive Davis, he was the handler for Whitney Houston. They're all Ashkenazi Jews. Like these are all Jewish people. These are all European Jews. So Clive Davis, he was responsible. He's the handler of Whitney Houston. Okay, everybody has a handler. Okay, Lucian Grange, he's the handler for Diddy, right? Leor Cohen, what's his name again? Leor, come over here, right? However you spell his name. There you go. Leor Cohen, that's Jay-Z's handler. Everybody has a handler. Every black person has a slave master. You don't get to be this rich in America if a white person doesn't own you. Right? I even think Candace has a series about like, what's his name? About Kanye West and how his trainer was also his handler. And that his trainer threatened to like have him locked up. There you go. Hallie, what's his name? Pasternak, whatever his name is. Where's the video, child? It's alive, right? Okay. Right? He's right here. She's made a video about him. Even Justin Bieber too. Justin Bieber also has handlers. It's sad. It's a real thing. And then RFK also, he had like, they have nudes on him. They have nudes on RFK. Y'all, this thing is a hot mess. Harley Pasternak. There you go. He's like, he was Kanye's handler. He used to drug him up with stuff. So it's like, everybody has a handler. Like, you cannot make it if you don't have a handler. So that's why, and I think Aaron was his client, and somehow he ended up bloop. Everything is controlled out here. Everything and everyone is controlled. They're not going to let you have all this money and all this fame and not control you. Even Candace, at one point, she was owned by Daily Wire and Turning Point USA and PragerU. Like, she had three slave masters. She had Turning Point USA, she had PragerU, and then she had Daily Wire. And once you start talking about the Jew stuff, PragerU and Daily Wire, they dropped her. But you're not going to get to a certain level of influence and like nobody's going to own you. Yeah, NWA too. Like when they first came out, they had a manager too. Like he was Jewish also. You see? Jerry Heller, right? There you go. Also Jewish. Everybody. This is how they make their money. This is how they make their money. It's not a joke. So that's what Kanye was really upset. They were like, oh, why would he say that? Oh, shut up. Shut the hell up. Okay? Every black person, for the most part, has a Ashkenazi Jew handler. They have a white handler. And it's usually an Ashkenazi Jew. And they make them sign all these crazy contracts. They own their masters and all kinds of stuff, right? Even Sam Cooke also. Sam Cooke, who was his manager? Alan Klein. There you go. Like it never fails. You see? He's right here. That's him. And when Sam Cooke did not want to sign his master, somehow he ends up dead. There you go. He's dead right here. You see? Here he is. Probably had him killed. Okay? So people love to play stupid. Because people love gaslighting black people. Oh, it's not what you think. Because we as black people, we are always receiving conversion therapy. That's why you get to a point, like you understand like the level of gaslighting. Like white people gaslight, and it's like an Olympic sport. For white people, I'm like gaslighting for white people, it truly is an Olympic sport. Like you see what you see. You see the patterns that you, oh, no, that's not what you think. It's not what you think. Or it's always anti-Semitism. You can't say that. Like, please. So it's like, yeah, it's like even the bank, the Rothschild family, they're also Jewish. They're like from Italy, the time of like the Medici family, something crazy like that. And they're also Jewish though. Like the Estee Lauder group, Jewish. Like the mama's name is Esther. Exactly, yeah? Esther, right? Oh, no, it's not what you see. It's not what you see. No. Yes. And when you see too much, they call you anti-Semitic. Because you see now. Once you start to see, you get called names. When you don't see, you get praised. When you start to see, you get called names. They put labels on you. They make sure nobody gets close to you. They like try to do everything to make you like seem like you're so toxic. People who come near you because they have lots of courage and they have lots of integrity and they have lots of like they really have courage and integrity. But these people are very powerful. So that's why Karmelo Anthony, like a lot of black celebrities, even black lawyers are now rushing to help this boy because I do feel like it's let this little boy just die. And it just goes to show you like people are cowardly. People are not brave. And that's why earlier the Vixen said if Carmelo had died, then it would have been so much easier to support him because then it's like a white boy killed a black kid. Let's see how much money we can make off this kid. They like even in the black community, people like you more dead than alive. So they can make more money off of you. You know, the NAACP, they have a whole legal department. Why are they not getting involved? Because if the NAACP got involved, then they wouldn't have to deal with this NGAN people. Right? But maybe also they're told not to get close. So it's like there's a lot of people working against this boy. It really is a lot of people working against this boy. So, like, America is a plantation. Like, don't lie to yourself. Just because you have a car and you have some consumer credit and some kind of freedom, it's not that much different than living in Palestine.
I know everybody make mistakes, my man. But one of your mistakes is in 2017. Was it 2017?
You said 2021.
Make sure my numbers are right. 2017. The domestic violence accusations was in 2019, which I take it at face value. The woman said he didn't do it. Sometimes they do it, but they feel bad. They don't want to go to jail, and they say, hell, he didn't do it now.
Sometimes people just lie also. Amber Heard is a real thing, you know.
Regardless of that, no conviction. It might as well not count. But 2017, felony theft charges, pled guilty to. And this is the person that's going and defending another black man. This is why I don't get it. You couldn't find a black man without a criminal record. You got to.
How are they going to find a criminal? How are they going to find a black man when you guys are polluting everyone's mind? You're out here telling people, oh, he meant to kill a black kid. You guys are giving a platform to Charleston White. So it's okay for y'all to give a platform to Charleston White. And this is crazy, right? Like, you pick and choose when you want to be okay with a black criminal, when a black criminal can sit next to you, right? So you pick and choose. One moment it's like, oh, let's give a platform to Charleston White so he can say grape white women and go off white men, right? He went there for prison, like for murder. He went to prison for like capital murder, right? Oh, that's okay. We can have Charleston White, but because we want to show black people because he be cooking, right? Like, I don't know what y'all want. Either you like criminals or you don't. Like, it's so confusing with y'all. Like, it's just so confusing. Everybody that I know that is black on YouTube has had some kind of video with Charleston White. Some kind of video. Charleston White is sick as hell. He is sick as hell. It really is. I think they are. Because this is like, he's sick as hell. Now, let me see this other video. You need to go somewhere. You're an idiot. Let me go with my boy, This Elite. What is he saying? Because I was playing his video earlier. Let me see what he's saying. Okay. Let's go. Hold on, let me stop sharing because my... Yeah, we back.
We back. Now, today's going to be a quick video. I want to talk about the division that I see happening amongst the black conservatives, right? It seems that the black conservatives are not really standing unified when it comes to the Karmelo Anthony case. You have some actually riding against Karmelo Anthony, marching against him, and you actually have some that are standing behind him. So to me, as a spectator on the sidelines, examining the infighting and the diverging opinions, it's actually very interesting to watch. Now, when I say black conservatives, I'm really talking about the personalities, the media personalities, the influencers, right? It's very interesting to watch how many of them are not really on one narrative. Some of them actually support Carmelo, and some of them are just simply parroting the usual talking points. But in this video, we're going to be reviewing that. And I'm also going to be giving my thoughts on why I believe some of the black conservatives are actually supporting Karmelo Anthony. But before I get into that, I want to start off with some of the quote unquote black conservatives that are, sticking to the company lines, the ones that are pushing the current narrative, right? The ones that are towing the company lines. I want to start off with them first. And then towards the end, I'm going to go to the ones actually defending Karmelo. And then I'm going to give my thoughts on why I believe that's the case. So anyways, run the clip. We're going to get into the Sambos first. Let's go.
I just want to send an apology to his family members on the behalf of the black community, on the behalf of our racism, our ignorance.
And make the choice to dig into their wallets and to shell out money for a young black teenager that killed another teenager. This is what we glorify in black culture. This is what people stand up for in black culture. And I'm tired of people being too afraid to say what is really the truth about what's going on in that community.
And if you go check, man, you want to talk about a black pill, you go check the comments on the fundraiser. It's just hatred against white people.
And I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. We hated white people. I'm being honest. Like, we felt like when I was growing up, thank God I got saved, and thank God I moved to a different environment. And then it opened my understanding up to, wait a minute, this is not the way that we should be behaving. But it's because black people, for some reason, have this racial hatred towards white people that's ingrained in them, that's almost in their bloodline.
Now, those was the Sambos, right? We started with the Sambos first. The first guy, you know, he was apologizing to Austin's family, right, on the behalf of the entire community, right? The second guy, he's actually part of the LGBT community, and he's married to a white man. So you already know he doesn't have anything of value to provide to the conversation because he's laying up with a white man every night. And the third guy, Brandon Tatum, he was just sitting up on the interview lying, right? He says, oh, man, in our neighborhood, we hated the white folks. No, we did not. Black folks do not hate white folks, man. Y'all know. I'm not even going to explain why that's the case, but we already know black folks do not hate white folks. Y'all got to stop that lie, man. Like I said, all those guys we just mentioned, all those guys we just played, those are what you call the black conservative mouthpieces, right? That's their business model. That's how they get money. You take a black person.
What he should have mentioned is that they are all signed to, what's that place called? Turning Point USA. And you see it on Candace's channel. Let me show you. Everybody he showed, they're all signed to Turning Point USA. Let's go to Candace's channel real quick. Go to her channel, go to her videos, go to oldest, right? So you saw, who did you see that was talking? You saw Brandon, he's right here. We haven't heard Larry Elder yet, but I'm sure that they haven't decided to pay him to talk, so you're gonna stay quiet. Here's Rob Smith also. Like, everybody they have talking as a quote-unquote conservative against Carmelo, they're all signed to Turning Point USA. This one, Maz, he's probably not going to talk because he believes in having a gun, so I don't know if he's going to talk. Because he's big on, like, have a gun, use your gun, so I don't know if he's going to talk. But I'm like, everybody he showed, they're all signed to Turning Point USA. That is their, hold on. That's their plantation. That is their plantation. They're all signed. They're oh gosh. Y'all, once you understand what is going on here, you're not even going to be triggered anymore. Because you understand it's a business. It's a grift. Supply and demand. Okay? There's a supply. There's a demand. There's a lot of white racists who want to hear black people say, yeah, we're to blame. Yes, black white man, you did nothing wrong, white man. It's me. I choose to be an idiot. I choose to be an idiot. Okay, it's them over there. They're not nice to you, huh? They're not grateful. You make sure we can dance every Sunday, huh? Okay, but I'm like, they're all signed to Turning Point USA. That is their plantation. They all get money from Charlie Kirk, and then they say whatever he tells them to say. Here they are. So, like, every time you hear a black conservative, you got to make sure he's not signed to Turning Point USA. Even John, what's his name? John, something. Okay, even him also, right? He's also signed to Turning Point USA. Okay? Like, child, they even got the Nigerians involved, okay? Everybody out here is signed for, everybody's signed to Turning Point USA. So the ones who are signed to Turning Point USA, they all hate Carmelo. He's racist. He hates white people. He brought a knife so he could stab a white man in the heart. Blah, 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 blah. Because this is what Charlie Kirk wants them to say. So they're going to say it. Okay? Where am I? This doesn't worry, babe. Let me find you. So who cares?
And you basically use them as a vessel or a vehicle to promote whatever narrative is the order of the day, right? Use them as a human shield to deliver any controversial talking points that you yourself as a white person cannot deliver. Because if you said it, it would be deemed inflammatory. If you said it, it would be deemed racist. If you said it, it would be deemed offensive. But if somebody like Brandon Tatum says it, right? If a black man says it or a black woman says it, then that way it's acceptable because they.
Okay. And here we have again, Nick Fuentes telling us, go ahead, Nick.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone.
Okay. So now look, right? Brandon Tatum, Turning Point USA, right? Rob Smith, Turning Point USA. John, Turning Point USA. Candace, Turning Point USA. Let me show Candace's page. Okay. Oh, it is like this is just, you understand what it is now. The gig is up. Okay. Candace also, here's her page. Turning Point USA. Right? Like, listen, everybody they all belong to Charlie. These are Charlie's slaves, okay? These are his slaves. So every time you hear a black person on this grift, the self-hating grift and things like that, all you have to do is to see if they're not signed to Turning Point USA. Because once you realize that they're signed to Turning Point USA, it all makes sense. Okay? This is the white man. This is the plantation owner. Okay? They work for this. Yeah, they all work for Charlie. Charlie pays them. He pays them. He gives them the studio, the editing, the equipment. Like, he helps them a lot. I don't know. Maybe she wants to be signed there. What's her name? April Chapman? Let me see. She might want to get signed there. Maybe she's auditioning. That's why she makes the content she makes. I don't know. Let's see. No, not yet. No, she's not signed there yet. But it's not. I could see her getting signed pretty soon. If she keeps making the content she's making, I could see it. Okay, so it's like, they'll work. This is the slave master here. So he gives them the talking points. He pays them. He puts them on their contract. Like, come on, y'all. It's America, you guys. Like the people say, follow the money. Follow the money. But you go from channel to channel to channel. You hear the same thing. At some point, I'm looking at what are the odds? How can strangers, people who don't know each other, just say the same thing? What is the common link? It's just so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Why is Anthony Brown Logan the only one who's not agreeing with this foolishness? Because he's not signed to Turning Point USA. Ching, ching, ching. If he was signed there too, he would say the same thing. That makes sense? Like, they're all signed there. Everybody is signed there. Let me see if George is not even signed there also. Let me see. I don't know what. No, I don't see him. Okay, George is not signed there yet. Okay, right? But they're all signed to Turning Point USA. They all work for Charlie. Charlie's a racist. Like, anytime you hear a white dude hit you with anytime you see a white dude hit you with oh, I'm black, I'm white, I'm a conservative, I'm Christian. Christian is a white person's word for racist. They don't read the Bible. They use the Bible as like it's virtue signaling. It's like, this is how it goes. This is how the sick game is played. A white liberal, the way a white liberal virtues to you is, oh, I have black friends. I have friends that are gay. I'm an ally. They talk like that, right? Like, I have gay friends. I have black friends, right? Like, they use human beings as like a token. Like, look at all my infinity rings. Like, I got gay friends, black friends, trans friends. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they treat people. They treat people as like infinity stones, like infinity rings, right? I got black friends, gay friends, trans friends, poor friends, illegals, they're all my friends, right? That's the white liberal. The white Christian, the way he's going to virtue signal is, I'm a Christian. I believe in strong family values. I'm against abortion. You know, I'm a white Christian. I'm a white Christian. Oh, his name is Greg. Oh, I thought it was George. Okay, let me see. Let me look him up. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I thought it was George. It's Greg. Okay. Greg Foreman, Turning Point USA. Let me see if he shows up. No, they haven't signed him yet. Yeah, they haven't signed him yet. Because when they sign you on, you have your own page. So maybe he didn't want to get signed. Yeah. Right? But it's all a grift. Like, they're all like, this is what they do. And Malcolm X told you about this. Hold on. Y'all think it's a joke. Let me see if I can find the video, child. Let me see. No, let me make sure. Why do I always go to thingy? No, let me find the video. Let me see. Okay, maybe it's this one. Let's listen.
In this crooked game of power politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives.
There you go.
Either to get into power or to retain power.
Exactly.
Among whites here in America, the political teams are no longer divided into Democrats and Republicans. The whites who are now struggling for control of the American political throne are divided into liberal and conservative camps. The white liberals from both parties cross party lines to work together toward the same goal. And white conservatives from both parties do likewise. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor.
Exactly.
And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism, false promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have complete cooperation of the Negro civil rights leaders, who sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress. In the New York Tribune,
I hope you understand what he means when he says token progress, right? When they be like, oh, Ketanji Brown is the first Black American woman to be a Supreme Court justice. It's like, okay, but in the bigger scheme of things, how does that change my life? Right? Like they'll hit you with the, oh, Kamala Harris is the first Black woman vice president. Did that change your life in any way? They'll hit you with the, oh, Kamala Harris is the first Black woman to run for president, right? Barack Obama is the first Black president. How'd that change your life? Like, how'd that change your life, right? That's why he's saying, like, token progress. This is the first to do this, the first to do that. And you're like, oh, yeah. You're so excited, but in the bigger scheme of things, your life never changes. Like, it never gets better. Sometimes it actually gets worse, right? That's what he's saying. Token progress. That's exactly what that is. First this, first Black this, first Black mayor, first Black president, first Black Supreme Court justice woman, first. You know, Ketanji Brown. But then it said, oh, what is a woman? The girl can't even answer the question. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. You can't even answer the question. They ask her, okay, what is a woman? Would you repeat that? I don't know. What is a woman? But yet somehow she knows she's the first Black woman Supreme Court justice, but she don't know what a woman is. But she got kids and she's married to a man. Like, girl, bye. Like, you are insane.
Editorial dated February the 5th, 1960. They pointed out that out of 11 million qualified Negro voters, only 2,700,000 actually take time to vote. This means that, roughly speaking, only 3 million out of the 11 million Negroes who are qualified to vote take an active part. And the remaining 8 million remain voluntarily inactive. And yet it is this small minority, the 3 million Negro voters, who help determine who will be the next president. If who will be the next president can be influenced by 3 million Negro voters, it is easy to see why the presidential candidates of both political parties put on such a false show with the Civil Rights Bill and promises of integration. They must impress the 3 million voting Negroes who are the actual integration seekers. And if so much fuss is made over these 3 million integration seekers, what would the presidential candidates have to do to appease the 8 million non-voting Negroes if they ever decided to become politically active? They hold the balance of power. Who are the 8 million non-voting Negroes? What do they want? And why don't they vote? The 3 million Negro voters are the so-called middle-class Negroes, or high-class Negroes, or uppity Negroes, who are referred to by the late Howard University sociology professor E. Franklin Frazier as the black bourgeoisie, who have been educated to think as patriotic individualists with no racial pride whatsoever, who believe
There's no racial. And you know the problem too. Like, I was thinking about this morning because I was just so. Oh, you guys! Like, I'll tell you, I sent so many emails this morning. But just thinking about the fact that every rich Black person I'm trying to get in contact with has a white handler. I was like, oh Lord Jesus, have the mercy, right? But you know what though? One thing I will say, I do feel like Black people also have to look at ourselves and be like, we kind of dropped the ball. Because I do believe, like, with integration and stuff, it's like, oh, well, we go to school now. Everything is good, making money, you know? But it's like the fight is not over. The fight, like, when you really think about it, the fight is not over. And maybe that's why they made it so easy to have luxuries, do alcohol, sex, drugs, feminism, gender wars. Like, it's just to make you forget that the fight is not over yet. Because, like I said, can you imagine, like, you're worth 75 million, 100 million, 200 million, but you have to check in with somebody before you can speak your mind. You get me? It's like obesity, right? Like, it's like obesity in the sense that they make you fat. They make you fat off of, like, convenience, money, fame, adulation, right? Blue check marks and cover of magazine, going on TV shows, news networks, whatever, right? It's like, it's obesity. Sometimes I feel like when you're Black and you're super rich and you're super famous, it's like spiritually you're obese. It makes you heavy. Because, well, I don't want to lose the money. My cars, my shoes, you know what I'm saying? Like, my life, my private jets. So you keep your mouth shut. And you don't say to yourself, what do I owe the generation coming behind me? Right? Like, when you look at people who march, like, hold on, give me a second. You guys, I could talk for hours, huh? I want pictures. What is this, right? You see, even though I'm not a big king of Dr. King, I'm not a big fan of Dr. King, but nonetheless. But my point is, like, people who were marching there, it was like blue collar workers, you know, people are not millionaires, right? It's like people, like, they gave up so much and they didn't even have enough money. Like, they barely had money. They walked out on their jobs. Like, this is so dangerous. I mean, it's just so, these crazy white people, like, they're so dangerous, right? And they did all of that, accepted to get beaten by dogs. I mean, it's so traumatic, okay? So that today we could have a better life. And then today, well, I'm rich. I can't be bothered. I can't lose my blue check mark. You know what I'm saying? I can afford to have the Jews mad at me. You know, I don't want to be in trouble. Yeah, I think to me, I really do feel like it's really embarrassing. Because I just feel like if your ancestors are poor and they weren't afraid to lose it all, even though, because you would think if you're poor, I would see why you wouldn't want to march, because you barely have enough, right? If you barely have a job, like you barely surviving, to walk out on your job, that's crazy. You barely have money, right? But then you have people today who have all kinds of money, all kinds of cars, all kinds of jobs, and they're more scared than the people who they didn't even have a fifth of what they had. You know, it's like they give you money. They give you these big houses. They give you Beyonce concerts. They give you luxury. They give you like all kinds of stuff, right? Tennis shoes, clothes, you name it. But the whole purpose is to make you like spiritually obese. Like you're morbidly obese. You can't move. You can't protest. You can't think for yourself. You're scared to lose it all because you got so fat. You got so comfortable. But I couldn't imagine having $75 million to my name and being afraid to speak. Why would I be afraid to speak? What you gonna do to me? Like I couldn't imagine having $1 billion and being afraid to speak. Why would I be afraid? Why would I be afraid to speak my mind? Like, why would I be afraid? That makes no sense to me. Yeah, it's like this. I'm like, I just feel like it's crazy. Like when you have success, when you have something, you should be, I mean, it's not like, not for fun, but you should be afraid to sacrifice for the next generation because somebody else sacrificed for you. Somebody else sacrificed for you. But it's like, if you live in a society full of like rich minorities and nobody can talk because they're waiting for their marching papers before they can or cannot talk, that's crazy. You should own your voice. And I'm like, this fight is not going to be over until like you can be black rich and speak your mind, which is where I get where Kanye is coming from. He just does it in a crazy way. Like it's very chaotic, but I get what he's saying. Like I can't be a real man if I'm afraid to speak my mind. You know, how can I claim to be a black billionaire, but I'm afraid to speak my mind? The only thing is difference between speaking your mind and insulting everybody, including children, right? But I'm like, you're rich, so like, what are you afraid of? Don't you have investments? And that's why I feel like maybe a lot of rich black people, they don't even have access to their money. Maybe white people have their money and then they give them like a monthly allowance. So if you say something, they're going to block your money. I don't know. I really don't know. But even that too, though, like how long are you going to put up with a white person threatening you like this? You know, I get it. Like in the beginning, they threaten you. You want to make it. But there comes a point you also got to say to yourself, like, how much longer am I going to allow white people to threaten me and talk to me any kind of way behind some money? You have made the money. You live in the big house. You have the best food. Like, you got to be famous. Oh, who cares if you lose it all? Who cares? Like, you have to live. Yeah, like Wendy, like, you got to live your life. How long are these people going to have you in bondage like this? This is not a life. Like even you see Wendy Williams, like she belongs to the network. They won't let her go. I'm like, this is insanity. We are witnessing like black people, like rich black people being slaves. Like even when you're sick, the network still owns you. They get to choose your home. They get to choose your nursing home. Like how is this even possible? This is insanity. It truly is. It really, really is insanity. It's insanity.
They can turn around and say, I have credibility because I'm black. I have inside knowledge because I'm black. And then the white conservative turns around and says, look what the black guy said. See, he agrees with me.
Exactly.
So that's the entire function of the black conservative mouthpiece. That's the purpose they serve. Now, I want to get into some of the conservatives that are actually defending Carmelo, right? And one that surprised me, right? One that surprised me the most was Chaotic Truth. Now, Chaotic Truth, I've made several videos criticizing chaotic truth, coming at chaotic truth, right? All in good spirits, right? Never nothing malicious. I don't got any beef or hatred for chaotic truth, but sometimes he gets a little, out of bounds. So I got to correct him. I got to check him.
Yeah.
But I don't got no beef with chaotic truth. But he surprised me when he came to the defense of Karmelo Anthony, right? So I'm going to run a clip and I'll be right back. Let's go.
This is a situation of the media, social media, judging someone and not respecting the judiciary process in this country.
Exactly.
That's it. Why isn't the judiciary process being respected here? I'm not bringing up race at all. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
Everybody, oh, the family just bought a new house. Oh yeah, because you could buy a new home in 24 hours, right? Oh yeah, he had a single mother, right? Everybody's making shit up without actually looking at the facts. Here goes his family right here. Look at that. Look at that. This ain't a black thing, man. This ain't a white thing.
But you see, the thing about him, he's African too, though. Carrot Truth. I remember him. We used to talk. He's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. We used to talk. He's African too. But my thing with him now, he's also not signed to who? Who is he not signed to? Guess. Guess who he is not signed to. Like, it's all going to start making sense to you. Who is he not signed to? He's not signed to Charlie Kirk. He's not signed to Turning Point USA. So he can be his own person. Look at his studio. Look at his lighting. Look at his microphone. You can tell that this is a one-man show. He does everything by himself, right? You can tell, right? Look at Brandon, right? Look at Officer Tatum. Look at this, right? Look at Officer Tatum. He has an earpiece. He has the background, right? He has a full production. He has full production. Charlie is responsible for this. They all look a certain way. He did it. Let me show you. He did another video recently. Hold on. Let me show you. He sat down with this brother. I feel like they're trying to sign him up too. I think they want to sign him up. Let me see. Videos. Let me show you. You see, he's signing with this one, Stevie. I think they want to sign him also.
The book started.
Oh, look at this. You see? Decor. Look at all the decor. That this, and that. Both black dudes, big, overweight, with the tats and stuff like that, right? They might want to sign him up too. So don't be surprised. Stevie, right? That's his name. Do not be surprised if in a few months, Stevie is signed to Turning Point USA. But look at the studio. Look at the lighting. Look at the microphones. Look at the couch. Who do you couch is? Who do you think is paying for all this? It's not Brandon. It's Charlie. Okay? This is the man who's funding all of this. This is the man who's funding all of this. So the reason why Chaotic Truth, for example, where am I, right? Just look at his setup. Look at this, right? Camera blurry. The microphone is, I don't know. It's like, whatever, right? Because he's not signed to anyone. Because if truth be told, right? If you are a conservative, right? It doesn't matter if you're black, white, I don't care. If you are a conservative, you stand 10 toes behind the Constitution. If you are a conservative, you stand 10 toes behind the right to protect the bare arms. Like, you stand 10 toes behind the Second Amendment, right? If you are, what conservative do you know is not going to believe in self-defense? To be a conservative, whether it's like conservative family value or as an American, I hold conservative values. What is more conservative as an American to say, I believe in the right to bear arms and to stand up for myself? So when you're a conservative, no, let people grab you and just put you here. Let people hit you with give you a black eye. It's not a big deal. Let somebody bust your lip. It's not a big deal. Something is off. Something is off. Because when will any American conservative let somebody give them a black eye? That makes no damn sense. What American person is going to let somebody grab them by the shirt and pick them up from this space and put them over here? That makes no sense. How are you a conservative? Unless this whole conservative stuff is actually a grift. I'm like, you're not like, this ain't real.
This is a mob thing. Yeah. Rushing to conclusion. Your own prejudice, your own bias.
Yeah.
Even the judge being called a DEI hire. She's a Republican. She was voted by a Republican constituency. Respect the process. Right now on social media, this is a trial by public perception. I'm so glad his attorney said that. You go to social media, you go to Twitter, you go to the comments, look at his hair, look at his hair. He probably comes from a single mother. He probably didn't have a job. And everything that people are saying now has turned out to be false. I have the photo of him and his family. I have information that he worked at some grocery store. He wasn't some weed smoking, drug pushing Tyrone. I'm so glad that this attorney has pointed that out. This boy is being judged and sentenced before an actual trial.
Now, take a look up on the screen. Now, I don't know if this person is a black conservative, but I do think what he said was very accurate in pertaining to this topic. He said this: the white people who hate Carmelo, a child, are doing a disservice to their mission by going after all black people with their racism. And it's showing because even the black conservatives who are against Carmelo are pissed off. You are unifying black people against racism instead.
Exactly.
Now, that's a fact. The white conservatives, they definitely dropped the ball on this one.
Yeah, because me, I'm gonna tell you this. People know me, Martin. I'm not gonna lie. I was supporting Trump. I didn't support Kamala Harris. I was like, I don't like her. I'm not supporting her. But the moment this whole, like, especially Matt Walsh, the moment he started this, I'm like, we have to make a fine distinction, right? I explain to people all the time. Many reasons why I supported Trump. I'm gonna tell you why. Number one, this whole LGBTQ part, not even the gay, lesbian part, we always had that, but the T part, like the whole trans stuff, the tampon in the bathroom, drag queens in the classroom, the books asking, like they have books where people talk about, sex in the back. You know what I mean? I said, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. I don't want that for my kids. You understand? That's number one. Number two, the economy. Kamala, when she ran, she kept talking about she's going to print more money and print more money. I'm like, wow, have we not printed enough money during COVID? Girl, you're crazy. What are you talking about? Giving money away. Then you have the border. To me, honestly, this border stuff, it was getting out of order. Okay? America's always had people cross over the border, but Joe Biden and Kamala and Mayorkas, the way they were not taking care of the border, anybody could come to the border. This whole catch and release stuff, people getting killed by illegal immigrants, and also New York, Chicago, and Denver, but a lot of cities, even even Boston too, but billions of dollars being given to illegal immigrants, hotels, food, job, one thing, one point. I'm like, wait a minute. Even black people don't get this in America. What is going on? Cars with money on there for them to buy whatever food they wanted. So like me, I had a lot of issues. Now, when it comes to Trump, he's quite interesting. But one thing I did like about Trump, I told my husband that yesterday because he's also a Gemini. But I said one thing I like about Trump, the person, I do like that he doesn't give up. Because in this life, too many people give up too easily. People let people speak over them, and they want you to be afraid and have low self-esteem. They want you to quit. And I'm like, I like that he doesn't give up. Now, he's not the smartest, but he doesn't give up. And I'm like, everybody can learn from that. You fail, you pick yourself back up. People make jokes at you, don't get upset. Turn the joke into a marketing campaign. You have to believe in yourself. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, you're not qualified for this. You can't apply for this. You have no experience in this. How are you going to have experience if you never try? You understand? But, oh, don't apply for this position. Why not? Well, you're not going to get it. Okay, cool. It's okay. Because if I don't apply, I'm not going to get it anyways. If you apply for the job, even if you don't get it, you'll get experience doing that. And then next time you'll apply again, you'll be better. My mindset is never be afraid to look stupid. Never be afraid to try. And honestly, everything is a lesson. You understand? There are too many people who are so smart. They're so gifted. They're so talented, but they're crippled by fear. You have people that have so many gifts. They're crippled by fear. You have people that have a beautiful voice. They're crippled by fear. You have people who have dreams, like things they've always wanted to do. They're crippled by fear. As soon as somebody says, oh, I don't like it, they stop. If they do a YouTube, like they start a YouTube channel, they barely have views, they stop. They start doing TikTok, they barely have views, they stop. It's like, you have to learn to be relentless, okay? You have to learn to be relentless. Let me show you this. Yesterday, Lacey sent me this one video. Where is it? Let me play it for y'all. You'll see what I mean. Let me see how I can share this. Hold on. Let me show you this video. Let me play this video for you. Hold on. Look at this. Look, listen.
It only cares about how you present yourself. If you don't control the frame, someone else will, and you won't like the role they give you. This is day 4 of the path to power. People don't follow the truth. They follow the most convincing version of it. That's why a confident idiot gets more respect than a hesitant genius.
Yeah.
Perception beats reality, every time. Your posture, your tone, the way you occupy space, all of it tells people how to treat you before you say a single word. Walk like you belong, and people assume you do. Hesitate, and they'll treat you like an outsider. This is why powerful people never explain, they declare. They don't ask for permission, they assume authority. The world will always put you in a box. Make sure it's one you built yourself. The world doesn't care who you really are. It only cares about how you present yourself. If you don't control the frame, someone else will, and you won't like the role they give you. This is day 4 of the path to power. People don't follow the truth. They follow the most convincing version of it. That's why a confident idiot gets more respect than a hesitant genius. Perception beats reality, every time. Your posture, your tone, the way you occupy space, all of it tells people how to treat you before you say a single word. Walk like you belong, and people assume you do. Hesitate, and they'll treat you like an outsider. This is why powerful people never explain, they declare. They don't ask for permission, they assume authority. The world will always put you in a box. Make sure it's one you built yourself.
Exactly. You see, you got to build your own box. You have to believe in yourself. So I was like, yeah, I'm all for that. But I'm like, so the whole Carmelo thing, when it happened, even I was confused because I'm like, you're sitting under the wrong tent. Next thing you know, somebody is stabbed in the heart. I'm like, how did we get here? What is going on? So I sat down. I'm like, okay, let me find out what happened. So I'm listening to Brandon, and he was like, oh, yeah, it was raining. I'm like, but if it was raining, why he can't sit there? And to this day, nobody's answered that question. The knife. I'm like, no. Let's focus on the genesis. Yeah, let's focus on the genesis. It started off with, the way the media said was, a kid was sitting under the wrong tent. He was asked to move. Then somebody is stabbed in the heart. So why was he sitting under the tent? We find out it was because it was raining. I said, okay. So now I'm asking myself, but why he can't sit there? But nobody wants to answer that question. Because if you answer the question, Austin and Hunter don't look like good people. Because if it's raining, why he can't sit there? And then I was waiting for someone to say, oh, he was harassing people. He was stealing from them. He was like destroying property. He was playing loud music. He was cursing. No. I found the brother, and the brother said, oh, this kid was sitting under our tent. So I'm like, okay, but what's the problem? Why he can't sit there? What happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So I'm like, all of this because somebody sat under your tent. Because I'm thinking like, I'm not even an athlete. I didn't grow up being an athlete. But one thing I've always seen growing up, even with like games, the Olympics, right, is that people who win, people who lose, like they always give each other hugs. Like we compete, but we're not enemies. How many people have we seen, especially in track, like somebody wins, but they hug everybody else? Even the ones who cry, they go hug the people. Oh, don't cry. You know what I'm saying? Because it's called being a gracious winner. And also they call it good sportsmanship. So I'm confused. I'm like, there's a thing in sport called good sportsmanship, right? So if it's raining, why can't Carmelo sit there? And the people have yet to answer the question. Oh, he's a criminal. Oh, he has a single mom. Oh, it's the culture. Oh, it's drill music. Oh, this is this. Oh, I'm like, what the freak? You haven't answered the question. You're deflecting. You are seriously deflecting. And therefore, I also feel as though, yeah, exactly. Of course, they pick and choose, right? So I'm still waiting for someone to tell me why he can't sit there. And of course, I'm not going to answer that question because then it shows that these boys are racist. Because when your father says that you've played sports all your life, so there's no way that you are not familiar with the concept of good sportsmanship. If there's inclement weather, let's even say it was cold and they had a furnace and he wanted to stand next to the furnace because he was cold. He also can't do that because he doesn't go to their school. Like, what the freak? Like, where is your humanity? And I think he knows it's wrong. That's why he doesn't want to say it was raining. So even him, he also needs to be sued Because you need to tell the story the way it actually happened. Why don't Hunter say this kid was sitting under our tent because it was raining and we asked him to move? Because then he sounds like a horrible racist asshole. You see, so he's also part of all this racial warfare, because all he has to do is tell the truth, even if it makes you look like an ass. But no, they're the ones who are selling a story, they're selling a narrative, and they're opening the GoFundMes, even though they were being the assholes. Exactly. I had someone wish death upon me, and my entire generation they're so damn crazy. So I took 10 years from them and their family that wouldn't even live prosper. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Mind you, I was very humble and tried to reason with them. They got triggered, not me. You have to have some type of ego to tell someone, I hope you die. People are crazy. And I think some people, they just walk with the spirit of like premature death. Like, it's just weird. But why doesn't he tell people? Why doesn't he tell people it was raining and we asked him to leave? Because he knows it doesn't sound good. Because then people will say, but if it's raining and he's sitting there, what is the problem? That's why I say Hunter, every time he lies, he does weird things with his eyes. Like the interview you send me, Judge, you see it too. Like when the man said it, I hear your husband, his eyes start doing all of this. I'm like, Hunter, you have to stop doing this. You have to tell people the truth, though. You know what I mean? Like, make it make sense. This kid is sitting there under our tent. Why don't you tell people it was raining? Did you even tell your mom it was raining? Like, what did you tell your mom? What did you tell your dad? And now you come to the public and you say, oh, this kid was sitting there under our tent. But you failed to mention it was raining. Even though the news said it, the police reports, they all said it was raining. When they were giving Austin CPR, they said it was downpouring. They had to move him. It was raining like crazy. I'm like, what is going on? And I also do believe that not only is Hunter lying, he knows that he had a part to play in his brother's death. And I'm like, the truth don't set you free. The truth is going to set you free. An entire country could burn behind a lie. And you don't want to tell people exactly what happened. Like, what is this? You know? But I'm like, for people who have played sports all their lives, you guys are 17 years old. In a few months, you're all going to be 18. You're going to be adults. So if anything, if a young student from a different school sits under your tent and it's raining, let him sit there. You can let him sit there and watch your stuff. If he's not bothering y'all, he's not touching y'all, he's not harassing y'all, he's not being loud, etc., let him stay. And then once the rain stops, he might just leave on his own. But that's the part they don't want to talk about. Let's just talk about the knife. The knife. How convenient. How convenient. Once again, victimize Carmelo more. Victimize Carmelo more. Victim shame. Like, make it all on Carmelo. Even though Hunter is saying he was sitting there, they made something out of nothing. They made something out of nothing. Nobody was being threatened. Nobody was in danger. Like, this is crazy. Why can't he sit there if it's raining? They have yet to answer the question. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is crazy. Oh, he was sitting there under our tent. Then what's the big deal? Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Because they jumped the gun with the race card first. So now the narrative was painted from that angle from the beginning, right? Based on racial lines, because the white conservatives, they launched a propaganda campaign saying that Karmelo Anthony was a violent thug from a single mother family, caught his first felony charge at 3 years old, right? A bunch of false narratives, a bunch of fake narratives that you realize that they were not simply talking about Karmelo Anthony by himself. They were using Karmelo Anthony as an avatar for all black men as a whole, right? And anybody with any level of intelligence can see what was going down in those first couple of days before we had all the information, before we found out that Austin was the aggressor, before we found out that it was actually Carmelo who came from the two-parent home and it was Austin who came from a broken home. Before we had all the full information, those first couple of days, the white conservatives made it about race. So because they made it about race, you ended up mobilizing the entire community, right? This would have been a local story in the local news. Nobody would have heard about it. Y'all took it, made it front page news on the national news. And because of that, you mobilize the entire community, even some conservatives, right? Some of your trusted allies ended up defecting away from your side, right? Ended up switching sides and pointed the barrel of the gun directly at you because of what you were saying, because of what you was doing, right? They dropped the ball. They made it about race, spread the false narratives. And because of that, a lot of folks who were your trusted allies ended up turning against you. And
yeah, I'm one of them. I am. Because, let's not do DEI. Let's not do DEI. DEI must die. Okay, cool. Let DEI die. No problem. But it's like, no, he's black. He don't have a mama. I'm like, so, he deserves to have $1 million bail. Like, his bail should be at $1 million. Throw him in prison. First-degree murder. He has no rights to say it was self-defense. I'm like, so y'all do want DEI. This is crazy. I'm like, what is going on here? What is going on? Like, either race matters or it doesn't matter. You can't have it both ways. You can't say when it comes to government job, race should not matter. But when it comes to convicting people in the court of public opinion, then race matters. No. If it's no DEI, then it's no DEI. If it's no, don't look at somebody's color, race, whatever. Just look at what they've done. Then stick to that. Not like me, I'm like, doses, I gotta go because you're not about to torture black people in front of me. Like, you are insane. Like, I wanted Trump to win so he can fix the economy and things like that. But it's not for y'all to have, being nostalgic, we want to torture black people and throw them to the gulags. That's not going to happen. That is never going to happen. That is not going. Who in their right mind is going to sit here and watch another people just treat their people any kind of way? Because then you'll come for me next. No, gotta go. I'm not doing this. This is crazy. They are so insane. No.
The reason why they ended up turning against you, in my opinion, right? The reason why I think some of them rallied behind Carmelo is because they seen Carmelo came from a well-to-do family, mother and father inside the house, father the sole provider of the family, mom staying home taking care of the kids, nice neighborhood, nice school district, captain of the sports team, captain of the track team, captain of the football team, getting good grades, right? And y'all still reduced him down to the lowest common denominator, right? And then on top of that, when it was discovered that it was actually Austin that was the aggressor and Carmelo was the one that had to play defense, I think that also played a role as well. Because when it came to Carmelo, here you got a family, they did everything right? Tax-paying citizens, upstanding members of society, right? You're the captain of the track team and you at the track meet. And here comes this stranger that you never met approaching you with hostile energy. Not only hostile energy, but actually physically putting his hands on you, committing assault and battery.
Because Judge said that the coach, let's even assume Hunter is telling the truth, because Judge, I don't trust Hunter. But let's even say that he's saying that the coach said we have to look after our stuff. But even that too, let's even assume that the coach said that. Does that mean he said that you got to start acting like a bouncer and evicting people? Right? You can look after your stuff and still be polite. I'm like, hey, you're almost 18. I'm so confused. Right? Okay, let's observe. Okay, let's go talk to him. Let's see his mindset, whatever. Let's say hi. But you can still be friendly and you can still look after your stuff. Especially if it's raining. You don't know how to multitask. I am just so confused. This is a track meet. Everybody should have been there, should have been friendly, had a good time. Even if you took you talk a little bit of mess, whatever. Okay, sure. But all this energy should have been saved for the race. That's it. Y'all can be strangers today. Y'all can be besties tomorrow. This is just, to me, it's just insane. It's just insane. It's not even just a track meet, even a work convention or I don't know, some type of convention. You can go, sometimes you go, you don't know anybody, but then you make friends going. It could be a church convention, a work convention. Even you can go on a cruise. You can go on a cruise with your family, other people, and then you make friends on the cruise. Right? But I'm people, we also have to learn to be friendly. It's never that serious. It's never that serious. It really is not that serious.
In broad daylight. And now, when you neutralize this hooligan, now everybody is reducing you to the lowest common denominator. Everybody slandering your father, right? Minimizing your father, saying your father not around. Meanwhile, your father is the sole provider of the house, right? So I think a lot of Black conservatives, when some of them sat back and seen the reactions, especially in those first couple of days, and seen how y'all were not simply attacking Carmelo himself, but you were using Carmelo as an avatar to attack black men as a whole, to attack black fathers as a whole, to attack black families as a whole, to attack the black race as a whole, right? So you cannot expect somebody to be your ally when you openly assault their entire community, right? At the end of the day, man, you weren't specific. It was just an all-out barrage of assaults against the black community.
And I think also, like, especially people like Charlie Kirk, I think he made a huge miscalculation because maybe he thinks like black conservatives are people who just follow blindly. Like a lot of people who are black conservative today are people who used to be Democrat. And the reason why they stopped being Democrat because they got tired of being mindless sheep. Like, no, I want to think for myself. I want to think for myself. So it's like, even me, I used to like kind of enjoy Officer Tatum like content, but I can never go back because I can never look at him the same. I can never look, because I'm like, for me, I feel like anybody watches your content, they should be able to trust you. Like, I'm not being sold propaganda. I'm not being sold talking points that Charlie Kirk wishes he could say, but he's too scared to say it. You know what I'm saying? I want to know stuff that actually comes from you. Brandon, you watched a video from 2 days ago. Oh, Carmelo, he's not used to doing this. He doesn't have a propensity for violence. Then the next day, oh, he's a bad kid. He went there. He meant to stab the people. How can you change your mind like this in less than 24 hours? Because somebody is controlling you. That makes no damn sense. So one moment he's a good kid who's never done this before. He does not have a propensity for violence. So yes, his bond should be lowered because it's not a drive-by shooting where he's out here just shooting the community up. Then the next day, oh no, he's a bad kid. He meant to stab people, you know. He went there to stab people, to stab the white people for the crimes of slavery. In less than 24 hours. What is this? But we realize that you are signed to Turning Point USA. So now we can't trust what you say. And I'm kind of glad all this happened because like now, if I want to go listen to a black conservative, I'm going to go with ABL. That's it. Like ABL, I'm like, I'm going to be more trusting of his opinion because I know he's not sold. Like he owns his stuff. Like that's how he feels. And a lot of y'all, even though like you're getting lots of hype right now, you have done so much harm to your reputation. You have done so much harm to your credibility. You have done so much harm. It's irreparable. Because once people realize that you are no different than these sold out black Democrats like Clyburn or like whoever's in the Black Caucus, there's no coming back from this. You want to be the conservative Al Sharpton? You want to be the conservative Clyburn? I'm done with you. Yeah, like that's it. That's why you got to have discernment with everything. You cannot follow people blindly. You got to take your time. Okay, like where are you leading me to? Because yesterday you said this. Now you're saying this. Like I said also, a young man is dead. Another young man he's about to fight for his life. And here you are, you open the video promoting chips and salsa sauce. Like, this is so unserious. This is so unserious. Who does this? Even Court TV, whatever, like, I don't know, like the Court TV people, they don't promote food. Somebody is dead. Someone is charged with first-degree murder. You open up your video promoting salsa and chips. You are so unserious. You know what I'm saying? Like you are just so unserious. Who can take you seriously? You're so unserious.
Those first couple of days, that was a coordinated effort, and because of that, there were many black conservatives that were turned off by the entire movement. Right? A lot of them went off script. They went off code. Right? And one of the main ones that surprised me was ABL, right? ABL definitely surprised me. I'm not gonna lie. I made a whole video about that one, but ABL actually even went further, right? Take a look up on the screen, right? ABL said this: I dropped the whole black conservative moniker years ago. The same thing Candace Owens did. She talks more about the culture now. I don't want to be associated with these mouth-breathing online grifters who don't know anything but will say anything for money.
Yeah.
ABL went on to say, if I get punched in the face in the street by a stranger and I have my weapon on me, the weapon is going to get produced. Listen, if you're a true conservative, listen, it is what it is, right? Anyway, let's continue. ABL went on to say, the comments about Carmelo being some sort of thug from a single parent household are aging like milk. Yeah, man, they tried to make my boy... Man, they tried to make it seem like he came from the hard knock life. No. But anyways, I want to get into a clip of ABL speaking on the situation. And like I said, keep in mind, ABL, once again, he surprised me on this one. But anyway, run the clip. I'll be right back.
Peace to Austin Metcalf. Prayers out to his family. Prayers out to his twin brother who was right there. But as I close, I want to say this. You cannot put your hands on people. You can't do it. We can say that it was an overreaction, and you're right about that. But I was always taught, hey, if you pick a fight with somebody, if you touch somebody first, then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you. Keep your hands to yourself. That should be the lesson here. And I know people are not going to like that, but it's the truth. Same thing I said with the case in the mall. Okay, stop harassing people. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. I'm trying to leave. I'm giving you warnings. You're not leaving me alone. Okay, now the gun comes out.
All right, we back. Now, you even had Xavier DeRousseau. I think that's how you say his name, right? Man, certified tap dancer, certified Sambo, right? Even he had this to say about the situation when it first broke out. He said this: if we are having an honest conversation, some of you hate him, Carmelo, because he committed murder. Understandable. But some of you already hated him because he was black, and you simply wanted a reason to be public about it. Now, like I said, that's the exact same reason why I started covering the topic, because that's the exact same thing I noticed as well. And then, of course, I had to bring up a bunch of news stories to remind them how barbaric they are. But at the end of the day, man, I seen the propaganda from a mile away. Now, he went on to say, when black people insert race into a tragedy that has nothing to do with race, I'm among the first people to condemn that notion. So here we have white people making a tragedy unnecessarily about race, and I am again calling it out. Now, this guy, like I told you, take my word for it, certified Sambo, right? Certified Sambo, certified tap dancer for hire, straight mercenary. But even he had to take a step back and realize, like, man, this is crazy, right? This is straight propaganda, right? This goes beyond Carmelo. This was a propaganda assault against black men as a whole. Right now, of course, we could play similar games and say, how come a certain demographic is only, a fraction of the population, like what, 30% of the population, but they make up like 70 to 80% of the crimes against children. Right. If we want to go that route, we could play that same game. But, we don't got to do all that. But, man, they just went all out on a propaganda campaign. And even some of them trusted black conservatives had to hop off board. They have to jump ship, right? They had to defect away from your side, man. But I'll be honest, as a spectator, as a neutral observer, it's definitely been entertaining to watch. I'll say that. It's definitely been entertaining to watch. But anyways, man, it's your boy Nefakari Salim back in the building. Yes, indeed.
Let me see.
Yeah, we back. Yeah, we back. Now, today's video, I want to attack an argument that I've been hearing a lot, especially in my comment section. What was Carmelo doing sitting under the tent? What was he doing inside the tent?
I feel like these people, they're doing everything in their power to avoid saying Hunter and Austin were wrong, because they know once they start saying it, it makes sense why it was self-defense. This is crazy. Everything is, why did Carmelo do this? Why did Carmelo do that? Why did Carmelo do this? At what point do you start saying, why did Hunter ask the boy to leave? Is it a nice thing to ask someone to leave if it's raining? Especially if he's not touching anybody's property. But of course not. But I might even do this video like maybe tomorrow, because I got to do the video on Judge Joe Brown, huh? Because that's where this is from. Because Judge Joe Brown made a video, his goofy ass, his drug ass, talking about, the more and more the people talk, it sounds like trespassing. I'm like, trespassing at a stadium, at a high school track meet? You are insane. And I'm like, bump even Carmelo. Let's say you even have parents, right? Because let me show you the venue again, right? Now, it does seem like they moved the tent, because I do believe the tent was here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. But let's say the tent was right here, right? Let's assume the tent looked the way it looks like on the screen. And then you have a mom and her daughter. Like, let's say like they're just family. They're here visiting. And as they're walking, it starts to rain. So the mom says, oh my gosh, let's go into the tent. They don't know about this school tent, that school tent, right? Then they want to just stand there because it's raining. So in that case too, they will be asked to leave. Like, what are we even talking about? What are we even discussing at this point? Like, I am so confused. What are we even discussing at this point, right? If the tent was located where it is right now, and then people are walking, like a mom and a daughter, or even a dad and his son, they're walking, and suddenly, because sometimes it does happen, the rain starts like out of nowhere. And then they say, oh, wow, let's go run under the tent so we can seek shelter. So even in those conditions too, they're not allowed to also stop under the tent. Yes, babe, it's all the way in the beginning. The press conference, I didn't like it. I like the mom's part. I think she spoke really well. I think the dad should have spoken. But the guy, Dominique, me, I'm not a big fan. I think he talks too much. I think he's not confident. I messaged him on Facebook before, and I told him that. I said, you have to practice public speaking. Because when he talks, like, he seems very, like, he's not sure of himself. He stutters a lot. Today, he even knocked the microphone. He was all flustered with the papers, too many pages. And this is why you have to practice. You can't just type your speeches. You have to practice your speeches. He was just talking and talking. He talked about the GoFundMe. He talked about himself being attacked. He talked about the judge. He talked about this. He talked about that. They spent time. He was talking about all kinds of foolishness. And I was like, you came here. It should have been focused on Carmelo and Carmelo's person, his character. And most importantly, because a lot of these racist white people, because, you know, I do have some white supporters. So I got to be a little nicer. I got to, you know, but like those racist white people, right? The way I would have done this, because they want to focus on the knife, right? And I did say, because you have to practice. And you know, Dr. King, even though I'm not a big fan, but his father was a preacher. It's not a joke. Father, it's like when you see Sarah Jakes, right? She's kind of good because her dad is T.D. Jakes. So imagine you grew up all your life and your dad is T.D. Jakes. You better be good, right? Oh, I sure did. I reached out to a lot of people. I sure did. And I told them, I'll show y'all a screenshot. I'm like, Brother Dominique, you have to work on your delivery because you stutter too much. I'm very blunt, you know, because like you don't exude confidence. And when you don't, people question. But do you actually mean what you're saying? Just like the lawyer. I said, I don't like the fact that you're a lawyer. People are asking you why you got picked. You know, I don't know why they picked me. Like, what the heck? Like, this is crazy. Oh, no, you gotta get fired. This is insanity, right? But you have to practice your speeches. Like, you really, Dr. King, he grew up, his dad, I'm sure his dad was a great preacher. He also preached a lot. And he most likely, he rehearsed a lot. Like, you have to practice a lot. Yeah. Like you have to, like you gotta, like me, see, I can talk for hours. Like you have to talk a lot. And when you talk a lot, it becomes a lot easier. Like when you practice a lot, it just starts to flow, right? But you can't assume that, oh, I'm going to type my speech and just start reading it out tomorrow. Nobody wants to hear you read a speech. People want to believe that it's coming from you. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the question about the knife. So first and foremost, I even think the dad should have came first and spoke about the son that he raised. Like, who is Carmelo? And then you talk about the knife. Do not be afraid to talk about the knife. You have to make the knife a non-issue, for real, for real. And I said this before. I'm going to say it again, because maybe they're watching me. I don't know, right? But to me, right? I repeat, I'm going to do it again, y'all. Where is it? I just had the picture earlier, right? I hate the fact that they have the same name. It's so hard. Okay. I repeat, I'm going to do it one more time. Okay. This whole question about the whole knife situation, it is a very easy thing to answer. Stop acting like you're scared. Number one, he works at the mall. He also works at the grocery store. He drives a Lexus. He drives a Jeep Cherokee, whatever it is. Like, I don't know, whatever the Jeep is, right? When he's at the mall, sometimes he gets off his shift at like 10:15, 10:30, right? Then he has to walk through the back doors because when the mall closes, they close the doors of the mall. Like the public entrance, they're closed. You have to leave through these like weird, like, I don't know, these weird mazes like behind the stores and stuff. So you just never know. You could have somebody there. Sometimes you have to pass near the dumpster. Somebody could be behind there with a knife. Child is crazy. You're walking in the parking lot. It's dark. So his mom and I wanted him to have something to protect himself. You understand? Another thing, because we live in Texas, and during Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration, they left the borders wide open. Okay, so currently we have lots of criminals in Texas. Look at all the young people who have died in the hands of illegal people. So also for that, we wanted him to protect himself. This had nothing to do with the track meet, but more so, they were really getting impatient. They're like, the dad was like, oh my gosh. I was like, fam, talk. Do not be afraid to talk. You know, because one thing I feel is like when there is an issue and you keep avoiding talking about it, people feel like you're hiding something, right? This knife stuff, talk about the knife. Don't hide from it. It was there. It was used. Like, it is what it is. But it was not for this. It was for his security when he comes on, like when he comes home from work, he gets up like 10:15, then 30. He wears expensive shoes, expensive watches, and then he drives luxury cars. So we're like, okay, we just never know. You walk by at 10:15, 10:30 by the dumpsters and you weigh 160 because he's very skinny. Who knows what could happen? So we wanted him to have something. Also, we are in Texas. Okay, and for the past 4 years with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we've had an open border. And as parents, we have seen the number of people who have been murdered by illegal migrants. You know, like, you know, Rachel Morin, you know, you start saying all the names of the young ladies. Oh, yeah, that's right. She went running. She had no weapon on her. Look what happened to her. Okay, this other one, she was outside. She went to the store. She had no weapons on her. Look what happened to her. Okay, look at what's happened to people. Exactly, because you just never know. But he didn't go there that day thinking that, oh, yes, I'm going to find Austin Metcalf and stab him in the heart because he happens to be a white boy. Like, do you hear yourself? That is insanity. That is insanity. That is really, really crazy. So this is why he had a knife. For his safety, because of where he works, what time he gets on from work, and the fact that he has to walk in the dark to get to his luxury vehicle while wearing expensive tennis shoes. And also, we're in Texas. There are a lot of, you know, unfortunately, migrants who are criminal who've been caught and released. They catch them, they release them. That's it. I'm like, it makes perfect sense. Even me, I would have told my son to have a knife or like something. Because God forbid, we have a lot of criminals now. There are a lot of criminal immigrants who are in the country, and the Democrats don't want them to go back to their countries or get deported to El Salvador. Do not be afraid to answer like these hard questions. So now that I've answered the question about the knife, I would like to pose a question to you. If they were all at a track meet and my son was fully dressed in his Centennial High School track uniform and it was raining, what was the harm in him sitting there to await the rain? Like, you send it right back to them. Okay, like you send the question right back to them. I've answered your question. Now you tell me if it's raining and everybody is there to compete. I mean, my son definitely was there to compete because he was fully dressed in a Centennial High School track uniform. Why can't he sit there and await the rain if he's not bothering anybody? He's not touching anybody. He's not harassing anybody. I would love to know. Why can't he sit there? Send it right back to them. Because as long as this knife thing is not answered, they will keep talking about this goofy knife. You answer the question about the knife, we move on to like now as hot potato. Send the question right back to them. If it's raining and he's fully dressed in his Centennial High School uniform, so you know he runs track, so he belongs there. If it's raining, why can't he sit there to await the rain? Yeah, his dad was there doing too much because he was looking to start a commotion. And they kept the cameras on. They should have asked everybody to turn off the cameras. But I just felt like this whole press conference, it was not properly playing. It wasn't properly playing. And if you don't answer the questions that people want to have, this thing is going to keep going. But I'm not trying to be mean, but the Dominique guy, I don't think he's like, you know, you need people with great minds. And you need people who are confident in public speaking. You need people who make other people believe. Child. She said, I thought the dad said he has forgiven. Child, he's trying to get more money for his GoFundMe. Okay? So that's that. But I'm like, do not be me, because I'm like, me, I understood why he had a knife. I don't even know this kid. But I understood why he had a knife. Like today, working at the mall is dangerous. People out here stealing, they stealing. You know, if you wear nice shoes and you drive a luxury car and you get out of work like really late at night and you have to walk near these dumpsters, don't even know who's hiding behind the dumpster and stuff like that because they chose to have an open border policy, right? Then guess what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna even me, because I'm like that young lady, what's her name again? The one who went out running, you know, if she had a knife or if she had pepper spray or something, who knows what she could have done? But all she had were her fingernails. You know, if she had a small knife on her, she could have just pow in that man's jugular. You know, because it's like people are crazy. People are really, really crazy. People are seriously crazy. So like, all these young women who are out here running, you run early in the morning by themselves. Like, y'all got to have something on you. Like, you don't just start running like that. Even pepper spray. I don't think pepper spray is enough. Because if somebody survived prison in Venezuela, pepper spray might be nothing to them. Exactly. I told y'all, did you see? It matters. I think your lawyer, I really do believe, like, whether it's your lawyer or somebody who does, like, public representation for their family, they need to be convincing. They need to have authority. They need to be good looking. And they should also not have a criminal record. Because then that's a huge distraction. And I even feel like also like, maybe I'll make another video for him. But I also feel like even Dominique, if everything Officer Tatum said about his criminal record is real, he needs to remove himself. Like, he needs to step down. Because we don't need it to become about him also. You know what I'm saying? Also, I also feel like if you know that you've done so much, why do you want to be the one to be in front of the camera? Like, you're a narcissist fan. Why do you want to be the one in front of the camera if you know that you have such a criminal past? You're not helping the family. So that's why I also don't believe that he's like a minister. Because if you are a minister, then you're like, okay, you know what? I want to help. But if I come knowing what, like, you know, they're going to look me up. So let me step back. Let me let somebody else do the work. You can still be part of the team, but you don't have to be in front of the cameras. But if you really have a record for touching a 2-year-old or assaulting a 2-year-old, beating your ex-girlfriend, stealing and all that kind of stuff, why do you want to be in front of the camera? You know they're looking for foolishness. Humble yourself. It's like, it's not about you, it's about Carmelo. But I think he also wants to be famous. Like, he's looking for his Ben Crump moment. You know what I mean? Because so many people now, oh, if there's some kind of black issue and you're black and you're a pastor, just run to attach yourself to it. It's like, no. If you know that your record is not clean, you're not helping. Yeah, you're not helping. And some of these things are pretty recent. 2021, that's like 4 years ago, like maybe 3 years ago. Oh, hell no, sit down. Let somebody else do it. You know, or like connect with the NAACP. I don't know. Find other people with cleaner records to be spokesperson for the family. Oh, hey, Lonnie, where you been? I missed you. I was like, no, I don't think Lonnie's against me like be supporting Carmelo. I don't know. I was like, she has to be busy. She has to be busy, right? But if you know that you have such a, like, it's a lot. I ain't gonna lie. If Brandon is telling the truth and this is everything you've done, yeah, no bueno. Absolutely no bueno. You're toxic. You are truly toxic. You have to remove yourself. And maybe that'll be my third video. But I have to make a video about this man because you are toxic. You are truly toxic. And it's not saying that you haven't learned, you have not evolved, but I'm like, your criminal past is going to be a huge distraction and it's going to cause more harm than good. And if you want what's best for Carmelo, you need to move out the way. That's it. Like, even here in America, like, if you're a CEO or if you're a leader, when there's a scandal, you resign, you know, because you don't want it to be about you. The company has to keep going. Sales have to keep coming in, and we got to keep the clients happy. So it's not a good thing, because even people who are like, you know, they're kind of like debating like this, even the good white people who want to also help Carmelo, to see someone like you also, It gives anxiety. Okay. It gives anxiety. So he has to go. He really has to go. Well, all right, you guys. I hope you've enjoyed the live. There was a long live. I'm sorry. Officer Tatum, he gets on my nerves. Like, he grinds my gear. He grinds my gear. Like, oh my gosh, I just can't stand him. I'm like, why do you lie so much like this? But I do wonder if he can't get sued, though. Because I think he needs to be sued. I think he needs to be sued for causing harm to the family. He has to be. There has to be a way you can sue this man. You know? But anyways, y'all. Damn, 8 hours. That's crazy. Love y'all so much. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'll do the trespassing stuff tomorrow. Or maybe the news conference tomorrow. I don't know. I'll see. Yeah. I'm like, even Candace has rebranded. It's like, what are you doing? I really think he's in debt. I think he has, because he starts all these businesses, t-shirts, then his supplements. Now it's tortilla chips. It's like, what are you doing? You got to find something that you like and focus on that. I mean, why would anybody buy your supplements? Why would anybody buy your chips? You don't have a cooking channel. Like, if you cook, I can kind of get that, right? If you have a fitness channel, I can see why you're selling supplements. He sells t-shirts, he sells hats, he sells chips, and then he sells supplements. But he want to call somebody a grift, like somebody a grift. Are you serious right now? What are you doing? You have no focus, sir. You know? But I'm like, make it make sense. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay? Bye, Queen. Bye, Forehead. Love you guys. And more. Journey. I love y'all. I will be outside tomorrow. Love you all. Be outside tomorrow, okay? Love you guys. Bye. Gotta go get something to eat. Bye-bye.